Is it good? Actually, no. Sorry.
And these teams split. The songs are going to push. The two boys that come forward together so that numbering system is correct. Very nice to ask you 1, 2, 3. Team split, try to do. And then the ball is set position.
If I was able to do, no amount of laziness, if I'd do this, I'll by myself.
And finally, I'm now with my friend, American West South African.
I did. Buffalo Limousine Services.
Because the weather is superb.
It is.
It's like this is really underneath. It's not very good. It's not that good.
Some American.
There's a coffee in the bottom tall shed in the weather station. And there's a lot there. And especially slowly, we're looking at the water there. Everything looks nice and controlled. I think the time that we really introduced itself today. But you can see the most air conditioning and all that stuff.
Alright, so this goes to junior men's number 15, single sculls, race number 3, Regatta Washington lane 1 pass, in lane 2, Stern from Hawaii, in lane 3, Reba from Buffalo, Reba from St. Andrews in lane 4, Schumann from Selmer in lane 5, and Robert from St.
And we put a few changes right there. They're all the teams being already. The next lead, of course, that's Colin Banks out. Doing really well. I'd say second, just like instead of this, I'm on Roberts.
Someone busy with 400.
That's easy.
Unfortunately, it's going to be quite obvious as we've done there if we rock up to the race.
If you rock up with them.
And then just make the student come right.
So have you seen the Vice Regatta for EV8? So that's the same. And also, it's
Lined up and waiting at the start is heat 2 of the 7 heats of junior men's under 15 sculls. In lane 1, you will see Braden Luckrum from Benedict. Lane 2, Scotland is then from Jeppy. In lane 3, James Honor from Rock. Lane 4, James Kerr from Sax. Lane 5, it is Walden from Sicilian. And Connor Allen from Rose.
So I'm working for the many ways that's conference again. Stay doing well. I think we'll have a lot of ways to watch. I'll take the robots. Slot needle. I'm hoping you'll be able to roll slot needle. Slot needle.
Oh! With Connor. He's literally going to be doing that mode. He's going to be fucked up.
I mean, Connor. Trust me, you know who's in Connor's Eve? He's in Benedict, two Cincinnatians both.
And the St. Andrews boat.
Take James.
Well, if we race it,
My first race is at 2 o'clock.
yeah, same. If we don't race the first race.
I'll be 8. Oh. Hey, look, you should make the 8 for now.
What did you say that?
No, that would be so cool though.
That's why they stopped. I mean, if you could, like,
An extra 8 blades, basically double the speed of 8. Well, get one of those donut things and then get them to tow you on. Too lazy to hold. Mommy, you get this stuff. This is cute. Connor's still not come down yet.
I was going to judge, but that's literally.
Or they're coming down now. Oh, it's automatic.
Where's Connor? Wait, is Connor still not?
I don't know.
No, nobody's gone.
They're still lining up.
Are they?
No.
Robbie, so you're looking down the river or up the river, and they are on their way down again. This is E2, the junior men's under 15 spells. Lebanon from Benedict's lane 1, Thunder Pen from Jeffy lane 2, Arnold from Rogers lane 3, Kerr, Sachs lane 4, Walter Cruz from City is lane 5, and Allen from Gray in lane 6.
Just having a slight sort of overlap there, the marshals are just trying to make sure that the race and we're trying to keep them a little bit of moving from one lane to another, so that's going to be an issue. But I think a lot of movement coming there from St. Stephen's and Walter Cooks. He's got a sister also at St. Stephen's. And coming down, the lanes moving nicely, so that overlap has sorted itself out. Because Sachs is from just a bit ahead of Roger.
I was late to my race. Not really lining up and early, but.
Oh, so you didn't have time to like.
He's not as far behind.
So at the moment we've got JP from the Philippines and Phoenix. We're quite nicely in lane 1 and 2.
No, I've got
A
that.
lot of that team is coming to the centre lane
Is that
from
kind of
St.
one
Stephen's.
that's there?
And looking behind for the spectators, and this is where it starts opening up. We've only got a few meters left, and it's starting to pick it up. Remember, they're going to put a faster 6 times. So no positions here, eyes are good at that there. You can sense he's right there in the room, and there's a lot of pressure for St. Stephen's. They're all their clocks is absolutely torching it. He started to use the gap there, he's gone for it.
We should have my water skis on.
The water's fantastic, really good. So, James Stewart for Sachs was not only a 50, and so Hill's coming in for 3rd place. And I think Brady, that's how it has been swapped out by another athlete, but very well done too. So Stevens.
Oh, that is it.
I'm on Carter.
Was it saying that?
And then Sachs, so that is good, that's good. So have two babies,
Can't come up with it. They do
Oh,
the
so
same
the
thing.
yellow flags are on.
It's like they're racing in a quad. They don't need to
You give about it,
in the quad. I'm like,
and they do it,
But I mean, you also pretty hard.
It's not what it says on the brochure.
exactly, they're trying to get them to see what get out of each other's way and also the front of the attack. Because what happens is that our sacks just go.
nah, I want to race Raj again. You race that.
At the finish line, everybody finish.
It was supposed to be up to
All right, now we are looking at race number 5, a team breaking 7 beats in junior men's under 15 sculls. In lane 1, you can see from Gray, Alan from St. Andrews in lane 2. We have Regatta in lane 3, Zane from St. Benedict's lane 4. Hayes Thurman from Sac lane 5, and Syracuse and Waterwash in lane 6.
At the moment, it's looking at boxing. Doing a great job of taking to see with the last two great box. Tuesday, we've got a beat that's been sort of in the leg group. Those two are doing really nasty. They've got St. Andrews College, Jamie Allen, just on their power, and then close to the spectators. He's happy with the seats of Gray. But Mark is doing a great job. He's got a good work, and he's trying to push away from JP. We've got Foster Towns, and Mark is laying down quite a mark that everyone has to follow. Going down to the 4 race. Offset number 3, JP on the way, just behind, but 6. So there's a college side doing a great job. It is 6, and 5 minutes Thurman in 4th place.
Come on, Zach!
Good job there, taking to work, hoping for a possible time. And finding 6 coming through.
Come on, Zach!
Closest to us is by Zach Newton. Zach from Gray doing a good job.
This chick is busy scooting me. Hey, it's said it makes it work.
Oh, boy, sorry, back on me again. Okay. No issues, just getting in this one. Okay, grouping it. Okay. Quick come back for me. There's a feeling that they stop. Okay. Results from that zone here. Make sure. That's it. Any question whatsoever before I get back? I'll be back here in 9 minutes. Boys, if the rain really come down quite a bit today, you said it right. Gents, I know this is what we feel is really something today. Yes, it's still good. So it's really dry. Was it okay. All good. Really bad.
No, when I started thinking of the body tool, when I'm my next
So there's one last thing from the sorry, that's one last thing from each boat, you always need to take charge of that situation. Now, all know this will be important. Make sure that you value up the project that does this last step. Make sure get your team together, get them sorted, get you on this place. Okay, so you respond to you guys got to make a last okay. Now the list you do, okay. Next position, you already find it. I would say
So the doubles at 25. What is that? No, I'm looking at I'm not looking at that. And then there's a guy, this guy, I'm like touching up. I didn't see this guy. I'll put it myself. I'm gonna get on.
good.
I'm wearing it to pay for nothing to cost.
Were you gonna, what's the time?
We are now D4 junior net over 15 skulls. Passes 6 times. There are 5 athletes in this race. One may be missing, so we're just going to look up on the water. Lane 1 is Logan Regatta. Lane 2, Ronald Durchmacher. Could be a good name for the day. Lane 3, Salvador Mason. Lane 4, St. Albans, Yoni. And Lane 5, St. Andrews College, Brook. And St. Andrews College Brook is in the sterling the top. Controls trying to stay in the lanes because these key boys getting in the way. Very nice, right in the center. I'm expecting Yoni from St. Albans, and he's there. Let's go, South Coast seems to be going just ahead of St. Albans, but it's all right Brook. Nice and strong, trying to get one of those passes 6 times. And so then you've got a lot of work.
The name under is Africa.
That's Africa. I don't know what Africa means, but it's certainly good Africa.
Great, I thought
And Salvador coming through, fighting, so almost there. Last few strokes, really engaging the body and urging the folks over the line. Well done, Salvador, and then Salvador's coming through. All in it, positives. Right, as I said, it's throwing to the commentators first.
that's what I don't say anyway.
Shouldn't say anything. Really well, and then now we've got Logan Ryder, Gray. And we've got some fantastic names coming in later.
In this week, we had
That's good smart from Ron. Good smart. Right, watching. And Gray coming in across the line, last few strokes.
If only you know what the same age as Paul.
Well, I see the heat 5 is on the way down. Number 13 spells from Selford in lane 1, Joshua Gephardt. Lane 2, Justin Newman for Gray. Lane 3, Cam Stutiani from Yamato. Henry Wayne from St. John's lane 4, and Dylan Rasmus from St. Andrews in lane 5.
And St. Andrews College in lane 5 are doing great work because Dylan Rasmus seems to be ahead of everybody else. So that lane seems to be pretty good today. And St. Andrews College, Dylan Rasmus coming through in the notch. He's doing really nice open work. Finish second place for those two very near St. John's. Henry Wayne pushing, making way for Tiziani from Yamato. And Yamato's, he heard his name, he's picked it up, he spotted to Regatta. He did a good collection of the green later, St. John's on the finish. And they've got very different styles. Yamato just throwing as many strokes as they can, and it's actually working at the moment. St. John's is under pressure. He's got a few more strokes there, but now it's open between them. St. John's goes for it. He lives it. Gets the lead. Yamato did a great job. Fortunately, ran out of strokes.
And this is Gary Dean in lane 1 coming in on the line.
And Gary Dean himself.
Tristan, you're on his way in.
Let's go, Orion! Go, Orion!
And this winter is very difficult for our athletes. The rain is starting to come in, and that's going to change quite a bit for our athletes. They're going to stay warm, composed, and get slippery handles. Slippery handles. Very, very tricky.
This rain is going to pose some challenges for us all. I mean, the rain's coming in from below us, above us, beside us, making visibility difficult, really affected by glasses are fogging out the humidity. So now I can't read and then I can't see. I don't know what to tell you.
That's as far as it comes to rain. That's any as he gets to the 250-meter mark, he does that dislocation that gets him an extra little bit of speed. That can be played for the Rockies, but then there's a big pivot and he gets great leverage over the boat. Wilson, and they're going to do very well. The rest of the crews, I think one crew is missing from this race. We see Gray, watch up, we see Ron Roche. And we're speaking about it. Hughes is going for his absolutely everything he can. He's going to put across the time, doing really well, good on the strokes. Also in St. Benedict's also moving very quickly, but it's Hugo plus Hughes who's laying down a very fast time with this heat. And as Hugo plus Hughes through Carl Austin, beautiful stroke there, class, good connection, and he's going through second fastest time with this heat.
Well, I have an announcement for the athletes and even for the coaches, and I think we're going to repeat this ad nauseum throughout the day. We've just been asked to please remind athletes to not enter lane 1 when you're going off the jetty and going up the river. Please stay towards the bank and not get involved in the racing. Again, athletes, please do not enter lane 1 as you leave the jetty. Thank you.
Go! Push now!
sometimes
Go!
makes the camera. Yeah.
Almost there!
Probably. Want to probably.
Maybe.
Unexpected big things here from Regatta from Netherlands 2. And Kevin, when you ask me why, it's because he's using the boat that I used on Saturday.
So you're hoping that you can install a motor.
I'm hoping it goes really quickly because then that sort of opens my eyes very quickly.
It only goes well for you. In lane 1, with final pieces of units under 15 stalls. Campano for Silverman in lane 1, and lane 2 in favor of Cosmetics. Pearson from St. Albans in lane 3, Bowman from Buffalo in lane 4, and Labor for the City of
So it's still doing very well in second position. What's up, Betty? What's up,
When you finish,
Your light was running, you guys were running around. They were
And for the Buffalo is a
If you believe in the team, if you believe in the structure, then good things happen.
You know, if someone's lower, we have each other to lean on.
No matter what, we'll have each other's backs for the rest of our lives.
No,
This is black that I told you. It's actually fairly dry. Not that dry. This is where, yeah, this is where I have one leg. I'm a bit worried about my back. That gets absolutely
And JP seem to be doing a really good job there. Janssen van Rensburg, Moleko, they're in lane 2. They've already separated themselves from the grey crew in lane 1. And then St. Albans, McIntosh. That's Mason and Makosa. Lane 4 holding very nicely. St. Berg's crew just a little bit off the pace, hanging in there, but they've got young James Wang and Viwe Feliso doing nicely out there in lane 5.
Well, because there are 2 heats of this means that the first 2 finishers of each of the 2 heats will progress to the finals along with the next fastest 2, the heats combined. How's it looking out on the water?
So the second heats already seems to be underway right at the top. I think they've gone past the 500 meter mark. In the current race at the moment, it is all JP, but there is a lot of movement in those boats. The St. Albans crew are hanging in with a few errant blades there. I've seen a few crabs jump out there. St. John's and Grey are doing quite nicely just holding that position. I think the JP crew have gone out quite hard, and now they're slowly coming together, which means somebody's been going a little bit harder than somebody else. And but they're getting a lot closer now to each other as they get closer to the finish.
I can tell you a little inside information from the St. John's crew. These guys haven't really, I'm not sure if they've ever rowed together before at all. But so this is an exciting opportunity for them to get out there and just stretch their blades, as it were.
Yeah, so they're coming through and they just want to hold their first and second position and try and get through there. But if you look now, Grey are picking it up. There's Grey Reed. They are picking up and putting pressure on the St. Albans McIntosh crew. They seemed out of it at the halfway mark, but somehow have clawed their way back. There was a little bit of maybe some inefficiencies in the St. Albans boat, but they've brought it back together, and that is going to be a race for that second position. JP, Janssen van Rensburg, Moleko have done enough to take it, but look at that second position.
Yeah, that second position is going to be a good race. As they approach that finish line, the finish timers are poised and ready to see who's going to cross that line, make sure we get the times.
The timing from the grey crew of Reed and Regatta, they've been going really well looking, and they've just gone past St. Albans. St. Albans are trying to find something more, and their boats are going to come together. This is very tricky. And they're trying to hold and stay in their lanes, but they are around almost on top of each other. They've kind of straightened out the angle, but Grey have done a top job.
Ray is just coasting in off the Jeppy water.
And the St. Albans crew just having a little bit of a glitch there in the boat. And now St. John's coming through to try. We're coming up to the creek, and JP seem to be having this under control. It's not bad. I mean, JP in the first race, they took it out with a nice clinical finish, and they are here. I think they want to try to get 2 boats into this final.
So it's just while it's raining that it's such a
So, unfortunately, I couldn't get the trials. We had to shuffle everyone around, and I wasn't able to change the resume. That's why I said he goes sculling when he's not. Vigo is racing as top, and the others are so like Bromley's racing as planting, Davidson's racing as Bromley. A bit of a mess. Unavoidable. It is very unavoidable. I mean, it's the game. And just glad I've done 14 fairness, but they would get it.
One thing about rowing is you have to roll with
People that learn that especially in America.
And the JP Strachan crew, that's Sebastian Strachan and Clinton Onyenekwu, controlling that race nicely. They're going to take first and second. They're going to take first and second is going to go to Rondebosch.
Just keeping it cool as you like. Cool as a cucumber.
You know, it's 3 days of rowing, so you've got to get ahead and then just control the race, save batteries for what's coming.
100%. Save batteries.
Good race, Matt. Good race, Vlad. Okay, ready for the finish? Is it Strachan or Strachan?
And JP Strachan coming through, nice controlled race. And they're going to be saving themselves for that final. Rondebosch with the yellow flash of the blades there. They're coming through for second position into the finals. Grey P are going to have to hold and wait if they get a next fastest finish.
Do we need a countdown?
Just race. We favour the race. I would get over. Oh, a tiny cup stuff. It's baby food. So that's a clean candidate. Actually, also that classic where the side stage the ones that were crossing they probably have the same balls as they're just fighting all powers. And then it starts unfolding I remember helping in one of the
Kan ik van
size pairs them up on the stairs.
junior under 19 main pit.
This is heat 2, no?
Yeah.
No, pair, it's first heat.
Yeah, heat 1, sorry, 14.
Okay, so it's all happening out there at the moment. Heat 1, junior men's under 19. It's the seconds, it's the pairs. There's zigzagging happening on the course. And they are trying really, really hard, and that's what's causing all the issues, because you've got the St. John's crew, you've got the Rondebosch crew and the Bishop's crew, and they are trying to hold their lines, but it is getting very tricky because they're accelerating at this point, and it's hard to stay in the lanes.
Yeah, it is. And so there are 2 heats of this junior men's under 19 second pairs. So let's just do a quick run through what's happening in heat 1 of the 2 heats. Bishops Devoren in lane 1, Cambaran from St. Cillian's lane 2, Planting crew from Bishops in lane 3. Lane 4 is Rondebosch Wyatt, and lane 5, St. John's Carnelli. The first 2 finishers of each of the 2 heats will progress to the finals along with the next fastest 2.
And I see a St. Benny's crew at the top. I'm not sure if they've just been put in there. They are in the lanes, and they seem to be pretty effective. They're moving along nicely.
Late entry.
That is a late entry, so I'm having a look at to see who those young men are. It's under 19, but I think those are even the younger men. So this is quite exciting because St. Stephen's are doing very nicely. St. Benedict's in the outside lane, holding on ever so nicely, and then Bishops in 3rd place.
So this is St. Stithians, Cambaran cooking it down, and
Go, Bishop!
And I'm looking at the outside lane. That looks like Karen Bradvig and Diego Ramos. Those are the under 15s, and those are the big guns from the under 15s. They're doing really nicely at the moment in the pairs coming through. St. Stithians are strong. They've got Luke Duffin. I think it's a younger brother of Nick Duffin, one of our national under 19 rows. They're coming through nicely, and these 2 are going to be the fastest.
And Bishops is definitely pouring it on. They want to get that fast time to get into the finals.
And that's really impressive from all these crews. St. Stephen's coming through, the St. Benedict's crew of Bradvig Ramos coming in 2nd and 3rd place, going to Bishops, Planting.
Benny's over the line. Bishops, St. John's 4 boat lengths behind, coming through. This is Carnelli crew from St. John's. And Bishops Devoren in lane 1.
Go, go, go!
Yeah, boy! Stay in your lane!
We're looking down up the river, and we've got heat 2 of the junior men's under 19 second pairs. From Kes, it's the Christie crew in lane 1. From Bishops, Bromley crew lane 2. In lane 3, the Grey crew of Raga. Lane 4, St. John's Berger. And lane 5, Bishops Koch.
cock. Cock?
Koch.
Which part of like, where are you from?
Cook?
Hi.
Hi. Do you need her? Where's a lining? A lining? A lining's underwater.
Lad!
And coming in at the moment, it's the St. Benedict's crew of Callum and Eric. And behind them on the water, it's also late entry, and that is Diego Ramos, so I may have got that incorrect.
Tisk, tisk, tisk.
Tisk, tisk, tisk. So always good to be honest with your mistakes, and looking out on the water at the moment, they're coming up to the last, they've just gone past the 1K to go mark, and it is looking like the St. Benedict's crew are lined up with the St. John's crew and the Cares crew. And so the Cares crew, that's a strong crew, because you've got Alex Christie, Andre van der Zee. The St. John's crew, it's James Berger, James Redshaw, the James boys. They're doing very nicely, and then it's the St. Benedict's boat. Other crews just struggling with the pace at the moment, but it's those three crews that are positioning themselves. They're going for, remember, the first and second fastest are straight through to the finals, and the next two fastest will make the A finals.
Rob, I think we're in for a good finish here between St. John's and St. Benedict's and Kes. Hard to say the angle at this point.
Well, we saw the St. John's and the St. Benedict's boys keeping an eye out on each other. I think almost like a tip of the hat to say we'll just be the first and second. And the problem is they've got the Kes boat that wouldn't really agree with that. And so they are going to start putting a little bit of pressure on these boats. Looks like St. John's just a little bit ahead. St. Benedict's crew just sticking with them. But it's all up to the Kes crew to see what they can do in this last 250 meters.
I'd say that St. John's has pulled out ahead now, probably about to stern with the St. Benedict's crew, but it's hard to see the angle between Kes and St. John's as they are a few lanes apart. St. John's is really laying it down. Kes is still sticking with the long, strong strokes. The St. John's crew is rating up just a bit.
So the James boys in St. John's boat doing very nicely. St. Benedict's have started to pick it up, and Kes as well. They are going for it, and the Kes boys, Christie and Van der Zee, are absolutely torching it. They are going for the fastest place. Well, let's see who makes to the finals. St. John's have got it, the angles coming through here from our viewpoint. It looks like it's going to favour the Kes boat. St. Benedict's have got a bit of work to do. They are leaning into it and trying to get through across the line. And it's the Kes boys that are going to take it away
from St. Benedict's.
From St. Benedict's. St. John's taking the fastest time there. St. Benedict's holding on to see if they can make it to the finals with the fastest time. and that was Nokia and Ramos from St. Benedict's. Looking at the moment, this is the Bishop's Bromley crew. And still out on the water, you got the Grey and Bishop's boys.
Go, 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 go!
Scullers are on their way.
Looking at the river, Rob, we are switching events now. We've got 4 heats of the next event, which is the Junior Women's Under 16 Singles Sculls. An exciting race, series of races loading. The first finisher of each of the 4 heats will progress to the finals, along with the next fastest 2 from all 4 heats combined. And we've got Moss from Clarendon in lane 1, Dawson from PGRC lane 2, Laura Hearn from Clarendon in lane 3. We've got Moore from St. Andrews Girls in lane 4 and Smith from St. Stidians in lane 5. And just referring back to our discussion about the beach sprints and coastal rowing, Laura Hen in lane 3 from representing Clarendon was also one of our athletes who went to Italy back in September. We just see the roundabout boat rowing down. So that is not a race underway. But we can see just approaching the creek now, it is the first heat of the Junior Women's Under 16 Sculls.
Glasses off. Oh, my binos on. St. Andrews. That's 2.
Timing is really good, so you haven't added these minutes, eh?
For my money right now, looking down up the river, it looks like Robin Moore from St. Andrews has probably got a little bit of a lead. Laura Hen from Clarendon in lane 3, just behind her. But Kiara Smith from St. Stidians on the far side of the bank, falling off the pace along with Dawson and Moss. All right, just once again, we have 4 heats of this junior women's under 16 sculls. St. Andrews boat out in the lead. It takes the first place position to progress to the finals, and then it is the next fastest 2 from all of the heats combined. So these girls are racing the clock. They really want to post the fastest time that they can. St. Andrews with a significant lead. Laura Henn from Clarendon off the pace from her, a couple of boat lengths back.
Hey, what if we just call it people in school? Yeah,
Janelle Moss from Clarendon in lane 1, looking like she's holding on to maybe the 3rd place position, but Kiara Smith from St. Stithians in the far lane, lane 5. I think there's a nice race happening in that 3rd place position in the heat. Robin Moore from St. Andrews has got this well in hand. Laura Henn trying to pour it on so that she can post a fast time, hoping to get through to the finals. So that was a 1st place finish for St. Andrews. Robin Moore going through to the finals. In the 2nd place, Laura Henn from Clarendon, hoping that she has posted fast enough time to get through. Time will literally tell. Rob, welcome back. Missed you.
I've been mingling with the civilians.
Down in the peanut gallery, the people subjected to us.
It's getting very exciting. It's like a proper military operation trying to get these boats onto the water.
Yeah.
Lots of volunteers to make this possible.
That's Smith over the line for St. Stithians. Janelle Moss coming in from Clarendon.
PGRC, that looks like Lily Dawson.
Coming down the course now, it is heat 2.
So low. You know what I'm thinking of right now? I think this brand is and then if you want, you just drop a little water. Those teenage mutant ninja turtles. I haven't watched the whole while. No way. Hey, if I mess up, don't. Wait, no, I'm
Well, it's gonna be like
look, look at the waffle on the plate. No, but I know my thing.
Wow, these colors are looking strong out here on the water.
They're looking very strong, and that's St. Mary's. Milana Roos, Millie doing a great job. Nice and controlled, and just ahead of Amy Capito from St. Andrews.
Right.
In fact, a few boat lengths ahead of St. Andrews, so Milana Roos is really laying down a fast time here.
And time is of the essence, really. I mean, the first place obviously goes through to the final, but the second place finishers and beyond are the ones who are hoping to get a fast enough time to qualify. So the second place finisher from the heat before, Laura Hen, now hoping she's done enough to chase down. That's one of the two spots up for grabs in the finals. And I think also Amy Capito as well, hoping to do the same.
Milana Roos really composed row, nice connection with the water, and now revving it up a bit. Amy Capito is coming through. She's going for a fastest time. She's not going to leave it to the gods. She's doing it herself, and she's absolutely going for it. Behind her, DSG and St. Stithians are in a race of their own.
That's right.
And two of them are in a race of their own. That is for Callow from DSG, St. Stithians Briggs. St. Stithians Briggs seems to have an upper hand, but Clarendon have picked it up. And they are absolutely launching themselves at it. They've increased the stroke race, and this is a proper race. Look at Clarendon go. That's Jenna Callow leaning right back. St. Stithians keeping an eye.
St. Stithians looking sideways. You've got to keep her head in the boat, keep straight. DSG putting every last ounce of energy into this finish, and she might just have the move. St. Stithians got rattled, caught a bit of a crowd. We'll see how he's going to finish. It is a tight finish.
Oh, there's a beep finish. That is incredible. Very well done to those athletes. Now Holy Rosary Lichle Moyo is going to finish off this race. Lichle in the white top, Holy Rosary coming through, and the second race just behind her. And now Lichle starts to open it up, really pushing those legs down. Nice control glide, well done Holy Rosary. And then behind them, the race that is going on at the moment, that looks like Taylor Prinsloo out there for St. Mary's. And you've got the athletes coming through, so that is Taylor Prinsloo. Then it looks like Morgan Ramji, all the cooks out on the water with Camry Governor from St. Andrews. But everything has been laid down by Taylor Prinsloo. She's coming through from St. Mary's. She is going to take the fastest time here. Behind her, you've got Waldeck Cooks doing really nicely coming through, and then Morgan Ramji, she's out in third place for Holy Rosary, and in fourth place just behind Camille Governor St. Andrews. And Taylor Prinsloo coming through, she's going for the first position, so she's through. Walder Cooks is going to have to start to rev it up. She's going for a fast time here, she's very close to Prinsloo. And third place, Morgan Ramji, doing a good job for Holy Rosary. And Walder Cooks, good connection there, pushing through. Going to have to settle to see if she can make it through with the fastest time, but that is a good effort from her. Well done, St. Stephen's. And third place, it's still happening. You've got St. Andrews charging down Holy Rosary. Morgan Ramji's been doing really well, maybe a little bit just off the lanes there. I think that boat is just pulling her to one side, but she's holding on, and she's going to have to push down, get ahead of St. Andrews, but Morgan is doing a great job there for Holy Rosary. And Camille Governor from St. Andrews is pushing hard, but Morgan Ramji is connecting nicely. She's getting the length, and she's going to be able to hold off St. Andrews. Well done, Morgan Ramji. Another 2 strokes. And Camille Governor was a hard charging at the finish. And Morgan Ramji waving to the fans on the far side at the fish restaurant. And we've just seen Coach Tubbs Masuta, Silver Skull winner, going to get the Holy Rosary team. They do walk among us, because I've seen Tubbs Masuta, I've seen Ben Bernand, also Silver Skulls winner, and there are a few more. And that is going to be the prestigious race for Saturday. Ben Bernand, if you've got time, if you could please come through to the commentator tower. You've been summoned by Mr. Jasson. Thanks, Ben Bernand. So just to let all our coaches know, there is a tension issue in the lanes, not between people, so it's a tension in the lanes, in lane 4, and so that is being dealt with, and so I think that is going to make the race a little bit more exciting for the spectators, not as much for the athletes. So that's at about the 1 kilometer mark. Just the lanes, I think, need a little bit of tightening over there.
Yeah, we wouldn't want an errant lane line or cable in the way with those blades. You don't want to get somebody to dump.
So on the water at the moment, it's race 19. Last of the heats for the junior women's under 16 sculls. St. Mary's, Eleni Venturas, lane 1. Lane 2, Cadence Davidson, St. Andrews. Lane 3, Lana de Klerk, PGRC. Lane 4, Phoebe Coleman, Clarendon. And Atlachang Seleka, St. Stithians, lane 5. and St. Andrews doing a top job there with Cadence Davidson, and it looks like Phoebe Coleman from Clarendon is holding in second position. Remember, it's a 2,000 meter heat. A lot of endurance, a lot of power, a lot of commitment. They've gone past the creek and they've got less than 500 meters to go. I think Cadence Davidson has done enough for St. Andrews. Remember, it's only the first and the next fastest 2 times. So Cadence has done enough. It's whether the ones behind have gone hard enough to get one of the faster times. And Cadence Davidson coming through for St. Andrews. Good, solid job. Still a bit to go, but she's going to take first position, second place, Clarendon. And it is Phoebe Coleman. She's been rowing really nicely coming through to the last 250 meters. And then just off the ball, St. Stephen Seleka, who's got PGRC de Klerk just on her inside. Those two might still be fighting it out. But St. Andrews, top job taking that win. Clarendon. Phoebe Coleman coming through to take second position. And third place is still open, but PGRC has opened it and is accelerating really quickly. St. Stephen's is trying to consolidate her position, but PGRC wants nothing to do with it, and she's being hunted down. They are pushing. It's going to come through to the finish line. They are pushing really, really hard. PGRC has been winding it up. They are looking back, wishing the finish line to come through earlier. I think PGRC has done just enough. PGRC is going to make it, and St. Stephen's is going to have to hold on and try and make it with one of the fastest times.
Seven heats.
All right, Rob, we are going to shift gears to the junior men's. To the junior men's under 16 sculls, and we've got 7 heats of this event. So
Thank you.
the 6 fastest times are the ones that will go through to the final. So it is not about who wins the heats, it is about who puts the fastest times on the board from these 7 heats. So lining up at the start for heat 1, for 2,000 meter race, Mutlani from St. Benedict's in lane.
They're starting to see the start of the 2K, so with the walking on the floor, it's making them nervous and they're missing the start. Okay. When you walk, tiptoe.
All right, so lane 1, St. Benedict's, Mutlani. Lane 2, Carrera from St. Andrews. Peterson from Jeppe in lane 3. Husenberg from Gray in lane 4. Stain from Kez in lane 5. And Warbeck from St. Benedict's in lane 6. The rain is up again, Rob.
Rain is up again. Mate, it's never a dull day here, and it's making it very tricky for the guys in the start. I always think a little bit of slippery hands on the blades, it makes it very difficult to hold on. So every race is going to be an exciting race, especially this one. We've got some big guns here. Keep an eye out in lane 6. Michaela Rohrbeck.
Indeed.
Skulls champion from last year in the under 15s.
I don't think I'd want to mess around with Stain from Kells either, though.
Yes.
Simon Stain.
Exactly. They are very, very strong here. I think they'll keep themselves honest. You've also got Houston Bird from Grey, Senior Rafael Carrara from St. Andrews. He's looking good. And then Milton Peterson from JP Lane 3, and then also keep an eye on Matej Mokluane. Matej moving up into this race. And we're looking at the moment, there's a little bit of a haze, and that's been brought by the rain. But it does seem to me like Michele Rohrbeck is ahead of Mr. Stain. And then on the inside, I think it's JP Peterson. I think we're having a look here, just waiting to see who's coming through there. But there's somebody that's ahead of the Kes boat, so it looks like Michele Rohrbeck is doing quite a bit of work, initial work there. And that could actually be St. Andrews Carrara. It would be great if we see a little bit of attack from St. Andrews College. Remember, St. Andrews College, the number 1 row, Carrara. For Kes, the number 1 sculler, Stain. And for St. Benedict's, Rohrbeck. So this is going to be a fast heat. So this is looking to be quite an interesting race.
Yes, it is. Tell me what you're seeing out there.
Because I see Rafael Carrara from St. Andrews College bringing in a lot of power.
Fire.
You know, you can see his shoulders from this distance, so he seems to be quite a unit of a human being.
All right.
And he makes the tall, powerful Michele Rohrbeck look ordinary, which tells us a little bit about the sizing of these athletes.
Yeah, you can see that they're close to each other as they're hitting it about at the creek. The angle makes it a little hard to tell. You're looking through the binos. Probably can see better than I can.
Yeah, the control of those athletes. I mean, Michele's looking out to his left, and you've got Rafael looking out to his right. They're keeping an eye on each other, but I think Michele is just a little bit ahead. He's controlling it nicely. Beautifully long strokes, and there's almost, instead of like a drive and a power, it's almost like a swing of the blades, and they are just moving the boat nicely, just tapping it along, getting good explosive power out of it, and I think they've done enough to move ahead of the others. But remember, it's the fastest 6 times.
That's right. So they are not, I mean, they are racing each other, but they're more importantly racing the clock. They want the fastest 6 times from all 7 heats. So that is a tall order, because a lot can change from one heat to the next.
It is a very tall order to ask from these athletes, because they are going as hard as they can. I mean, they could all come from one race.
It could, yeah. Absolutely. I mean, the rain, you can have a burst of rain and a downpour in one heat, and then clear glassy water in another.
And this is where Michele Rohrbeck likes to live. He's gone through past the creek, and he started to really open up water. Rafael Carrara from St. Andrews.
Yeah, I think Rohrbeck has definitely set the pace here now.
Yeah, and it's very hard. I mean, it's impressive for Rafael to stay with St. Benedict's with Michele for so long. And now those two are moving. Rafael Carrara certainly no slouch at all. I mean, even staying from Kes, they are moving really, really quickly. Matej Mokluane, lane 1, still hanging in there, and Jeppy just off the boil. But it is a tough race. You're going for a fast time. This is a time trial of the mind.
Rob, you're a rower for the Masters, or you row for Ravens. Have you gone out here and raced at Buffalo in the Skull?
I have raced in the Skull. I've raced twice. I haven't had the proper burn. We have seen some of our Masters rows enter both the 1,000 and 2,000 meter races. Very brave individuals out there. But Michele Rohrbeck is coming in, he's connecting, he's long and strong, he's got open water between him and St. Andrews. He's going for the fastest time, and that is one of the best scullers you're going to see out there on the water this weekend. Doing really, really nicely, good controlled work. And Rafael Carrara being shouted in by the St. Andrews teams. But Michele Rohrbeck is picking it up. He's got another few strokes to finish. That is going to be a time to beat.
Yeah, but you know, Rob, I'm looking ahead at the next couple of heats, and there is no room for complacency. We've got some serious competitors in this under 16 sculls age group, and some contenders for the fastest time.
And Rafael Carrara doing a great job coming in there from St. Andrews. Good technical work. And he's going to have to wait to see if he can get the fastest times. But I think Michele Rohrbeck is a good marker to set.
And I can see as the rain is coming in, again, the rain is coming in and blowing upriver, so there's a wind blowing up the channel. So these guys have a headwind that they're contending with. And it is picking up. As we said, conditions can change from one heat to the next.
And look at Kez go. So Kez and St. Benedict's, that Simon Stein, Matei Mutluwane. Matei is like laying it down. He's trying to close back the gap on Kez, and they are pushing. Really good form from both these athletes. Kez going to take it. Matei Mutluwane from St. Benedict's. Good strong finish there.
Who's that, Jim? Or is that Zach?
Hilton Peterson, JP.
And we see Hilton Peterson finishing off the heat as he's in the final approach. And looking down, already probably at about the creek, we've got heat 2 of the 7 heats of the junior men's under 16 sculls. Latachan from Sachs in lane 1, Hood from St. John's in lane 2, Smith from Rondebosch lane 3, Irby from Gray lane 4, Scruman from St. Benedict's lane 5, and Douglas from Gray in lane 6. And Scruman and Hood both coming down from Gauteng against some of these coastal rowers who are down here from Eastern Western Cape.
So we've got some interesting characters here, because we've got Aidan Douglas, who's the younger brother of Munro Douglas, who's now rowing in the under 19s, in the Tix crew, the Tix University crew, so he's just joined there, but coming across the line there, Hilton Peterson Jeppy closing off the first heat. So, Aidan Douglas, I think he's a young gun who actually made his way into boat race. So Aidan Douglas, it's going to be interesting to see what he can do. Then you've got Connor Skuman from St. Benedict's, working a lot on his sculling, but I think it's going to be Gregory Hood from St. John's, might be doing quite a bit of damage in this race, might be the one to keep an eye on. And this is actually turning into a great race, because you've got Sven Latachan from Sachs. He's in lane 1 and he's holding on to Gregory Hood. The two of them are pushing really hard. The only ones that can do anything are Connor Skuman, who's gone ahead from Gray, and he's trying to bridge his way back. But all the control, all the power is coming through from lanes 1 and 2. Certainly St. John's are driving the pace.
This is, and it was William Miller who won Skulls and Gauteng champs. He did great, but he was not in the Skulls.
And at long last, we've got Ben Bernand, who's coming to give us a little bit of his insight into the rowing. So Ben, we've got some of the scullers. We saw the under 16s coming in earlier, the under 16 girls. Having a look here to our under 16 scullers. We've currently on the water Gregory Hood, Sven Latachan from Sachs just on his inside. On the top you've got Connor Skuman from St. Benedict's doing a great job with Aidan Douglas, and they are holding, but they're going as hard as they can. I think it's going to be controlled by Gregory Hood on the water. What do you see?
Yep, and impressive, and a little bit of, I think Kaz was saying, a little bit of a headwind coming in. We should find one of the locals to understand if current's going in or out, because it makes a massive difference down here.
It's flowing in.
I mean, one of the great things about the Buffalo Regatta is that we're now on, a moving water.
Yes.
And that makes a difference. So one of the parents was asking earlier on, you can have races where you come down in 5 minutes, because tide's going out, wind's going out, 5 minutes, and you can have races which are 10 minutes. So it's nice to see all these young scullers. They've gone up to the top, coming down, and as you said, all they got to do is get through, and then get off the water, get dry, and conserve.
And hope for the best. Hope that they have posted the fast enough times to get into the finals. This is looking like a fast heat. The wind doesn't seem quite as intense, and it's certainly not as rainy as the heat prior. So Greg Hood looking pretty strong, although he just had a wobble. It's the commentator's curse. As soon as you even look at someone, they get the wobble.
And we've been seeing obviously Gregory up in Gauteng, large kid. And again, the St. John's squad under 16, they've got a great squad going. And I think Greg forgot to put his tri-suit up. Great rowers, not geniuses. And closest to us, that is Sax Lautergang on the far side, St. Benedict, Skuman. And just on the outside in light blue there of Grey College.
Come on, Alvia!
Nice sportsmanship there from Mr. Hood. I think Mr. Hood's dad, I think he's an ex-Monroe boy. So now with the son at St. John's, wow.
I believe he's also a teacher at St. John's and at the prep school, and he's rowing later today, I believe, at the Masters.
Okay, no, not today.
Tomorrow.
They're concentrating us on Saturday. Yeah, it was all
on Saturday. Sorry.
Grey and Rondebosch, just for those who aren't familiar with the colours. So grey in blue, which is a bit ironic, and then Rondebosch with those standout yellow caps.
And the yellow blades, the yellow blades and cap are always the giveaway for Bosch.
Always stands out, I reckon. Really great colours there from Rondebosch. And again, while we have a little bit of a break, we'll see the umpires, they'll give the white flag. They're looking for Mrs. Jackson to hit the double beep.
No, he's out. He's from the previous race.
Double beep. There we go. And if you we also had a couple of times during this regatta, but everyone from R&B to Slimsy Sports to obviously the East London sort of municipality, it takes an incredible amount of effort to get this regatta. And again, we've had the Gauteng team come down with a bunch of their equipment, some extra umpires, and making it work. So Jason, Bastos, even on the Tal card, who were ex-East London back in the day, Adrian Higgins, so he spent a lot of time in the bar on the far side. Western Cape, Mark Lennon, so it's just a nice example of teamwork, and the R&B slogan, I think, is true grit. And that's usually supposed to be for the Olympic crew, but I think the true grit is the organisers, the umpires, the officials who are making this regatta happen.
And the ongoing support from R&B is always a wonderful thing for Rowing South Africa. And it's nice to see Slimsy Sport coming online, supporting our Selborne Sprints tomorrow.
And on this next race, and just to remind his mom, we saw his mom out last night, and she's finally out of the foot brace, so we told her she had to behave at the restaurant.
Oh no!
To survive, so that's Luca Muller's mom. And the St. Albans group are all the way from Pretoria down for the regatta.
Nice. So here's who's out on the course now. They've just passed the creek. It is heat 3 of the 7 heats, the junior men's under 16 sculls. Martins from St. Albans in lane 1, Dyer from Rondebosch lane 2, Luca Miller from St. Albans in lane 3, Garcia Diaz, Pablo Garcia Diaz from St. Albans in lane 4, Michael Tyndall from St. John's in lane 5, and Wapi from Buffalo in lane 6.
We actually got to meet him. And this is we are joined by people who actually know about rowing here. Ricky Giza, Olympian, and the lady with the fashionable glasses has arrived.
Okay, I mean, we've got to get all our spirits together to try and encourage this rain to move away. But it's great to see how our kids are just getting on with it, get in the boat, put on the tri-suit, go race.
So Ben, you've rowed a bit, rowing in the rain. What is it like?
I heard you earlier, yes. So this is an interesting thing down here. So now these modern day handles, I think are more slippery. You know, so obviously in the sweetboard you had the old wood blades and you'd rough them up with a bit of a scraper. But I must admit, down here, yep, I'm conscious of holding onto those blades, and even a little bit of sweat, your hands are all over the place. So I can imagine there's some kids out there gripping, and there's some forearms. But no problem for Mr. Muller here. He's used to rowing with his arms. But yeah, with a bit of rain, it is something to consider. Now, I'm trying to remember now, back in the day, I don't want to say something because someone's going to try and get it wrong. I don't know if it was baby powder or what, there was something you could throw on the blades that would make it at least sticky in the wet weather. But yeah,
I'm sure it's some mountain climbing chalk.
Chalk might be the answer. Luca Muller here looking good, and it's the first time I've seen him rowing without his sunglasses in my entire life. So in lane 3, Luca Muller trying to keep up with his older brother and almost catches a crowd across the line.
Then you've got the next two St. Albans scullers. You've got Pablo Garcia Diaz and Rafael Martins. Those two are going. Martins has opened it up here, and there's got to be a reaction from Pablo. Garcia Diaz is pushing for it, but it is going to be Rafael Martins who's going to just sneak in ahead of his compatriot from St. Albans. And then you've got Michael Tyndall St. John's just going to come up ahead of Anganati Wapi from Buffalo.
You're fine. I'm all about it.
Never mind roughing the blades, it'll be roughing the jetty.
Shit. Just again, just in the spirit of safety, so a bunch of things we need to be considering. Obviously, the second you get off the water, try to get the kids dry. But another thing for all MICs and coaches and athletes, the jetties with all this water are quite slippery. So again, just pass the message around, jetties are slippery. So just take it easy there, let's not have anyone get injured. It's only Thursday, we've got 3 days to go.
We'll do half the commentation.
In German. You know?
Deutschland.
No!
How much German can you do?
Last year, I don't know where I got the idea. Before I knew who she even was or anything about her. I thought she was German.
Forget this moment because it'll never.
Okay, I have no idea.
What were you talking about?
Yes, that's right. I'll take this for me. So I've got to get some food now.
Oh, wait.
Delivery. From Seattle's know-how. Okay.
We've got to go adequately back and forth there.
Come on in.
Last year, actually.
Oh, there was about 3 guys. They said there's somebody called Kate Graham. I said, can I got me? Yes, can I got me? And so they're working for her, but they weren't powered.
Okay, so we went straight. The one thing I don't like about
So at the moment, heat 4 is on the water. They've got about 500 meters left. We're calling it out. Lane 1, Selborne Sumner. Lane 2, St Andrews Connacher. Lane 3, St Stephen's Roberts, who's in the mix at the moment. Selborne Risto. Lane 4, Lane 5, Calvin Damon, St Albans, and he seems to be in the lead. And Matthew Nell from Jeppe, Lane 1. And those two young men, Roberts and Damon, Roberts from St. Stephen's, holding on to St. Albans Damon. They've moved away from the rest of the field. Good, strong, powerful stroke from these two. And they are opening it up. They've got to go for the fastest times. No need holding back. And here's a fast charging Adrian Roberts from St. Stephen's. But Calvin Damon is controlling that. Not as many strokes, but good connection, good strong power. They're coming through to the finish line. It looks like St. Albans have done just enough. St. Stephen's still throwing everything at it, trying to close down that gap. That is a hard charge in St. Stephen's, but St. Albans is going to control that. St. Stephen's second. And third place, Matthew Nell from Jeppe coming through. Then Risto from Selborne. And then lane 1, Selborne Sumner coming through. And Jeppe, good connection right towards the end. Last few strokes. Selborne opening it up. Selborne, Luke Risto. Top job there. And then Lincoln Sumner from Selborne. And out there at the moment, it looks like Tide Connacher. Tide, good name for Tidal River.
If his name was River Tide. Oh, but it's not.
It's not. But Selborne coming through, Lincoln Sumner.
And his boat is called Riptide. Awesome, awesome stuff.
There are so many cool names that we've seen on the water today. Pablo Garcia Diaz.
We like that one, Pablo Garcia Diaz.
Yeah, we see him and he does a great job. But the ironic name of the day, Mr. Merriweather from Bishops, is about to start. And that race is...
All we need is a sunny.
Yeah, we can't really see that far. There is a bit of the rain blocking vision.
You are the sunshine of my life.
But Tide Connacher, St. Andrews coming through to take heat 4 to a close.
Rob, if memory serves me correctly, last year when the rain started falling, it made us a bit goofy. And we started thinking of songs having to do with rain and all of that. And I feel myself compelled to start singing lyrics of songs. But I'm going to try to resist that demon. We'll see.
You know what? That's because they're not playing their tunes.
Yeah. You see, it's that. The music is sort of that background bar music. I need something to distract me with lyrics.
Say hello.
I can just say hello. Okay. Bravo, Bernier.
And finally, we've got somebody from the Western Cape representing. We've flown in especially for the race. Rika, great to have you.
Good morning, Rob. Who's this we you are talking? We flew you in. Who's that?
Kaz and I flew you in our mind's eye.
I hope you don't blame the weather on me with the Western Cape. You know, it has a bit of a western, but maybe it's just Cape. Western, Eastern, you know, same.
That's fine. If it was windy, we would certainly think it's you and your team bringing in some of the Cape Doctor.
I don't know. I believe PE is the one. I'm not going to pronounce the new name.
Queberge.
Yeah.
Queberge.
So I believe we blame it on Gray, that it's them that bring the wind.
But I'm just going to say, Rebecca, that coming down from Gauteng, where we have had virtually no rain, or not much rain for the last couple of months, I'm not sad to see it, I must admit.
I hear it's good for the skin.
I think so. I think I'm going to say so, yeah.
Maybe I even get a bit of a curl in my hair. Straight thing. I see you've got it going.
Yeah, the little curls. Humidity curls.
St. John's, Sandili Commander.
All right, so looking out on the water, it's in lane 3, Guamanda from St. John's in the first place position. Again, he's up against lane 1, St. Albans, Mosopuri, St. Albans, Miller in lane 2, Merriweather from Bishop's lane 4, Hallsgrove from St. Andrews in lane 5, and Standfast from Jeppe in lane 6.
Yeah. I'm here. Songs. Just follow my voice. Follow my voice, Caroline. Come into the line.
Sandile Guamanda St. John seems to be controlling this race, pushing it through Merriweather Bishops, just hanging in there, together with Oliver Stanfest from Jeppe. In fact, a lot of the other teams are still in there, keeping an eye out on the sneaky lane 1.
Sneaky lane 1.
Mosupia St. Albans. And they've lined up pretty nicely. There hasn't been a massive gap like in some of the previous races.
That's right. Which you know, it'll be interesting to see how these times register. Again, it is 7 heats, and it is the fastest 6 times that will progress to the final of all those heats combined. And as we said earlier, a lot can change from heat to heat to heat. So now we've got the rain up, we've got a few still glassy patches out there, and then we've got the headwind in other spots. You can see the ripple coming in and blowing upriver. So a definite headwind, but not necessarily everywhere.
Exactly, it's many different weather patterns over the water at the moment.
It's like traveling through time zones, weather zones.
Yeah, it's a bit of a galaxy of stars on the water. St. Albans, lane 1, seemed to be making the biggest move there, trying to bridge his way back to St. John's. And the rest of the crews, especially Jeppe, St. Andrews, out in lane 5 and 6 respectively. There's a bit of work to be done. And it's a 2 St. Albans crews, Mosupia and Miller. They're in lane 1 and 2, but it's St. John's controlling this, pushing away from the rest of the scullers who are almost still in the line. And St. John's is opening this up. Sandile Guamanda, his sister racing not only coastal for South Africa, but also the under-19s went recently to Canada last year. Second position, still opening up, but Sandile Guamanda St. John's certainly stamping his authority on this race. Second position is changing because Bishop's Merriweather is finding something back. He's pushing. St. Albans is opening up. Mosupia is torching the rate, going really, really hard, tapping along, and he's got the momentum. He's going to take second. Third, Bishops has clawed his way past
Standfast from Jeppe.
Yep.
And then St. Albans Miller closing off that heat.
Now we're looking up the river, hard to see, the rain is falling. So we're just going to quickly tell you who's coming down the lanes next and who to watch for. We've got Rondebosch Williamson in lane 1, Avuyile from Namato in lane 2, Mukivi from St. Albans in lane 3, lane 4 St. Albans Matia, lane 5 Ayabunga from Namato, and Veach from St. John's in lane 6.
Like
Already losing my mind, and it's not even noon on the first day.
And after the sculls, we are going to have the under 16 pairs.
Not even tea time.
And they're going to be 4 heats there, and then we see them getting on the water at the moment. And those are the junior men's and junior women's octopus, or ox, and there are going to be 2 heats of those. And we're looking forward to those, the racing of the high octane boats.
Are they starting? I don't know. No, I'm
Rob, some exciting things are happening now on the jetty, on the outgoing jetty. We see the octuples loading up, the 8s, and starting to send them upriver. So it's busy times on the jetty.
And it is going to be a mixed race. They're going to have the junior men's and the junior women's in the same races.
Well, that's exciting.
That's exciting.
We're going to separate the boys from the girls.
And it's just exciting to see them turn the octopus on the jetties, because it is a proper logistical situation, and especially for the guys from upcountry. Who's in the lead?
He's in the far lane, eh?
And he's in the far lane. And I see 5 boats on the water. But it is still a little bit rainy out, a little bit misty, so they might just come out of the mist there.
We won't call it the Mists of Avalon.
It's a book, a fantasy series that was turned into a movie. And it's the Arthurian legend when they go to the Isle of Avalon. It's not Avalon. The Isle of Wights, where the high priestesses reside. Yes. Twin Towers. Ain't got nothing to do with no city, man.
James Beach from St. John's looking like he's got this well in hand for the heat. The question is, Rob, will he have the time?
I mean, it shows you the depth of St. John's. He's their 4th fastest sculler, so he's got to beat 3 of his own teammates to bump himself into the finals. There's a good chance he's doing really well there out at the moment, but the conditions have changed a little bit over the course of these sculling races.
Yep.
So we'll have to wait and see. We've got Barry McNeice coming in, hot and heavy for St. John's.
It's heat 6. Beach is out there, heat 6 or 7 heats of the 16 skulls.
How are you doing otherwise?
You went enough to work?
Yeah, I'm good.
Someone might want to remind Mr. Hood that when you go up to the start, you actually got to put your tri-suit on and take off your shirt. How's it?
And the weather's starting to really pick up. And the row is hopefully not rowing uphill. But James Veach is out there. He's got this race almost tied down, but let's keep an eye out. Looks like St. Albans Dembe. And that is Dembe McGeevy from St. Albans. We've still got William Matea in here as well. And this is becoming a challenging race for these young scullers. But James Veach is done enough. He's got open water between him and the second athlete. And that's Dembe McGeevy, St. Albans. And looks like William Matea from St. Albans on the inside. I think Nokeka Yabonga Namato, I can't see him. So St. John's Beach is going to come through.
Heat 6, eh?
Certainly different conditions, very tough conditions for these athletes, but he's doing a sterling job driving it down. And so St. John's will take this. St. Albans, fast finishing. McGeevy.
Well, good race there from St. John's Beach. Another really good race here also from St. Albans Sculler. And St. Albans will finish third in this heat. This under-16 sculls quite a brutal race to think that 7 heats, fastest times. So yeah, we're all going to be looking out for those times a little bit later to see where everyone is at.
Yeah, it's very tough at the moment because coming through, you've got Williamson from Rondebosch. I recognize the name. I think I know his dad. So nice to see him out. Doing very nicely here in lane 1. I think I see the Namato rower. He's still just on the other side or this side of the creek, and the race behind him is coming down fast. So still a little bit of hard racing to come through from our youngsters.
Very good. So this last heat, we should also have a really good sculler in lane 4, the Bishop's Redfern. Last year in under 15, he was up there fighting with the medals. So yeah, I think this could be a really good race for him, racing against the clock to see where he is against everyone else.
We like Ben Redfern, the only guy who's taken it to Michaela Rohrbeck in this age group. And so it's going to be great to see what Ben Redfern can do. Rondebosch Williamson coming through, just trying to stay back in the lane, and Rondebosch Williamson doing good job finishing that sculls race. Well done, young man. Careful behind you.
So this looks like, if you're looking up the course, you've got one sculler well ahead, and I'll put my money on that being the Bishop's Redfern.
Well, it's Ben Redfern, and just as a point of reference, you've got Alex Home from St. Benedict's in lane 1. As a master, I've been teasing Alex about almost going as fast as him. In the last race, he beat me by 30 seconds. And so that just tells you how hard Ben Redfern is going if he's putting such a dent into young Alex. Very motivated young man, met him, hell of a nice guy, and he's doing really nicely out there in lane 2. I know the Erg is actually putting out stellar times, and if this is converting nicely for him, so those boats are coming in thick and fast. Namato from the race before is going to be under pressure because they're going to come in pretty quickly.
It is Delberg, eh? Delbridge. Yeah, I think Delbridge is sitting in second place at the moment.
Yeah, he's in second, so you've got Ben Redfern doing a good job for Bishops, certainly driving a pace for a fast race. We'd like to see him get to the finals because it'd be a good showdown between him and some of the other athletes. Ryan Delbridge doing a very good job there in lane 2, putting a lot of pressure on Alex Home from St. Benedict's, who's struggling to hold that that pace.
Yeah, classy row here from Redfern. Long, really well executed. You can see being coached really well here.
And the other rows coming in at the top, we've got Bishops, Bennett, and Jeppy Nosen. So Namato from the previous race is going to finish up here. A few more strokes. Namato's got to keep going, get over the line. You can see the tides coming in. Couple of more strokes to Namato. Namato's got to keep going. And this is where things start to change because the tide is coming in. You can see a very quick tide, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on these rowers. Ben Redfern is absolutely smoked this race. Ryan Delbridge just behind him from Rondebosch.
Yeah, Delbridge really fighting hard here to try to close this gap. Remembering that it's on time, so this will all depend on what happens based off a time, not based off a position here.
And big Ben Redfern, top job there, top time. It's going to be.
You said on the top side, right? Okay. Yeah, guys, go. Hey, shit. No, that's you. That's your recommended. That is not autocorrect. That is your recommended. Okay, I'll click here over there. What's the first 3 years? Hello? The one that
And Rondebosch are pushing. Bishops are trying to claw their way back. Bishop certainly got good momentum, but it's a Rondebosch yellow. They've got enough power. They've got just a little bit of speed. They're going to hold Bishops coming through, and then the Cares crew going to close off that race. Just be careful behind you, young men. Everybody just keep speaking.
Please remember you need to row through the bridge, athletes.
Careful there, Scullers. That's all happening, Gary. This is the Buffalo Regatta.
It all happens here every single year.
It all happens here.
And we all love it out here.
Yeah, it's great because you cross the line, the tide sends you back.
Just check it up.
Let me ask you. Just traffic patterns. Are they meant to go come back up? So not turn directly and come.
They have to go through the red points.
Okay. Okay, because a couple of them turning short, and you just watch 3 boats almost T-bone each other. So.
Athletes, please do remember that you need to go down past the red buoys before you turn around to come out on the jetty. Again, athletes, a reminder that the course rules ask you to go all the way through the red buoys and then circle back up to the jetty to come out. Please do not turn before the red buoys, else we will have some collisions. So you've got to go down to the bridge and then come around the red buoys and back up to the jetty. Thank you.
Trusting the process and loving what you're doing is vital in preparation.
Got to go on camp for months on end. There's huge sacrifice in all in.
We just show up every day, put in the work.
I can see the boats coming, but making out in the lane's difficult at this point.
So it does look very interesting. There are boats making their way up the river and down the river, so it is a little bit tricky to figure out, but the race is coming down. We're keeping an eye out on all the lanes. I think in this race, Matthew Kears, Finn Backus from St. John's Lane 2, I think they should be the ones to keep an eye out for. We do have the Brodvig Luke crew from St. Benedict's, but Breitenbach Schwartz as well, St. Albans. That's their first boat. And of course, let's not forget Douglas and Husenberg from Grey. So it should be an exciting race.
Again, with 4 heats, that means that the first finisher in each of the 4 heats will progress to the finals, and the next fastest 2 from all heats combined.
Okay, so I see the issue. There was an octopole just on the other side of those boats, and so that was causing a little bit of an issue with the binos, but I think we're back in. So I can see the Bishop's Weldon crew in lane 1 are struggling with the St. John's Kiers crew. St. John seems to be just a little bit ahead of them, and they are moving. The only others that are reacting are the teams on the far side. So I think that's the Bridvik crew.
Yeah. That look, well, it looks. Yeah, I think they've got.
Yeah, so it looks like keeping out in the creek on the right-hand side. That's a good marker. That's probably just less than 1,000 meters to go. So that's a good halfway marker, and St. John's have got this nice and controlled. They are absolutely a boat length, maybe 2 ahead of everyone else. There's good activity on the far side, and I now see them. It's a Rondebosch Williamson crew. They are in lane 5, but it's a St. Benedict's Bridvik crew that are just ahead. So I'd say at this stage St. Benedict's Bridvik are probably in second place. St. Albans still hanging in there, and they're still Bishop's Weldon. Yeah. But Barry, looking at the water at the moment, you know, the tide is an incoming tide and is going against the rowers. You know, this is a big, powerful athletes race because it is very hard to row against the current.
Yeah, look, I think conditions will always play a part here. If we change it to an outgoing current with tailwind, then it obviously suits your longer rowers, the rowers that are longer through the water. So I think it all evens out eventually on this river. But that's what you come down here for. You come down here to race on different conditions.
Yeah, it's not just coastal that gives us conditions to battle with. You just don't know from one heat to the next heat, the wind, the rain, the tide, lots of things to contend with.
And this is becoming an exciting race for second position because it looks like the St. John's Kiers crew are fine. They've got open water. They seem to have it under control. It's the Bishop's crew. It's a St. Albans crew. It's a St. Benedict's crew. It's still open to any of those teams to come in for a fast time.
So if I'm, like now I'm looking at a technique question. I'm looking at here some back. Is it the angle that I'm looking at, or is it?
Bishops are doing a very nice job there. They've got Oscar and Edward. They're in lane 1. They are nice and smooth, nice clinical strokes. But St. Albans maybe just a little bit off the boil. And St. Benedict's still in the running. But I think it's going to be Bishop's Bennies. That could be a fun tussle between those boats. Careful to the octopole going out now. Please don't go into lane 1. The octopole, you are moving onto the course. If you could please stop, octopole. I think that's Selborne. Selborne, just be careful behind you. There is a boat coming down the lanes. Please turn around.
Selborne, Octuto, please watch behind you. Cox, please get out of the way.
And that is a big problem because we've got the Selborne octopole, and there is a slight adjustment there from Bishops. They are just going to make it through. Entanglement, but that St. Benedict's have gone. They're going to take second position. St. John's are going to take the win. St. Benedict's are coming in second, and St. Albans are picking it up. They are hard charging. The Bishop's crew may be a little bit put off there by that other boat. But St. John's coming through. They take the fastest time. Second is going to go to St. Benedict's. That is Eric and Callum.
Just a reminder to the athletes going on the outgoing jetty, please do keep it close to the bank and do not go into lane 1. When you go out, you do not have room, as we have athletes and boats coming down, especially with the octopus. Please watch where you are going. And then a reminder to athletes as you finish, please proceed through the red buoys to turn around and come back out on the jetty. Do not turn until after you've passed the red buoys. Thank you.
Just keep reminding them the traffic rules and maybe mention to coaches as well. Cool. They need to shout at their athletes.
So Kaz, we've seen lots of excitement out there. It is, there's a lot of things going on. So if you have got to speak to the coaches and tell them, just these are the warnings for your athletes or things to note. There's quite a lot of activity going on and it is dangerous.
Absolutely. The jetty is very busy. First of all, it's wet and people are coming in and out and people need to be mindful of that. So coaches, do remind your athletes to get on the jetty, get in their boat and get going quickly because we have athletes coming off. But as they launch, as they're heading up, you need to please remind athletes to stay out of lane 1 as they head up the river. They've got to stay close to the bank and not go into lane 1. I see a sculler already starting to head into lane 1. And then also on the way out, athletes need to proceed past the finish line, past the red buoys by the bridge, and only then can they turn and come back to the jetty to climb out. So the incoming jetty needs to be coming up the lanes, not in lane 1, but actually right up along the bankside.
Yeah, there's a lot of activity and we just got to be a little bit careful. Keep speaking to each other because we may avert any issues. So just keep an eye out and coaches, of course, keep communicating to your athletes. The next heat 3, there are another 2 heats in this race. Heat 3 does not appear to be on the water yet. I think they're lining up. It's a bit hazy out there.
Yeah, it's very hard to see past 1,000 meter with all this rain on the course at the moment.
Yeah, so this race, it's race 29, heat 3. The timing is incredible by the judge, especially in these conditions. Lane 1, you've got Rondebosch Edwards. Lane 2, Bishop's Escort. Lane 3, JP Liebenberg. Lane 4, Sachs Gobi. And St. Benedict's Nokia, lane 5.
Hey.
Box, come in. Box, come in.
That's fine. I'm going to sit there while you're doing that.
So you're racing on Sunday? Saturday? For the races.
Is your pair the next sheet as well, or is there a break between your pairs? There's a heat, then it's the part of the pair.
I said, oh, Rob, you jumped in. I'm going, you're joking, you got that, of course. I'm happy to do it.
Thank you. Push up.
So maybe you're entering these at one point all the time they kick in.
Got enough computers here? If you want one more.
One more will just work. Just one more. Who's in that learning box? Who's the second person in that learning box?
Miller.
Well, if we look up the course now, we can see the third heat of the men's under 16 pairs starting to come down.
Email scored up yet? Not even close.
I gave up on that yesterday.
Yeah, still looking very tight here in the third heat of the under 16 men's pairs.
And I'm looking forward to seeing the Sachs crew, Gobi, that's Gobi and Aranyati in lane 4. Always interesting to see what some of these young guns are able to do. I think it is going to be very difficult though to beat St. Benedict's Nokia. That's Cristiano Nokia Diego Ramos from St. Benedict's.
Look, as the crew start getting a little bit closer to us, it does look like the St. Benedict's Nokia crew is pulling away from the rest of the field.
But we've also got JP in lane 3, Bishop's lane 2. And I think it is the JP Liebenberg crew. That's Kaden Liebenberg, Peter Dupre. And it's so difficult to keep these boats straight. I see the Rondebosch crew starting off in lane 1. They've already moved to lane 5. So it's very difficult to keep the boat straight. With an incoming tide, with rain, you know, it's so challenging for these athletes.
Yeah, look, the conditions are very challenging today to be able to row in. But yeah, I think athletes are putting out their best performances at the moment, and that's working.
So I think at the moment JP are doing really well. I'm going to say that's JP Liebenberg.
Well, look, I think they are challenging at the moment. I do think that Benny's boat is still up, though. Benny's are starting to try and just settle this race down, make sure that they are in a qualification spot. But every other school is going to be trying to chase them down.
Well, that's important to get through to the finals. Remember, it's only the first boat, and the next fastest 2 times. And it looks like JP are just moving ahead of Bishops, just struggling to hold on to the pace. Sachs as well, just not able to hold onto the JP St. Benedict's crews, and Rondebosch just a little bit off the boil. So it's those 2 boats that are pushing the pace, and they are trying to get the win, clear win, and not really have to settle for a fast finish because the conditions have changed.
Looking at that Benny's crew, we can see that they are just trying to do what needs to be done to win this race. They have dropped their race slightly there, cruising along. JP are trying to challenge them now. I think this could get quite interesting as we get closer towards the jetties.
Yeah, Rondebosch by the creek have gone out to sea. They've changed, they've seen every single lane. They almost hit land, so they've had to do a bit of a hard change and make their way back in. But I think they averted danger and they are making their way back in, but it's very hard to keep the steering on that boat straight. And they're coming up to the 250 meters to go. St. Benedict's just squeezing it down, bringing a little bit more power. JP trying to respond. But you're looking at the glide of these boats. St. Benedict's, that is a proper master show class. They are controlling it. They look like they're steady stating down there, Barry.
Well, I think it's a little bit above a steady state at the moment. It's definitely not a sprint there. They just lift it up a little bit, make sure that they clear. They'll fight a little bit here and then just make sure that they're in control of the race as it comes through to the finish. That may have got a little bit closer there.
And to have that composure, you can see, so St. Benedict's have opened it up. JP are going for it. There is a little bit of steering there. You can see them moving across the lanes. They've moved into Bishop's Lane, but it's okay. It's safe enough to do so. But St. Benedict's, look at that. Nice and controlled, just keeping an eye on the JP boat, just gently squeezing. They want to take the win, not expend too much energy. It's a long weekend. So St. Benedict's are going to take the win. Second, JP, well fought, and Bishop's coming in for third position.
Wow, good row here from all these crews. If we look up the course again, we can see that the fourth heat of the men's pairs are starting to come down. And Mosbury just before the halfway mark now. And then just higher than that, we can start seeing the under 15 octopals line up.
Yeah, come here. Just want to write it down.
Sorry, get license. Okay. I just got to 11.
Okay.
I'm gonna go up, get the license plate,
and bring it down. Yeah. Okay. So if we do need to do like an announcement about moving the vehicle, that's come here to this table. Okay. Shop.
And that's the Sax Gobi Adonyati crew, lane 4.
Good.
All good.
And the Rondebosch boys, Edwards, Jardine, definitely got their money's worth. Seen most of the course today. And the steering on that boat is just tricky for those young men. But they are going to finish this race.
So looking at the course at the moment, Mosbury approaching about the last 800 meters. Cares look like they're moving quite well as the St. Benedict's crew on the far side. And then St. John's just tucked in between them with, I think that's another JP or a Bishop's boat just on the outside.
Yeah, that is a Bishop's boat on the outside. The Benny's boat are lined quite nicely with the Kes boat. St. John's, Delembo and Lee are just struggling with the trajectory, but I think they've got themselves back in the lane and they are moving nicely. Bishop's and Kes have done a lane swap, but it looks like the St. Benedict's crew are holding it nicely there with the Kes crew. There's still work to be done. But that is St. Benedict's, Riccardi de Dominicis. So Daniel and Ben are controlling that. Daniel just looking out of the boat to his left. It's the Kes crew that are the threat now. They are struggling to hold that line though, Barry.
Yeah, look, Kes are struggling a little bit with their direction. Benny's are starting to lift it up again. It's not the same kind of race profile we saw in the previous race from Benny's. There's a little bit more of an attacking race. They're making sure that they are getting ahead of Kes. I think they will start controlling the race once they feel comfortable. But as it stands at the moment, still race on. Benny's are now starting to pull away from the Kes crew.
And the Kes crew, you can actually see the trail of water behind them in the bubbles show that they've moved from lane 3 to lane 1 and they're slowly moving their way back in. St. Benedict's crew are holding a good straight line. They are going, but there's maybe still an attack coming in from Kes.
Yeah, look, there's still a lot of water to be rode on at the moment. It looks like a lot of crews are struggling a little bit in their direction. If we look at the St. John's crew, they've looked like they've struggled as well a little bit. They came out their lane, back into their lane. Cares are coming out their lane again. Bennies are staying straight at the moment. They are starting to control the race, but Cares are still fighting through to the line.
Yeah, they're going that St. Benedict's boat, doing really nicely. The two Italian-named South Africans hanging in there, doing a good job. The Cares crew have got a lot of power, struggling to hold it straight. St. Benedict's are keeping an eye on them. They are a threat, but Cares are struggling to hold it straight. St. Benedict's a little bit more controlled. They're coming through, so the Dominicis, Riccardi, are going to take this thing.
About to go out the lane.
The Cares crew are about to go out the lanes, so they've got to be just careful. Careful to the Cares crews, you're coming very close to the jetties. Cares, just careful.
Cares.
And so St. Benedict's, Riccardi take that win. Fast charging Cares, unfortunately, just unable to hold that straight line. St. John's Delembo coming through. And Bishop's Brink. Never a dull day, Barry. Very exciting.
Yeah, never a dull day on this river. And if we look up the course, we've got some of the most exciting racing about to come down. Under 15 octoples lining up. We've got 2 heats here.
So could our rowers who are coming off the water just stay out of the lanes, please, as you come park the boat. Rondebosch, you are very close to lane 1. So just keep an eye out, gentlemen.
This next race really excites me. Watching it previously at the last few regattas, we've really seen a big race between your St. Stithians, your Cares, your Bennies, and even St. John's last week starting to put in a little bit there in the under 15 octs. So I think this will be really cool to see how we get going with this race.
And always keep an eye out on Clarendon and Makubela. Nice to see the junior women's under 15 octoples in there. Good point of reference for them and good training.
Yeah, I think it's cool that they get a race the ox down at this regatta. I think it's really good. Always cool to see that.
Well, they're at the 1,000-meter mark. They are just straightening out their boats. They all seem to be nice and tidy.
Yeah, there is a bit.
I think that's clever and Caden.
And the flag is down. Lane 1, Gray Fisher. Lane 2, Sachs, Higgins, Thurman. Lane 3, St. Stithians, Walder, Cooks. Lane 4, Selborne, Makubalo, Rondebosch, Boyson. Lane 5, and of course, Clarendon. Our junior women's under 15 octoples, Makubela, lane 6.
So it looks like a really good start from all 6 boats here. Very straight lined at the moment. I do think the challenge in this race is going to come from lane 3. I think they will start moving away from the field quite soon. It does also look like there's a little bit of a steering problem at the moment.
Selborne. And that looks like Selborne have been waved away out of the lanes. St. Stithians had just come across their lane. They've sort of just made their way around each other. But they've sorted that out. Rondebosch charging very nicely out there in lane 5. That's Boyson. They seem to be holding a good line. And then let's not forget about Sachs Higgins Thurman. They're in lane 2.
I don't see great. How are you? I see you boys everywhere.
I think it's just ready to start the final.
Yeah.
And it's Rondebosch and St. Stephen's. Rondebosch, Boyson, doing a good job there with St. Stephen's, all their cooks. Those two boats are just pushing away from Selborne. And let's not forget Clarendon on the outside lane doing a sterling job, just hanging in there. Looking up at, I don't see the Grey Fisher boat, so I think it's just Sachs Higgins Thurman in lane 2.
We need to find a better. Yeah. Pretty busy right now, so start off. No pressure. I'm going to get everyone now. I want to watch the arc and then I'm going.
This is really exciting to see Rondebosch challenging here. It's just going to make for a really cool race later on in the regatta. Seeing Rondebosch, Benny's, Cares, St. John's, Bishops. I think these are all schools that are really going to fight. This could be a really close race.
I wouldn't want to call that now.
And this is so close because you've got Rondebosch, the flash of the yellow blades. St. Stephen's, they've got the yellow boat, they've got the white and red trim around their midriffs, and they are pushing really hard. All their cooks is holding on, but Rondebosch, they're not giving up anything here, Barry.
Look, I think Saints are just up on Rondebosch at the moment, but both these crews very well drilled, very well coached, long, strong through the water. This is exciting to see the future of our rowing here.
And they are trying to pick it up. Rondebosch is trying to eke as much power as they can out of the boat. St. Stephen's are holding. All their cooks is driving the team through. They've got a little bit of gap. They're coming up to the finish line. St. Stephen's can see they've got it. They're going to take it. Rondebosch going to be second.
Saints by about half a length. I think it's going to be tight. These crews that are racing down now are racing for a time. There's an additional 2 spots available, so they really do need to race all the way through to the line to be able to see where they are.
So Selborne, Makubala are going to come through, followed by Sachs Higgins Thurman. A lot of movement in that boat, but they have made it across the line. And then, of course, Clarendon, Makubela, they're coming through. Junior women's under 15, Octopus. To our Octopus, you've got to go through the bridge and around. Just be careful.
A good job here from Clarendon, finishing out the first heat of the Octopus. A really good row here from them.
Good. Give me about you answer about moving a car and disabled car.
What's the registration? CAA
571
571
-940.
And it is a VW, yeah? Yeah, he hasn't made the final. Can we just commentate this race and then we'll be able to get it going?
So fast charging us here at the moment is the second heat of the under 15 Octopus. We've got Selborne in lane 1, St. Andrews lane 2, St. John's lane 3, Benny's lane 4, and Cares lane 5. At the moment it looks like Cares leading, followed by St. John's, followed by Benny's.
This is a very exciting race because they've gone and they've gone out hard. The St. John's Jacobs crew and Kes Fandom doing a lot of the damage. Keep an eye on the red of Kes. They are moving, they're moving hard. They've put a lot of pressure on St. Benedict Zeng. They are still hanging in there, but I think Kes are taking this race to everyone.
An exciting race here. St. John's are starting to try and lift their gears again to attack this Cares crew, as well as Benny's trying to go through their gears as well. But St. John's and Cares and Benny's are dominating this race at the moment.
Yeah, Care's doing an absolutely sterling job at the top, but they are being charged down. The St. John's team are there, they are not far away, so it's Cares and St. John's, St. Benedict's just a little bit off the boil. So remember, it's 1 and 2, and the next fastest 2 to the finals. So St. Benedict's are going to have a bit of a Hail Mary to get to the finals, but it is Cares coming through. St. John's, they're going to take the top 2 positions, and then St. Andrews and Selborne just off the boil out in 4th and 5th place.
There's a really good row here from Cares and St. John's. Long, well timed, really well timed. This is a really classy row to watch from these two schools. Well coached, well drilled. Benny's fighting quite hard to make sure that they're in a qualifying spot.
Cares, yeah, that's right. JP, a lot of power in the finishing strokes there. St. Benedict's coming through, just don't have the power of the other teams. And then it's going to be St. Andrews, Brooke, Selborne, Peterson going to close off this race.
I gotta go weak. I've drunk too much coffee.
That was, and as I went there, I like kept running into people. Like, I really gotta go pee. I gotta go pee. Hi, it's so nice to see you. I gotta go pee.
I gotta. That girl,
So the under 19 skulls. Yeah, Willem's
racing in Willem.
Yeah,
and Mark got 6 years.
I know, it's gonna be a cracker.
That's proper.
Yeah,
But first you got the girls, and then
Willem's more excited about tomorrow for the sprints because that's where that kid's power is. Like walks out of the gates, and then you got to let the thoroughbred rest. Built for starts, not finishes.
From the big boats to the small boats, we are back to the sculls again. This time it's the junior women's under 19 first sculls. There are 3 heats of this event, which means that the first finisher of each of the 3 heats will progress to the finals along with the next fastest 3 from all heats combined. Looking down to the start line and lining up, here is who we will see in this first heat. St. Mary's, Kanya Zulu in lane 1 from St. Mary's. Lane 2, DSG, Emily Palmer. Lucy Taylor representing St. Stithians, lane 3. Christy Xavier from St. Andrews, lane 4. And Angela Ilgner from St. Mary's in lane 5.
Thank you. These are wet, hey? This table. Is it red still? Why is it? It's red. I don't know why. Thank you. Just turn it off and you put it in that box there. Thank you.
Again, a thank you to our sponsors, R&B, supporting national South African rowing throughout the whole country, being here at this event. Wonderful to have R&B on board as a sponsor. Also to Slimsy Sport, looking after our athletes this weekend, sponsoring the Selborne Sprints, the Selborne Simsy Sprints. Say that 10 times fast. You'll end up like me, tongue-tied and confused.
Here's Willem. Let's go, baby.
If you are looking to buy some merchandise, they are located in the middle floor of the clubhouse. You can go in and try on t-shirts. There are short sleeve shirts, long sleeve shirts, hoodies, and caps available for purchase.
Get yourself decked out in some bacon. Why would we not be? We're not standing in the rain. Well, mostly not. Hey, stranger, how are you? Good. Hi. A3 draws for Carol? He'll help you now. Are you, what are you doing? Are you racing? Or... So nice to see you.
Our first heat of the Junior Women's Under-19 for Skulls are on their way down. Again, Zulu St. Mary's lane 1, Palmer DSG lane 2, Taylor St. Scythians in lane 3, lane 4 St. Andrews Xavier, and lane 5 Ildner from St. Mary's. I would say that setting the pace out there, we've got Lucy Taylor, Chrissy Xavier from St. Cecilia and St. Andrews respectively. That's lane 3 and lane 4, setting the pace for the rest of the field.
So we obviously only have crews rowing senior clubs tomorrow, and that's
Who's wants to do the change? I don't know where it is.
A reminder to the athletes and crews out in the boats, please do not be sitting in lane 1. You need to be coming in towards the jetty just a bit. We do have races coming down. Crews out on the water, please do not be sitting in the lanes. You need to come to this side towards the jetty.
St. Andrews.
A beautiful race taking shape out in the water just at the creek now. Chrissy Xavier, Lucy Taylor. The two lead boats in this race. And not for money, but and with a really bad angle, I would probably take a hazard a guess that it might be Chrissy Xavier out in lead, but only by a bow ball. I could be totally wrong about that, so don't quote me. Please do not take me to the bank or crucify me. Just having a look from this far side of the river. A reminder that with 3 heats, the first 3 finishers of each of the 3 heats will progress to the final. Again, then the next fastest 3 from all 3 heats combined to fill out the 6 lanes in the final on Saturday.
Maybe it's Lucy. I don't know. Lucy, Chrissy, Lucy, Chrissy.
And one of those scullers in that heat has tipped. Safety boat on its way to ensure she's all right. I see some movement by the boat, so that's a positive sign. And it looks like Lucy Taylor might be just ahead of Chrissy Xavier as the ladies approach the finish section of the race. That's Lucy Taylor of St. Stithians. And just off her stern, it looks like Chrissy Xavier is just keeping contact from St. Andrews. Well ahead of the rest of the field.
Rory Jules, don't crucify me. It looked, but it's from when they're there and then they come this way. Sometimes what you see is not what you see. Yeah. Over this side. A Super Sport's coming here.
I'm here already.
But they're here. Oh, the finish line on the camera.
Again.
How are we doing?
We got. So Rob, welcome back. I see you've been at the snack stand.
No, where's our microphone?
It's here.
So Rob, out on the water. First of all, welcome back. You came and the rain came. I think that you're the problem. Go back to whence you came. Lucy Taylor from St. City. Athletes, please do remember that you need to be coming up alongside the jetty and not across the lanes as you go to the outgoing jetty or the incoming jetty. Please do not cut across the lanes.
You should. It's at Salburn.
And that's Elizabeth Kimwell from St. Mary's.
Is it? No, it's not. No. It's Zulu and Ilgner.
Oh, sorry.
That's Angela Ilgner out in lane 5 in the third place position in the heat.
Unless it's I think probably. Yeah.
Yeah, the athlete who went for a swim we suspect was Emily Palmer from DSG, because we see Kanya Zulu coming in for her finish from St. Mary's. Athletes, do remember that you need to go past the red buoys before you come to the incoming jetty to exit the water. So down through the red buoys. Excellent row to our scullers. Heat 2 for the junior women's under 19 first sculls on their way down now. GSG Murray in lane 1. Clarendon Jordan, lane 2. Nicole Ledley from St. Mary's, lane 3. Lila Cahill, PGRC, lane 4. And Jade Bernand representing St. Andrews in lane 5.
This is going to be a top race, especially you got Nicole Ledley fresh from Canada.
Fresh. If it's fresh and it was in August, I think that's a funny kind of fresh.
Okay, maybe it's a little bit later than that, but she's under 19 top sculler in the country, so she's certainly one to keep an eye on. And then we'll also keep an eye out on Jade Bernand, St. Andrews lane 5. She's the young senior coming through. And of course, PGRC, let's keep an eye on them, Clarendon and DSG.
And remembering, of course, that this is home turf for Clarendon. This is where they practice. They know these waters well. They know the conditions, so that's always a home turf advantage.
And that's when they all go. So apparently, Super Sport is going to be setting up a camera here.
No.
I was talking, Rob, I think we should start, scavenger hunts, right? That you have to find things and then the first person to find all this stuff. It would be kind of an interesting scavenger hunt for the rowers to say the things that they have made contact with are passed in the lanes in the river. water bottles, the lids of drums. Did you see a Cheetos packet? What are you eating now? A Fritos. So a Fritos packet. We could create a, although how they prove it, I don't know.
And I think we just pick it up and bin it and just help the environment.
Yes. Which is a good segue to remember that there are bins available all around the venue to please just pick up anything that you see, pick it up, toss it please, so it's in its proper place. Let's leave this venue nice and clean.
And that is a great race from Emily Palmer.
Back up in her boat and finishing the race, so well done to her.
And I bought his wine gums.
Well done, DSG. Well done for finishing. Kudos to you. So the next race, working its way down, Rob, and you say there's a race on. I hear St. Mary's versus St. Andrews.
Exactly. So they've decided to absolutely take this race out because in the first 500 meters, St. Mary's Ledley and St. Andrews Burnand were already like clear water between everybody else. They are racing each other. You know, aside from just being a qualifier, this is bragging rights to see who's going to be the up and coming new young star in sculling.
Just a reminder to you athletes about the traffic patterns. You do need to clear the red buoys at the end, go round the red buoys, and only then approach the incoming jetty.
And this is going to be a tough old race because it is going to be hard. They're going for the first and the next fastest, but those two boats, Jade Byrne and Nicole Ledley, are absolutely nailing the pace. There's clear water between them and everybody else. The only one that seems to be hanging in there, and I'm trying to see if it's Rachel Murray from DSG. And I think it could be.
That's in the sneaky inside lane.
Yeah, so
right?
we're just having a look. I'm not sure if it's Sarah Jordan Clarendon or Rachel Murray from DSG. It's very difficult to see.
There's one. Would that be DSG or Clarendon?
Yeah, so we think it's DSG, Clarendon's ass scratch. So it's Rachel Murray. So she's hanging in there, but it is Nicole Ledley is driving the pace. I think Jade Burnand is going to try and mark her as long as she can. Easier said than done.
The thing is even though these colors, like, it's all clear, so what's that? You see unidentified floating on there. That's what I'm saying. I think it's scavenger hunt is a good idea.
And they've just gone past the creek.
Past the creek?
And it looks like Jade Burnand is just a little bit ahead of Nicole Ledley. She might be there. It might be a brave move from her, but we'll wait until we see it come closer to us. But it looks like Jade Burnand's got a little bit of maybe half a canvas ahead of Nicole Ledley.
You got good eyes, Rob. I called it wrong in the race before when I thought St. Andrews was just ahead of St. Stithians, but it turned out St. Stithians was ahead. My eyes deceived me.
So I just saw Nicole Ledley have a look over her shoulder, and she saw that Jade is just a little bit ahead. That's going to make her angry.
Oh, no.
And she's going to start to claw her way back. She's going to come in. We know Nicole, she's a fighter. But Jade Bernand.
Oh, but I don't know. Jade Bernand in a dark alley.
I mean, those two are athletes of note. At the moment, both of them are calm, cool, collected. Nicole has another sneaky peek over her shoulder, and she's starting to claw back inches. She knows Jade's a threat, and she's making her way back there. What is Jade going to do? How's she going to respond?
I mean, and the thing is, Rob, we know that the person who finishes first is automatically guaranteed a spot in the final. But we don't know how their times compare to the other heats. So really it is a race against the clock, irrespective of what the first place finisher does.
I think anybody's got the luxury of trying to settle in for anything. Nicole Ledley is squeezing down.
I think Ledley's got this now but probably bow to...
Jade's controlling it. She knows she's going to have a fast time. But as you've said, the tide can do funny things over here. So you can't risk it. You've actually just got to go for it. I think Nicole now just connecting and driving. And she's moving away now from Jade. Jade, I think, took the race to Nicole. But I think this is going to bode well for a good finals.
I think so too.
Remember, it's the next fastest 3 today finals. I think Jade should have done enough to make it, but Nicole Ledley showing why she's the sculler to beat.
Another race, the two on the course now. So it's DSG and PGRC, Cahill and Murray. And it looks like Rachel Murray is ahead of Lila Cahill. And meantime, while these ladies finish their heat, which is the second of the 3 heats for the junior women's under 19 single sculls, we've got heat 3 on its way down, looking to see who is going to cross the line first. Amber Portjito from St. Andrews in lane 1. Kenya Simpson, St. Stithians in lane 2. Kale Barnfather in lane 3 from Somerset College. Robin Faraday, Holy Rosary, lane 4. Elizabeth Kingwell, a.k.a. Rose, from St. Mary's in lane 5. And Gabby Manson, St. Andrews in lane 6.
Rachel Murray, DSG, coming through. Really good rowing technique, good connection, good drive. And she's moving. PGRC is going to have to settle for 4th place.
And just a note to the finishers, as you finish, you please do need to clear the red buoys before you go to the incoming jetty to get out of the water, all the way past the red buoys, and then to the jetty.
We're going to start spitballing them. Is that your favorite part? Your favorite is all the noise and the chaos.
Not very smart because I get to sit here like a DJ.
Winky, winky. I have no idea where St. John's is. Where the kids are. So Jeffy's up in this like little corner up there. Yeah, I didn't mention it, but I didn't mention it. I didn't say that there's a hydration signal for the athletes. Where is it anyway?
And we'd just like to say a big thank you to our sponsors, Slimsy Sport. They're doing the hydration for the rows and coaches for the duration of the Buffalo Regatta. Please feel free to help yourself throughout the event. Remember, no added sugar, no preservatives.
Excellent.
Free from kilojoules.
What? Kilojoule free?
Yes. And no guilt.
No guilt. But they're electrolytes, or no? Does it say?
Slimsy Sport.
Slimsy, you know what? We should add. Slimsy Sport should bring us a sample, so we know what we're talking about.
Yeah, you should just go try them. We'll get a bit of a sample out of them. Slimsy, and we really want to say a big thank you to them. You know, really big sponsor for the event, so thank you very much.
And also a thank you to RMB for always being there for South African rowing, our rowing partners for years. Rob, the race is coming to us. And it's looking like an inside lane. Amber Potgieter from St. Andrews might be setting the pace for these ladies in this heat, but the far lane, Gabby Manson from St. Andrews also putting in a good showing.
So this is the Shaka Zulu the double-horned prong attack from St. Andrews lane 1 and lane 6. Amber Potgieter, Gabby Manson doing a good job taking the race to the rest of the athletes. And some good work from Kenya Simpson from St. Stephen's. She's doing really nicely, good, strong rower. And Robin Fatty from Holy Rosary, just hanging in there at the moment. And then Elizabeth Kingwell just off Robin's stroke side.
Well, it was hard to see, but Kale Bonfather from Somerset College was just ahead of the umpire boat. She seems to be keeping pace with Elizabeth Kingwell.
In fact, she's doing a great job. I didn't see her there. She was hidden by the umpire boat, but Carol Bonfeather doing a great job. Lane 3. Bonfather.
I'm your Bonfather.
That's Rika's athlete. The only one that Rika's coaching here.
But Amber Potgieter doing a sterling job there in lane 1. Absolutely driving down the quads. Gabby Manson out on the far side of the lanes. Always having a sneak peek at each other, and I think just keeping each other honest.
So when Kate Godfrey talks about giving it horns, I think St. Andrews is doing just that. They've got the outside lanes wrapped up, and they're closing in on the win for the heat, first and second for the heat, which means that Amber Potgieter should go through, assuming everything goes as planned, to the finals, and hoping that Gabby Manson hoping that she has done enough to qualify for the finals.
But look at Kenya Simpson. Kenya Simpson is just been squeezing down. She's got that long stroke, and she's just been taking her time, just abiding by her time, slowly trying to get back to Gabby Manson. Gabby's got a lot of work to do. Gabby seems to have slowed down quite a lot. She was right next to Amber.
The steam is fading a bit.
I'm not sure if that initial pace has cost her a little bit, but Kenya Simpson is fighting and she's moving up. Look at this masterclass by Amber Potgieter.
Well, I think it's hard to keep your powder dry in this weather.
You can't keep your powder dry in this weather.
I'm so sorry.
Amber Potgieter, top racing, second place still open. Gabby Manson is leaning back. She's found something more and she's fighting way back in. So is Kenya Simpson.
That's lovely rowing here from Amber Potgieter.
Amber Potgieter, superb connection. Second place is still open, and it's Kenya and Gabby. Kenya St. Stephen's, Gabby St. Andrews.
I think that Kenya Simpson's got a little bit of the speed on Gabby Manson. Probably half a boat length as much worth.
And they've been going really hard. Kenya's able to squeeze a little bit more out of Gabby.
Carol Bonfather from Somerset College about to cross the line.
Well done to Carol. And then Robin Fatty, Holy Rosary, coming in. Just a little bit.
Robin, keep rowing. All the way to the finish, Robin.
Yeah.
Elizabeth Kingwell finishing us off. A couple more strokes to go. Row to the deep. Athletes who've just finished, make sure that you please go all the way through the red buoys before you circle back to the incoming jetty. Thank you.
Now, it's all happening.
This is where the big boys come to play.
Curiosity.
So the Buffalo Regatta been going on since 1881. Where were you in 1881, Kaz?
I was genetic stardust, not even in the twinkle in anyone's eyes yet.
I mean, it's fantastic.
I know I'm old, Rob, but what are you saying?
No, I'm saying like you might know someone from there, but you don't.
Yes,
1881. And they've rode every single year other than the war years and, of course, COVID-19, the time that we shall never speak about again.
We shall not speak of it.
Bad, bad time. Anyway,
this is Voldemort.
Exactly. This is 137th running. And it is, I think, the oldest sporting event in the country. I'm going to say this.
I think it's the oldest championship event in the country. This is a lot to read.
I know. I did a cut and paste. It's got so many interesting facts.
What are these?
Going back. So those are races that I'll be doing on Saturday.
I'm looking at your cheat sheet and I'm thinking, oh, are these records? And then I saw your name, Rob, and I was just like, okay.
And you knew straight away there would be no records.
That's fine. We're not looking at the Silver Skulls winners of past and future and present.
But we are lining it up, and so the Buffalo Regatta is about to behold. How many heats do we have?
I think there are 6 heats, if I'm not mistaken.
There are 6 heats of the junior men's under 19 first skulls.
And there are some serious powerful guys lined up looking for bragging rights in this event. The under 19 first single skulls, 6 heats of those. Heat 1 featuring Michaela Warbeck from St. Benedict's in lane 1. In lane 2, Duplessis from Bishops. Lane 3, Ryan Taylor from St. Stithians. Alana Gamba from St. Andrew's College in lane 4, Sean Ford from Ronnebusch, lane 5, and Julian de Villiers from St. Albans in lane 6.
And this is going to be an exceptional race for the fact that you've got Michaela Warbeck, one of the young guns, actually rowing up in the junior men's under 19 first skulls. This is a point of reference you're going to see. Michaela Warbeck is no slouch. He's one of the strongest guys in his age group, and to see him up against the likes of Duplessis, Taylor, Cumber, Ford, and especially Julian de Villiers from St. Albans is going to be superb.
Absolutely. And just if you look down the page, Rob, you'll see that there's one tux rower in amongst them, but a reminder that it's schools events, it's an age group event, so it's under 19. So we're Kiriatsis, formerly of St. Albans, but now heading off to Tux. He's representing the Tux Rowing Club, but he is still in the under 19 category. So don't worry if you see that. Do not be alarmed.
Do not be alarmed. Young Warwick Kiriatsis, as his mother told me we had to pronounce.
Kiriatsis.
Yes, we love Warwick. Top athletes, and he is going to be, I mean, we've got some great rows out because there's Warwick, and then we've got Willem Cronier, one of the Cronier boys coming through.
Yeah, he's coming. No, he's not. Oh, he's not? Is he not racing? He's scratched. Yeah. Good for Willem.
Did you mention a Cronier? I don't know those kids.
There are some great rows to keep an eye on. One of my favorites, Matthew Aiden, St. Albans. He's going to be in Heat 3. He's a guy that dislocates every body part to get more speed out of the boat.
I got a message from Mama B, which was Matthew Aiden's mom, to say they're busy traveling here and they're going to miss this heat, so we have to do an extra shout out for Matt. So my shout out though goes to Mama B.
Mama B. So Matty Aiden, he's going to be up against Willem Cronier, one of the Cronier boys.
That guy.
And they're up with Michael Teixeira, St. Benedict's.
And Josh Vargas from Gray, Ruhan Nair from Rondebosch, and Rourke Richardson from Jeppy.
That is going to be one incredible race. I mean, this is 6 heats and only the fastest 6 times, and with this current, they could come from the same race. That's what we're looking at here at Buffalo.
That's right. And the weather could change again. We're back with 6 heats. A lot can happen across 6 heats. We've got the tide, we've got the wind, we've got the rain. So many things to consider. And again, it doesn't matter who wins the heats, it matters what times they post.
They stick in my teeth and make me crazy. Wine.
Does it have?
I don't want to put it okay, yeah, I played it a bit. I would install all the rooms that I have. If we would know that they are the
Left it down to higher lines, of course, and cities now. This is a screen. We're not going to come up on past 6. Kako mendila kusukela ngo half past 5 hayi kuyadonsa kuyasetyenzwa apha kule mvula kubhiza kunzima ewe akho wiki akho ngxaki ndabe nindikucheka indawo enzakhona kuma late now shoshobu
look at the guys played a freaking emulator. What's wrong with the emulator? What's wrong like sure there's a cable. I'll show you when I get out. I'd say like 2 hours, like riding like a key, getting the key. It's crazy. Yeah, man. Some people can still break it for an hour. Cheapest than best run. Chop. It's like there's a serious line what's your favorite Don't worry. You two understand. Sorry, you can't walk on the
Young Michaela Robeck, Michaela. And Rondebosch Sean Ford hanging in there, lane 5, doing a good job. But it's Michaela Robeck coming through. You can hear the crowd start to pick up. He looks over his right shoulder. He knows he's got this, but he's got to lean into it and go as hard as you can. And it's different races. This is a race at a time. When you're in the finals, then if you get to the lead, you can control it a little bit more. Here, there's no control. This is painful for these young men.
It's something like lane racing and heads racing all wrapped up into one. It's very confusing.
Yeah. And
I don't know how I feel about that, right?
And Marty Michaela Robeck connecting, driving, pushing everything down that he's got. Sean Ford from Rondebosch trying to go for a fast time. Got to try and make the 8th final.
We've got an athlete down. We've got a tip, although he's right next to the umpire boat.
And that is a great race from Michele. He's got another few strokes and
Mr. Robeck is done.
And that's a race in the bag. Sean Ford coming in for second place.
Giving a wave to the parents across the way. With some Benedict supporters. To the athletes, do remember to go down past the red buoys to exit. Even if it looks like it's clear, rather safe than sorry.
It just shows you how hard it is. Bishop's Vigo Duplessis just having a swim there, climbing back into the boat. St. Andrews, Olona Kamba coming through to take third position. And St. Stephen's, Ryan Taylor.
This is Muller.
Good score from that young man.
Rob, he too is already coming down. They're just passing the creek now. In lane 1, it's Brian Muller from Jeppy, Luke Weaver from St. Stephen's in lane 2, Warwick Kiriatsis from representing.
If you believe in the team, if you believe in the structure, then good things happen.
You know, if someone's lower, we have each other to lean on.
No matter what, we'll have each other's backs for the rest of our lives.
Really powerful individual. Olaf Muller is an absolute assassin in the
He is an assassin.
He's an assassin, and he's
lean, mean, and very smooth out there in the skull. And both of them, of course, Warwick is a St. Albans old boy now. Hasn't yet started the classes with ducks, but that's where he's rowing.
And Warwick is having a look around, trying to see what's going on. We're taking a boat off the water. We've got rows coming down. We've got the Foss flying Olaf Muller out there in lane 4, doing a sterling job. Warwick Kiriatsis has got a little bit of work cut out for him if he wants to try and bridge that back.
I think so.
But as we said earlier, Foster's time. You've got to go as hard as you possibly can. It's not really a race, it's more a full-out time trial.
Yes, it is.
And Olaf Muller's got that style of his, nice and compact, nice and contained, nice and tight, very elegant. Look, he's starting to lean back. He knows it's 250 meters to go, and he's starting to just squeeze, and he's moving the boat away. He's connecting, and he's driving it away. Warwick Kiriatsis is very powerful, very strong, and now he's picking it up. Warwick is throwing as much power as he can at this.
So this is where the seasoned athlete part comes in. What happens in the last stretch? Has he left it? Does he have the power to pull past Olaf Muller? Olaf Muller with much shorter strokes.
And Olaf Muller doing a superb job. Clinical, efficient, effective. He's going to take the fastest time. Warwick, very good finish time from Warwick Kiriatsis. He's hoping to hold on for one of the fastest times. That could do it for him. That is a good race.
Who's this? Is that Jeppy?
We see Brian Muller from Jeppy, the black and white, in the final approach. Connor White from Arnabosh out there in lane 5 with the yellow cap. And Luke Weaver. As you athletes finish, remember to clear the red buoys before you cycle back to the incoming jetty. Thank you.
Well done, boy. That's Aaron.
Aaron. No, that's Michele. They put him into 2 skulls races.
Aaron's still little. Aaron's 13. And Rachel, he slept in my house 2 nights ago, so I know.
Great racing, gentlemen. All the way down to the red buoys before you cycle back to the jetty. Luke Weaver finishing up from St. Stephen's for this, the second heat of 6 heats. Just once again, we have found someone has turned in an ABSA debit card to the commentators table. So if you have misplaced your ABSA debit card, please come see us at the finish tower at the commentators table. Thank you. All right, Rob, we've looked down towards the start, or up. I never know whether I'm looking up or down the river. Up the river, I suppose. Josh Vegas from Gray, lane 1. Michael Teixeira representing St. Benedict's in lane 2. Willem Kernier from St. John's, lane 3. Ruhan Nair from Rondebosch, lane 4. Matthew Aiden, St. Albans in lane 5. And in lane 6, Rourke Richardson from Jeppy.
So we're looking out on the water at the moment, and it is looking pretty exciting. Michael Teixeira St. Benedict's, Willem Cronier St. John side by side, just slowly distancing themselves from everybody else. We're keeping an eye out on Matthew Aiden, St. Albans lane 5. He's still not out of the running, but he might be saving himself for the second half of this race.
Yeah, they are just about to the creek, to the inlet. Again, trying to post the fastest times in order to qualify for the finals.
And you see Matthew Aiden looking over his shoulder. He sees that there's a space between him and Willem Cronier and Michael Teixeira, and he increases the stroke rate, trying to bridge back to get into the pointy end of this race. But there's a lot of power there in Willem Cronier. He's holding it. And Michael Teixeira is the only one who's responding at the moment.
You know, Rob, as we said earlier, you never know what's going to happen from one heat to the next, and without trying to put out the commentator's curse, it is still air right now. Glassy water here by the finish, which will make for a fun finish, because it will be sort of a no-holds-barred tear through.
That's a great race, and in fact, Matty Aiden, what he's done is he's clawed his way back, and he's put himself in contention. He's come back just close to those two athletes. Willem Cronier is hanging in there. I saw a little bit of movement across the lanes. He's looking to his right, looking to his left. I think he's controlling this race as much as he can, but he's going to be charged down by Matthew Aiden, and he's going to be charged down. Oh, I thought I saw a crab. Let's see. And I think he's been charged down by Michael Teixeira. And in fact, I think there was a crab. There's a bit of a movement from Matthew Aiden.
Oh no.
He's back in, but that's going to cost him at least half a boat length.
This is Teixeira on the inside lane here. Willems, come on, Billy.
But I see the issue. Willem Cronier is zigzagging across the course.
Yeah,
something
I see.
happened. He was in lane 3 and has moved to lane 5. I think he's struggling to hold on with the direction of the boat. He's leaning into it, but I think the boat is pulling for him because he's almost on top of Matthew Aiden. Matthew Aiden is now starting to make a move. Willem Cronier is struggling. There's something wrong with the boat there.
Listen, just a quick shout out to the athletes heading upriver. Please just watch out for lane 1. Athletes, please try to stick as close to you as you can to the bank. We've got an athlete in lane 1, pairs.
I can't see who that pair is there.
And now Michael Teixeira is putting down pressure, and Michael Teixeira seems to be moving. Willem Cronier is having some sort of a technical issue there, and that's opening up the door for Matthew Aiden. Matthew has been holding that high stroke rate, and that's meant he's going straight past Willem Cronier, and he's trying to catch up to Michael Teixeira. So you've got St. Albans hard charging, going past St. John's, trying to catch St. Benedict's. Those are the boats. St. Benedict's at the moment seems to be in the lead, but it is tenuous. He's being attacked by Matthew Aiden, and this is where Matthew Aiden loves it, because he absolutely torches it from here to the finish.
Yeah, look at that stroke rate. While Matthew Aiden is really rating up, Cronier's rate is still just all about the muscle. Teixeira is still cruising in, looking smooth, but Aiden is trying to steal it from Teixeira. Will he do it? Will he have left it too long? These guys can hear us now. The game is on.
And Michael Teixeira, that is a masterclass. Very elegant, very controlled, very powerful. Matthew Aiden could not close him. So that's going to go to St. Benedict's, then to St. Albans. And I'd like to hear the story from Willem Cronier, because something happened in the middle there. He zigzagged between the lanes, and I think he's tapped off. He tapped off a few strokes ago, and I think he's just going to close off this race and move on.
That's Rourke Richardson from Jeppy, just about to finish up. And Wanderbosch coming through, Ruhan Nair. Athletes, make sure that you clear the red buoys before you cycle back to the incoming jetties. Thank you.
Something's wrong with Billy. He went from there right across there.
Yeah. No, he's good.
He has the power and he just doesn't have the endurance, the staying power for that.
Yeah, the ease of the wood here,
Heat 4 is underway. Jeppy Pukes in lane 1. Mohammed from Sachs lane 2. Hibbets from Selborne in lane 3. Taylor from Kes lane 4. Arnold from Wanderbosch lane 5. And Collier from Sicilians in lane 6.
No, two.
So in the water at the moment, it is Heat 4. of the junior men's under 19 first skulls. Kaz, who do you see out there?
You're not paying attention, Rob.
Probably not.
That's all right. Jeffy Beeks, lane 1, Sachs Mohammed in lane 2. In lane 3, Salburn, Everts, Taylor from Kaz in lane 4, Arnold from Rondabosch in lane 5, and lane 6 in Stivians, Ryan Collier.
And it looks like Kaz Bradley Taylor is doing very nicely. The red of Kaz seems to be in the lead. Just to his left, looks like Cole Everts from Selborne, still hanging in there. Still a lot of racing. They're probably at about the 500 meter mark.
They got the river, suddenly it's clear. It's almost sunny. Almost. Sunny. Yesterday my life was filled with rain. Sunny.
You looked at me and really, really eased the pain.
The start time of the race. And we've got the splits at the finish. We can do that.
Rob, you've got your binoculars. Let's have a look down the lanes. It looks to me as if Bradley Taylor from Kez is out in the lead, coming down, setting the pace from lane 4 in that chevron position, or chevron formation rather.
And Carl Bucas, JP, lane 1, still hanging in there, just a little bit out of sight of the binos, but you can see him there, and then right in the center. That looks like Selborne, Cole Everts.
At lane 2.
But this race has been controlled by kids. Bradley Taylor controlling it really so nicely. Carl Bukes, JP, lane 1. Still not out of it, but they're going for it. Remember, the fastest 6 times make it to the finals. And there's a bit of spread between these athletes. There is Bradley Taylor Kez. Many boat lengths, lots of open water for him. He's coming for fastest time. Remember, can't wait just to win. He's got to really go for it. Behind him, Cole Everts from Selborne. He's doing really well. And then Carl Burkus from JP. Those two are racing it up for second place. Kez is coming in. Looks like a good, strong race.
You know, even though they're the heats, Rob, I mean, it's a hard race to be out in front and then racing the clock on your own because you just can't pace yourself. And you know, it's a hard race when you're man against man out there like these two fighting it out for the second place in the heat. But I would contend that I would not want to be in this first place position, trying to grab a spot in the final, not knowing, not being able to gauge or having anything to push me. So my hat goes off to these guys who get themselves out in front and then have to just put it on for the clock.
And Cole Everett from Selborne, great solid run here towards the end. Nice and controlled, driving it down. Carl Brooks from Jeppy coming in for third place. Rondebosch. That is Adam Arnold. And it's tough to stay in the game for the full 2,000 meters.
Hey Blake, I need your phone, bro. Yeah, I need your clue. I need your 100
The sixth and it's the fifth, sorry, of the 6 heats. Already past the creek now. St. Stithians in lane 1, St. Andrews lane 2. We have a scratch from Sheesby from St. Benedict's in lane 3. Jeppy Wood lane 4, Bishop's Daya in lane 5. Athletes finishing up your sculls, please make sure that you go through the red buoys before you cycle back to the incoming jetties. Thank you.
I feel like Adrian just keeps saying it over and over and over.
And that's Ryan Collier finishing up the heat from St. Stithians. Rob, it looks like Liam Hood from Jeppy in the first position in this heat, the 5th heat of the under 19 men's sculls.
Yeah, Liam coming in thick and fast, really controlled. You've got Veer Dyer from Bishops out there in lane 5. But Liam Wirt, masterclass here, he's doing very, very well. Going for a very fast time. He's still got St. Andrews, still got St. Stithians. St. Andrews, Herbal, St. Stithians, Sokikwa.
Give me right back.
And Bishop's Dyer coming through, taking the 2nd place in this race. St. Andrews, Alexander Herbal coming in nice and strong. Followed by St. Stithians, Tango Sokikwa.
Coach, question.
And we've got one last heat in the junior men's under 19 sculls. St. Benedict's, lane 1, Diego Ramos, one of the young.
I definitely know that George Cox is going to put on a good performance. Athletes, do remember to go all the way down through the red buoys before you cycle back to the incoming jetty. Thank you.
And looking out at the water at the moment, it seems like Diego Ramos is not in this race. May have pulled out, not necessarily a bad call. Got to save yourself for the weekend, but it looks like George Cox is driving this. Sachs is close behind. You've got Grabeni, Gray, and then St. Stephen's and Berry. But George Cox is pushing, and the only one who's able to go with him is Ruben de Klerk from Sachs.
Shane, is there anybody helping the Saints game?
Do they have a lunch at all? I don't think so.
There's no break today, is there? You're just going for broke. 50. Oh, I see. Okay. So it's like half more. What are the worried there for me. 11 o'clock, we are on. So we're 20 minutes behind.
Where's Lyle?
Check.
You all right, Higgins?
And George Cox seems to be taking this race. He's strung out the rest of the crews to his right. Sachs, Grace, and Stevens. He's got to go for the fastest time, so he's got to start pushing away. But they've got this race split out, so it's St. Albans Cox, Sachs de Klerk, Guabeni Gray, and Mberi St. Stevens. And George Cox has got to start making a difference now and accelerating away. He's got to get every bit of time, every bit of speed he can to make the finals. And he's doing just that, moving away from the rest of the field. They're all responding, but it has been drawn out now. George Cox has squeezed the rest of the scullers, and he's going for a fast time. And George Cox coming through, thick and fast.
George Cox looking absolutely beautiful in that row.
And Sachs, Ruben de Klerk. Good, powerful last strokes. Luto Grabeni from Gray. And Caleb Mbiri from St. Stephen's. Leaning on the blades, trying to get as many centimeters out as they can.
She says it's athletes that are less than I know the heats.
Ferry.
Apparently there's a ferry.
Meant to be a water.
Yes, yes. That's what Kate said. It's supposed to come just a little bit further down, and it comes to the yacht club, and then they walk through. But I can't tell you anything more.
Coming down now and approaching the creek or the inlet. We have moved into heat 1 of 2 heats for the junior women's under 19 first pairs. The first 2 finishers of each of the 2 heats will progress to the finals along with the next fastest 2. In lane 1, the Spencer crew from St. Mary's. In lane 2, St. Andrew's Lem crew. Shaw from St. Mary's in lane 3. Webb from Holy Rosary, lane 4. Olivier from St. Stithians, lane 5. And Jordan from Clarendon in lane 6.
Lukey Luke, are you wearing mucklucks? I said you're wearing the mucklucks.
Well, yes.
I have been down there.
What's your loss?
And I like tiptoed.
Let's wait for the last race.
Why'd you do that?
And the teams out at the moment: St. Mary's Spencer, lane 1, lane 2, St. Andrew's Lum, lane 3, St. Mary's Shaw, lane 4, Holy Rosary's Webb, lane 5, St. Stithians Olivia, and Clarendon Jordan, lane 6. Looks like the St. Mary's Shaw crew.
St. Stithians. Clarendon.
It looks like the St. Mary's Shaw crew, Isabella Shaw, Lily van Logrenberg, they're in lane 3. And they are driving the pace out. Remember, it's the first 2 and the next fastest 2 to the A finals. So the teams behind them, Megan Lum, Kendall Taylor in St. Andrews, and Sisters Webb in the Holy Rosary boat are hanging in there. Second position is still available to whoever wants it the most. St. Mary's Shaw, they've got this race under control, but it looks like Hannah and Courtney Webb from Holy Rosary are right next to St. Andrew's Lum. That's Megan Lum and Kendall Taylor. And those 2 boats are going to be fighting for the first 2 spots. Remember, it's the next fastest 2 to the finals. So there's still a chance, but a lot of strong, powerful work coming there from Shaw and van Logrenberg. And second position is starting to get very exciting. You've got Lum and Taylor, and they are pushing and they are slowly trying to eke away from Holy Rosary. Roji, the Webb sisters, have got to do a little bit of work, but they are under pressure now from St Andrews. St Mary's are going to take the win. Second position looks like it is going to St Andrews, unless the Webb sisters find a little bit of traction in that boat. But it looks like Megan Lum, Kendall Taylor have just got a little bit more connection there and are able to just get ahead. And Hannah and Courtney Webb are going to have to try to settle for the next Fosters 2 today final. Right at the top, St. Stephen's Olivier. And then St. Mary Spencer.
Just a reminder to our athletes and coaches to go see the Slimsy Sport hydration stand. One of our main sponsors for this event, Slimsy Sport. No added sugar, no preservatives, free from kilojoules, and no guilt. What is it?
Okay. So I'm like, I'm not.
We can't get into there. Is it tied from the bottom? But who did that?
So the R&B guy was here yesterday with Ben Benan. Because they rocked up and there was no R&B.
Just talk there. Can you hear me, Nathan? Can you hear me, Nathan?
Yeah, I can hear you, Nathan. Can you fucking hear me now, bro?
Try again, please. Yeah.
again.
And just coming into the creek, we see Heat 2 of the Junior Women's Under 19 first pairs. The second of the two heats, looking for the first two finishers will progress to the finals. In lane 1 from St. Cecilia's, Chipolana. Lane 2, St. Mary's, McGregor. Savapalo from St. Andrews in lane 3, Chikwatamba from St. Stephen's in lane 4, and Ninan from St. Mary's in lane 5.
And the St. Stephen's Chipolana crew are doing a top job at the moment. They seem to be in the lead ahead of everyone, so they're in lane 1. Looking out across to their stroke side, the only one that is close by are the St. Andrews Savapalo crew. That's Nyakalo and Anu Mua. Or in one of the boats behind St. Stephen's Chikwatamba. I think they're going a little bit skew.
Yeah, I can hear you.
And the St. Stephen's Chipolana crew still in lane 1, doing a good job. The St. Mary's crew, McGregor, just going off at an angle. And they are zigzagging a little bit. And St. Andrews Sebapalo are holding it. They're going to come in for second place. Third place still open.
At some point, we're going to have to sit down.
And Chipolana, Funkbreck and St. Stephen's coming through hard and fast behind them. St. Andrews Sebapalo. Those two are going to go through to the finals. Third place is going to go to the St. Mary's McGregor crew. Well done to St. Stephen's, good race. St. Andrews coming in for second. They through to the finals. And St. Mary's McGregor are going to have to wait and see if they get the fastest times for the finals. And St. Mary's Ninan coming through, and St. Stephen's Chukatamba.
Good racing, ladies. Just make sure you head down past the red buoys before coming to the incoming jetty. Thank you.
And mine.
And now there's going to be a lot of excitement in the tower. We've got many heats There are 6 heats in the junior men's under 19 first pairs. First race, St. Andrews, lane 1. St. Andrews College, Madison. Lane 2, Selborne, Goodwin. Lane 3, St. Benedict's, Jason. Lane 4, Sachs, Carstens. Lane 5, JP Pereira. And lane 6, Bishops, Darnell.
And well, because there are 6 heats of this event, which is the junior men's under 19 first pairs, it means that we are going purely off of time, so heat finishers do not matter. So whether you cross that line first or last, if the 6 fastest times of all 6 heats combined will be the ones that progress to the finals.
And looking out there at the moment, it is getting very interesting because the Jessen crew seem to be doing well right ahead, and the boats behind them are zigzagging and they are causing a little bit of chaos there. I see the Selborne crew and I see the Sachs crew. I think they've just swapped lanes, trying to keep themselves solid. The St. Andrews College crew holding nicely, lane 1. Right at the top, Bishops hanging in their lane, and then JP Pereira hanging in there. But St. Benedict's, Matthew Jassen Bluchnote, the Jassen Express, controlling this race. They're in the lead, but remember, it's the fastest 6 times. Can't be complacent. It's all about you and the invisible ghost in your head. You've got to go hard. And the Sachs and Selborne crew have overlapped. They've ended up in the same lane there. I hope there's a bit of a gap between them because that's looking a little bit untidy. It's very hard to control these pair boats. And Matthew and Jason are controlling this race. Nice controlled, well connected, well drilled team. Doing very nicely. Sachs and Selborne have sort of swapped places. JP are right there. And the umpires are keeping a close eye on them. But the St. Benedict's team are controlling this. They've got open water. And now going there to claim one of the fastest 6 times for the finals.
I like these. There you go. So I don't know.
And the Jassen Express are coming through. They're controlling this race. They are moving. That is fantastic rowing. Look at those paddles, nice and controlled, moving away from the boat. They are opening it up. They're going for a fast time. They want to go straight through to the finals with the fastest time. Sachs behind them in 2nd position. And then look at that. You've got the St. Andrews team of Madison and Herring. They come in for 3rd place. So St. Benedict's take that with a very fast time. 2nd position, Sachs. 3rd is still open.
There you go, Mama.
2nd is open. Sachs are going to take it, and 3rd is JP. JP are fighting their way back there.
Well, there is a lot of congestion in these lanes, and this finish is going to be a tight finish.
And look at Bishops fighting it. That's JP. Then outside St. Andrews, then Bishops, then Selborne.
Wow, great racing. Gentlemen, just please remember to go through the...
St. John's will be a scratch. Duvenoff is probably a scratch.
Who did?
Matthew and Jason. Who was it?
And you know what? They were there, all the other boats were just zigzagging. The stacks went from there across, and
They were all converged east. That was like, even Matthew was a bit gassy, and you're like, Matthew never gets gassed.
And if you look at all the other teams like this, they were like...
When you're ready.
Rob, it's looking like a great heat coming down. Not a lot of distance between those boats.
Bennett's wetting through with Donald.
Yeah, so looking out on the teams at the moment, St. Benedict's, it's a Graham Wetton crew, James McDonald. That's the second St. Benedict's boat, and they seem to be just a little bit ahead of Duncan Rowlands, Matthew DeFoss.
Yeah, so it seems to be St. Benedict's and Scythians setting the pace.
Yeah, Rondebosch lane 1, and then at St. Andrews and Bishops, 4 and 5. And it is very difficult with all that power to keep a straight line, because even the Rondebosch crew, lane 1, are already on top of the boys. And that causes all types of chaos for the boat.
Yeah, those two far lanes, I can't tell if it's because the distance forward to back or if they're kind of coming together in one lane.
And St. Andrews and Bishops on top of each other from this angle. It's always tricky. But the St. Benedict's crew, nice and tidy. St. Stephen's as well. They've been holding nicely. You can see Rondebosch have zigzagged back in. They're just behind the St. Benedict's crew. But they are aiming for the finish line, more or less. It doesn't have to be precise.
And again, we are going for times. These guys racing each other, but moreover, they're trying to peg the fastest times in order to get posted into the finals.
And this is always very tricky because you've got Wetton, McDonald. They are squeezing it. Wetton originally from Selborne, now St. Benedict's. Second place, St. Stephen's Rowlands. And now this is where James McDonald starts to make a bit of a difference. They start moving away. You've got to hold your line. You've got to match the power in the boat of your fellow oarsmen.
It's looking like St. Benedict's has probably got half a boat length ahead of St. Stephen's.
But St. Stephen's are not going away. St. Stephen's are driving. They are throwing a lot of power at this. Those two boats are breaking away from everyone. Can't make a mistake at this time. They're going for the fastest times. They know that a victory is the closest that you can get to securing your spot in the finals.
And Rondebosch has moved into the inside lanes, they're cruising in the puddles. But this is St. Benedict's with clear water now crossing the finish line.
And they do a good job there. James McDonald, Graham Wetton, and Duncan Rowlands, Matthew DeFoss for St. Stephen's.
Rondebosch coming in.
James Demise and Joshua Smith.
St. Andrews, right?
Yeah.
St. Andrews.
And then is that...
And the Bishop's crew coming in. That's two heat.
Jeppy and Bata, lane 1. Fletcher from Sachs, lane 2. Rondebosch Duckett crew in lane 3. Van der Pfeiffer, the Kez crew in lane 4. And Kikinyogo from St. Stithians in lane 5.
Jason Express.
a name that was given to them.
Value. To see me. I got
You specifically.
Do you see it? Yes or no? Do you see what I'm doing? You see how easy it is?
If we could please have a St. John's coach and St. Albans coach for the junior men's under 19 and the Tix coach. So the St. John's, St. Albans and Tix coach for the junior men's under 19 skulls. If those coaches could please come to the commentator tower, the POJ Adrian Higgins would like to have a word. Thank you. And out on the wall at the moment, Rondebosch Duckett and Kes van der Pfeiffer, lane 3 and 4 respectively, holding a good pace coming up to the halfway mark. And just on the outside, St. Citizens, Kikon Yogo and De Vos still in the running. I think it is lane 1, Jeppy Mbata and Sax Fletcher. Just a little bit off the boil at the moment. Still enough to make a difference, but you've got to go now. And the Van der Pfeiffer twins start to open up, start to squeeze down. The Rondebosch Duckett crew can't respond. They're kind of holding on at the moment. And the St. Stithens Kikon Yoga crew, just a little bit off the boil. But those three boats are going, and the Van der Pfeiffer.
Van der Pfeiffer Express, can I know? No, that goes to the Jason.
The Van der Pfeiffer locomotives.
Nope.
Caboose and engine.
Turbo engine.
Turbo boys, Matt and Nick, they are squeezing it down. They are controlling it really nicely. It looks like they've got open water. Rondebosch just struggling, and all the damage was done at the halfway mark.
But there's still a lot of road left to race. You never know what's going to happen in this last stretch.
But it is so hard and demoralizing. Yet the halfway things are going well, and someone just moves away from you, and I think they just put a few thunderstrokes. But Rondebosch are still there. Their stroke rate is a little bit higher. I think the Van der Pfeiffer twins got a nice, good control, a little bit more length. Sometimes when you got that extra length, you can have a little bit of a breather in between each stroke. Yeah, and Kes are picking up the rate. They're trying to claw their way back in. Remember, it's a faster 6 times. But it's so hard. Look at the Kes boys. Kes boys are opening it up, squeezing down. And Rondebosch, reality is setting in. St. Stithians are thinking about making their way back into the action in second place.
And already behind them, coming down, looking to post the times to qualify into the finals. It is Heat 4 of the Junior Men's Under-19 first pairs. St. Stithians Pierce crew in lane 1, Fletcher from St. Andrews College in lane 2, Breslin from Bishops in lane 3, Jeppy Lake in lane 4, and Teeling Smith from St. John's in lane 5.
With Billy Cornier.
And the Kes twins, Van der Pfeiffer boys, absolutely nailing this race. Rondebosch are going to take second.
Are they identical twins?
Yeah, I think they are.
You're going to look through the binoculars to see.
Yeah, it's the same person.
But they row on opposite sides of the boat.
Rondebosch coming through St. Stithians.
Yoga crew from St. Stithians finishing us.
And T1, that's Jeppy Mbata. And Ethan Correa, good job there from Jeppy.
All the way through the red buoys, gentlemen, before you come back to the incoming jetty. Thank you.
And Sachs, Fletcher, Schellhauser coming through to conclude Heat 3.
How's my boy looking? Lane 5. Come on, Georgie! Dan!
And this is looking like a nice even race. You got the marshals or the umpires right in the center, just trying to keep everybody on their rails. The St. John's crew doing very nicely. Teeling Smith, Cronier, they're up there in lane 5, and it's also lane 1. Keep an eye on St. Stithians, Piercer, and a lot of sort of juggling in between St. Andrews, Bishops, Jeppy.
Come on, Georgie. Come on, Dan. Let's go.
And the Bishops crew have got a lot of power, but with that, the steering is a problem.
Come on, Billy.
And so they're being corralled back into their lane.
See them getting flagged over.
Jeppy Lake doing very nicely, but those boats are pretty even. I think it's the St. Stephen's crew who are doing a sterling job.
That's St. Stephen's crew, Daniel Pearce and Jonathan Tunner. Looking really strong.
They're looking very strong, but there's a little bit of zigzagging. They've gone over the boys, they've gone back again. They're taking advantage, but they're a little bit out of sight at the moment. I think it's up to the St. John's crew to try to do something. The Bishop's crew are very, very strong, but they're having that issue with direction. JP Lake are still in the running, and they're right next to the St. John's crew.
Come on, Billy.
This has become quite an exciting race. I think St. Stephen's, it seems that they've done enough, but there is a lot of power in the St. John's boat. And as I say that, St. John's starts to move. Billy Cronier, Teeling Smith, they are leaning onto those blades. They got a lot of power, plenty to spare, and they got to fight their way. Ethan Lake, Luke Rathbone, JP have got to fight their way. Those two boats are right on top of each other. St. Stephen's have done a cracker of a job here. They are going to take the win, but behind them, it is still open. It is JP Lake. It is St. John's, Teeling Smith. They are side by side, but we know St. John's have got a lot of power. JP have got to keep going. They've got to try to find something more. The race is not over. St. Stephen's are going to take a well-deserved victory. Open water. Second place is still open. They are flying. JP is coming through hard. I think they might just have it, and somehow they're able to take it away from St. John's in the last 4 strokes. And behind them, St. Andrews are throwing everything at them for Bishops. And it is too hard to call. That is a BP race. Bishops and St. Andrews, a great race.
The Faye with who sits where doing what. Man.
Good racing, gentlemen. Reminder just to go all the way through the red buoys before you do your turn to come to the incoming jetty. Thank you.
Higher now.
I just thought I'll come give you that juicy information.
So Rob, you know, something that I really love about the rowing community is that we make friends across schools, across universities, across generations and ages. And within our community, we've all become friends. And a little bird just came and told us that amongst us, there is a celebration happening today. The De Bastos couple are celebrating 26 years, so congratulations.
Denise Bastos, Carlos Bastos, exemplary members of the rowing community. Denise Bastos, unofficially known as the godmother of South African rowing.
She keeps the Grower group kept whipped into shape and on task. She is the taskmaster, I think. That's what we could call her.
And lovely boys, Gabriel and Angelo, good St. Benix rowers, good gentlemen, and lovely family.
So happy anniversary to the Bastos couple.
Look at this in the weather.
What time does Southbourne sprint start tomorrow morning? 6. I'm racing quarter 6. Wait, I'm not sculling for sprints, right? Yeah.
You're on around the town.
So I don't know why this guy's putting everything for skull. No, that's weird. He's sculling so much. Well, like you want to look at your feet. That's great to know, thanks.
It's never went to I never knew you could have clown too. It's the first time I'm thinking I shot the surgery. I can't do it because I'm taking pictures of the steps.
No, just the voice. That was that. It's going to go down. The voice that no finish only race.
He wants to do that. No, he wants to do that now. Why do you think I'm inviting you? What do you think I'm inviting you?
I know these guys. The two Liams, St. John's.
That's scratched. No, they're not. It's scratched.
All right, looking down the course, it looks as if Heat 4 for the junior men's under 19 first pair is Heat 5. Heat 4. Where are we? Heat 5. Heat 5. What time is it? Okay, so Heat 5 of the junior men's under 19 first pairs is underway. Bishop's Hudson in lane 1, Ellis Rondabosch from lane 2, a scratch from St. John's in lane 3. It's the St. Stithians Judelson crew in lane 4 and DeWoodji from St. Benedict's in lane 5.
So you've got Zaid DeWoodji, 3 gold medals in the boat race for Zaid.
Bless you.
Exactly.
DeWoodji.
Zaid DeWoodji, doing really nicely there. Nick Judelson, St. Stithians.
That's a mean machine,
That's a mean machine. Fresh from Canada
in August
under 19
2024.
Yeah, I keep living in the past, but still good young athlete. And then keep an eye out on Bishop's Hudson and Rondabosch Ellis.
You were across the lake from me.
Yeah,
Robbie Rick.
And the boats are side by side. Marshals keeping a close eye on them, but they holding well in their lanes. Remember, going for a very fast time. Dylan Holm, his younger brother, Alex Holm, was in the under 16 sculls earlier. And so a bit of a rowing pedigree family.
My feet are starting to get sore. All the timers now sitting down. How's it? Whatever I don't know. It's day, it's night, it's morning, it's afternoon, it's dark, it's night. It's raining, it's not raining.
Mostly raining. More raining than not.
Rain with a chance of rain. Oh, I had a good race.
Sort of. How's it, Gareth? How are you? They're still fighting. How's it going for a run? Yeah, they're still sort of fighting and they've got...
Why would you break his hand? Why would you break your hand? That's Chester. That's Chester. He probably fought his hand. How's he? I'm the first. You imagine open that super good boy.
And you don't really want to go in the water.
They're at the creek now coming down, and it's all happening there. It is a tight race, Rob. I would actually say that the Judelson crew and the Dawuji crew probably setting the pace, so the Dawuji crew maybe out just ahead of Judelson?
I think they're very close to each other. I think Zaid Dawuji might be just a little bit ahead of the Judelson crew, but those two are just keeping an eye on each other. The Rondebosch crew and Bishop's crew not really out of it at the moment. You know, they've been holding the pace, and I think it might be just a more cautious approach, get to the 1K mark, and from there start to ratchet it up towards the end. But you've got to be careful. You're going for a fastest time. You can't really
That's right. There's
settle.
There is no complacency, nothing to be gained by holding back here. These guys want to qualify. So it doesn't matter where you are in this race, you just want to be there first and fastest.
And St. Benedict start to just inch away. They've picked it up. Dylan Holmes, Zaid Dawuji. Zaid's got so much length, like he's like so tall, and he is slowly just squeezing it down. They're coming up to just a 500-meter mark, maybe just a bit over. The St. Stithians crew not out of it at the moment, but it looks like St. Benedict's are putting it down. Rondebosch crew still not out of it. They might be just a little bit ahead of Bishops.
And it looks like the Dawuji crew is going pretty hard. There's a lot of splash on that blade catch.
Yeah, they're not doing any of this pacing, as you might say. They are just going, throw everything you've got at this, and maybe we'll get away with a victory. And sometimes that's what you got to do. You got to go hell's bells and give it everything you've got. And that's what they're doing, and it's a big price to pay because now they're being attacked by everybody else.
I mean, now they've come into this channel where there are no riffles on the water. It is very smooth sailing at this point. But I hear that the wind is pretty ferocious there at the 750. So these guys are trying to capitalize on what they can now while they're in the home stretch.
And Dawuji Home are absolutely flying over the mirrored water. They've done a great job. St. Stithians, Judelson, and Kapler have done a great job. They're coming for second. Rondebosch are coming in. Bishops
is going across the lanes.
They are throwing everything at this, but there's so much power that it's being displaced. They are going to go a little bit skew. And very well done. St. Benedict, St. Stithians, Rondebosch, Bishops.
That's great racing. One more heat to go as we wrap up the junior men's under 19 first pairs. Gentlemen, as you finish your race, go through the red buoys before you circle back.
Races now. The weather settled ever so slightly. The ruffled pigeon feathers have kind of dissipated a little bit. I think there's a good chance. Just go for it. Maybe the weather gods are kind to you. The water's fast. It's a little bit quicker. Maybe you sneak into the finals.
You never ever know.
You never ever know.
So it's a rubbish. That's Warwick going.
So we've just had some breaking news coming through, and we're going to hand over to one of our key officials, Gareth Jasson, to give us the scoop.
Because we just see a sneaky thing happening coming off the jetty, which is a Warwick Kyriazis. So Gareth, what's the news?
So unfortunately, there was a race where we had a problem with the results. You would, if you were following regattaresults.co.za, you would see that race. It's marked as unofficial.
No refreshing.
Exactly. So the net outcome of that race is very simple. We are going to have a repechage during the umpire's break, which is coming up now. The repechage was offered to 4 rowers in the junior men's under 19 section. It was offered to Warwick Kyriazis, who's going out there right now. It was offered to Olaf Muller. It was offered to Willem Cronier. And it was offered to George Cox.
So it's St. Albans, 3 St. Albans / Tucks and St. John's.
That's it.
All right.
Net result is that the 2 winners, or the first and second from this repechage, will go through to the final of the junior men's under 19, which will obviously happen on Saturday.
Thank you for that clarification. I know a lot of people were asking.
That is absolutely stellar news. That's going to be a proper race, and it's going to be a race of attrition, because if you're just going first and second, you're absolutely going to nuke yourself hoping somebody else gives up and go, oh, let me save myself for something.
Sure.
So if you're big and powerful like a Cronier boy, maybe that's a tactic you might employ. And the last of the crews for the junior men's under 19 first pairs are coming down. Rondebosch Scott, lane 1. Lane 2, Kez, Cristiano Claro, Dean Dupré. Lane 3, Selborne, Thompson, Krug. Lane 4, St. John, Sadovnik, Aspaus. And lane 5, Sachs, Jack Zhang, James Smith. And we see the St. John's crew doing a superb job. They are absolutely rocking it down here. And I'm trying to figure out who's changed lanes, because you've got Kez Claro on their left, Selborne on their right. So I think there's been a little bit of a change of lanes. But Rondebosch hanging in there, lane 1. Sachs still out there, lane 5. But good, clean connection, good, strong rowing. Very evenly balanced for the St. John's crew. And they've got a open water past the halfway mark. So they're doing a stellar job there. Second position still open. Remember, Foster 6 times. So that St. John's crew has got a hope for the weather gods that they can't, and they go as hard as they can. St. John's crew, Sadovnik, Asparas. Very dominating performance in this heat. Kez holding on, but St. John's are not waiting around. They're going for a fastest time, trying to get their way into the finals. You've got to pick it up. You've got to go as hard as possible. There have been some quick times in these heats, but the weather might be kind to them because it's settled during their heat. Even the tide, to a certain extent, seems to have settled. And they are pushing as hard as they can. Second place, Kez have picked it up.
That's St. John's.
And St. John's come through.
Yeah, so that's Sadovnik and Batley.
Ah, there we go. That makes sense.
That's not Aspoas. That is Liam Batley and Mikhail Sadovnik for St. John's.
And now you've got Kez. That is Clara Duper coming through. They're going to take second. Then Selborne. That is Thompson and Crook coming through. A Rondebosch crew of Scott and Kricher. Those young men have done a great job there. And at the top of our screen, you got the Sachs, Zhang and Smith crew.
Great racing, gentlemen. Just make sure you make your way down past the red buoys before you turn to come back into the incoming jetty. Thank you.
Did they give a start time for this other race? We're going to do it now.
Yeah, they didn't.
Guys, are you paying attention? There's a start coming. Just pay attention, please. They're rowing. Please, we can't afford to miss it again. This is the one. Yeah, this is the re-row. Please start. What to start?
Did they give a starting time for this, more or less?
They're drawing it now.
Oh, wow. Because I can see...
So we are just waiting now for the repechage event for the junior men's under 19 single sculls.
So it's just St. Alban, the two, and no Cornea.
Do you know the lanes?
Lane 2 was Correazes, lane 4 was
Cox. Okay, and is Willem going out or no? What do we don't know.
I've seen Muller, I've seen Kyriatsis. Did you see Cox?
All right, so it looks like we're going to have Muller on the inside lane, Kyriatsis in the middle, Cox on the outside lane.
Definitely no. I didn't see him put out. Sarah and Maddie Aiden. It was Maddie that took it, actually. It was Bogus, Texera, Pernia, Nair, Aiden, and Jimmy Richardson.
I'm so happy. Kaz,
Yeah, are you happy?
I'll
to
give you
sit?
this ledge.
I'll find a chair. Leah! Willem's not, is he not doing repechage? Okay. Thank you. Well, is here.
So the repechage was offered to 4 athletes. 3 of them have accepted, so we've got the race between St. Albans, and former St. Albans.
And repechage, obviously from the French, meaning death yet again.
Oh, mon Dieu.
Because you've just gone as hard as you can in the sculls race to try and make the finals, and they make you do it again.
And again.
And again.
And again.
And then straight after this, you go for a lie down, and then you wake up on Saturday and do it again.
And somebody says you got to go again. We're having another repechage.
I guess do it out here.
And this is like a cowboy standoff at noon, 3 boats. This is like the good, the bad, and the ugly. Bit of a Mexican standoff.
Don't talk about me that way.
The good.
The bad.
And the ugly.
The ugly. You got your long seeing mechanism thing. What do you see, Rob? What's happening up at the start?
I'm looking with my verkijkers, and I do see the scullers just moving there by the red boys, marking the start of the 2,000 meter course. So you know how they get to the top. Obviously there's safety, and you're not allowed to cross the lanes up until the 1,500 meter mark, where there's a rock that juts out. You wait there. Once it's clear, you actually go across the lanes, and then you go up on the right-hand side from where we're facing up the river.
Where you see the river bend.
Correct, because there's no space on the inside of lane 1 by after the rocks. So you've got to go, across to lane 6 and 7.
But that only happens much
if you're
closer
doing
to the
2,000
start.
meters, correct. Yeah. That's at the 500 meter into the race mark. So I see the scullers. They are getting ready. There's the starter boat there. There's still a bit of time. But these are some of our strongest rowers. You know, Olaf Muller, Warwick Kiriatsis, George Cox. You know, these are some of the best of the best.
Go get Go get
I think they're looking at the box spot and they see that they so then they're going.
How they select.
Like if, but Olaf Muller.
I know, that's, but it was Olaf and Kiriatsis that were together, and it was that good at the time. So Willem and George must have been the slowest too of all of the ones of the time that they had. So now they're doing
George Cox had a proper race.
Shame, I don't
But Willem had a good race, but if he said he stopped rowing toward the end, that means he was over one.
Are they lining up or are they coming down?
They're sending the every gets.
Oh, they're going across. That's what I see.
They're sending off the scullers for the next heat around the corner.
Wait, no, that's fine. There's so many cabs. Oh wow, it's not water. You guys wouldn't be there. I didn't even just get like 8. I tried to throw it like this, and then when I like this, I came back. I picked it up. I tried to go like this, and then when I went like this, I came up.
If you believe in the team, if you believe in the structure, then good things happen.
You know, if someone's lower, we have each other to lean on.
No matter what, we'll have each other's backs for the rest of our lives.
There's something quite special about rowing in South Africa. We're up against it, but yet we manage to compete with the rest of the world. I love that.
When you think of Ubuntu, people saying like you are because of something else. You know, we all have a part to play, no matter how small you think it is. I think that is the epitome of rowing. Without other people, you'll never go anywhere.
I love it. I've been a part of the story for a long, long time.
Thiago's best quality is his way he manages people and the way he puts belief not only in his athletes but coaches as well.
Aspirations is Olympic gold. I will not shy away from saying that. I want to win gold. I'm a very competitive coach. However, what I do understand is we need to rebuild. We need to start somewhere, and that's where we are. We're in the starting phase. But every time I go out there, I'm surprised by the traction we're gaining.
Always loved the idea of a team and the idea of people pushing themselves and challenging themselves for something greater than themselves. And within rowing, you're allowed to give a lot of yourself for other people to benefit. Then for you to immerse yourself in something big, you know. And I think rowing allows you to do that in so many ways.
Yeah, saving himself for another day. So it's Muller, lane 2, St. Albans. Lane 3, Kyriatis Tux, formerly from St. Albans. And lane 4, George Cox, St. Albans. So this is going to be a scorch of a race, a final in its own right.
My hat goes off to these guys out here doing this again so soon. Sometimes scullers have that short straw where they have to do it several heats.
And so let's remember in the previous heat when Warwick Kyriatis and Olaf Muller raced, Olaf Muller actually pipped Warwick to the line.
He did, yes, that he did.
So let's see if there's going to be any sort of changes to that.
So he must have taken the slowest 2 times and then the 2 fastest times in the other heat, and that's where this is coming up. So that's Gilliman and George must have been at the bottom of the
They said we
top
don't have
6.
more times. Darren, do you want to...
Hello, Darren. Hello.
I can see them, Rob. I can see them. I can see them. The action, the repechage.
And this is such a difficult race because the first 500 meters you tend to overextend yourself. Reality sets in, and then hopefully the training kicks in. But sometimes when you race masters, sometimes nothing kicks in.
Nothing.
You get to 500 meters, and there's a big chasm waiting for you.
Is that negative leg mass? Is that what we're talking about?
The NLM kicks in, and you
body
just
mass.
drop. But these are young men. They're strong. They're resilient, and they know each other. So they are
They do.
racing,
All teammates.
and I think they're racing side by side. You can
It
almost,
looks that way.
Can you do the whistle from The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly?
I don't know. I can't remember how it goes.
But it's Ennio Morricone. That's the soundtrack for The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. Fistful of Dollars. You can go through all of those. And they are, I think, controlling this race. They're going to get to the 500 meters to go.
Just past the 1,000 meter mark now, I would gather. So you get the blast of wind at the creek.
And it
For
is
good
looking
measure.
like Olaf Muller is putting the squeeze on this race. He's taking Warwick Kyriatis with him. I think George Cox is starting to squint his eyes, and he's starting to feel the world swallow up because they are picking up the pace. They're not even at the 1,000 meters to go.
Yep.
And I see Warwick, he's got the Tux top. He looks to his right, keeps an eye on George Cox. Remember, it's a top 2 going through to the finals.
Right.
And I think if you can break somebody and they give up hope, then you can have a nice cruise to the finish. But it may also not work out like that.
Yeah.
And we know George Cox, he fights to the death right until the end, and that's where he's actually quite devastating.
That is a characteristic of those St. Albans boys, is they do not give up.
Still
You think they're
side by
having a
side.
chat? Do you
I
think
know,
they're having a fat chat on the way down?
I
Like,
see Warwick
Oaks, this
looking
is like
left.
practice, man.
I see Warwick looking left. I see him looking right. He's looking at the St. Albans boys. And I think Olaf Muller is just a little bit ahead.
On the inside, he's on the inside.
He's on the inside lane, lane 2.
Sure.
And it seems like he's just a little bit ahead of Warwick. Warwick is looking to his right at George Cox, and he looks over his shoulder to Olaf Muller, meaning Olaf's just a little bit ahead of him. He's just trying to keep him there, just trying to make sure he doesn't accelerate away and he leaves too much of a gap to catch him.
Maybe they're playing rock, paper, scissors out there, and it'll be a gentleman's exit for somebody.
And George Cox is clawing his way back.
No. George Cox is looking like he's putting up a fight.
He's putting up a proper fight because he's moved.
And old man Kyriazis, I don't know. Kyriazis
is looking left and right, but now he's looking over his shoulder. So he knows they're just a little bit further away from him. He's got a lot of power, probably more power to throw at it than everyone else. But at what stage do you start to throw that power? Because there's a price to pay.
Indeed there is. And he's been riding with the universities clubs, and so his season and his training has been different from what these guys from the schools have been doing. So
yeah, he's been
could be seeing a difference there. I mean, because he would have finished at the end of the season. He went through junior worlds, and then may have been on a bit more restful than what has been happening throughout the season. Because now remember, these guys competing in the under-19s have been they're starting to hit the peak of their season.
And this is getting really interesting. Olaf Muller has picked it up.
There we go.
Warwick Kyriazis has stopped looking over his left shoulder. He's just looking at George Cox now. I think he thinks Olaf might have just gone away. He's going to take this. There's still a little bit more in, but Warwick is keeping his eye on George Cox. The two of them having a proper gunslinger showdown.
Pretoria style.
But Warwick's shoulders are so impressive. You see the shoulders before you see him. He's going so nicely, nice and controlled. Olaf Muller just tapping away. Nice and controlled, perfect execution. He's like a switchblade, just wha.
Yeah.
And now they are having their moment. They've looked for the 250 meter to go mark. Look at Warwick Kyriazis. He's starting to get that bit of bounce. He's pushing it in.
He's shaking George now. He's making a move on Olaf. I think Olaf is keeping him just in his sights and saying, no, not today, sir.
Yeah, and Olaf has gone. Warwick has gone. George Cox is trying to respond. But look at the power from Warwick Kyriazis. He's got a lot of torque in that boat, and they are pushing away from George Cox. That is an impressive row from those two young men. Olaf Muller is going to take the win just so that he can, and behind him, Warwick Kyriazis. Very impressive from those young men.
Beautiful
George
rowing.
Cox gave it everything he had, but he knew then.
Fabulous race, gentlemen.
Very
Fabulous
good race,
race.
Gentlemen. Save him for another day.
Just as a reminder, as it is about lunchtime, and if you are the owner of an ABSA premium debit card, and you are missing your ABSA card, we do have it at the commentators table. Please do come check with us if you've misplaced your ABSA premium debit card.
York.
Oh my days,
Stop telling us the stories. Tell us the stories like that.
You know what? Not that said. What?
Why do you embrace
I said teeth, look.
He can hide his teeth and just show his gums. Eh? For real, he just do that.
Oh, no.
They're like standard fingers, dude. You know that? Oh.
That's actually empty.
Yeah, right.
I can show an escape.
I'll also show my family. Oh yeah, you do. It's not a bad thing. That's why I'm going to go with this guy. I'm like, why did you No, it's over. Stop being scared of that.
Look here.
I swear you have your skill. I should have another pair of teeth over there.
He has another pair of gums.
I can see your skin.
Hey guys, it's very gums. These guys are so exposed to the air, to the outside.
Yes. This guy can two bubble gum. Then I can add two bubble gum.
If you guys push it to the left of everyone.
No. It's in the Chinese song first.
Please. Go on, bro. There's a camera here.
So you can say everything because you can't say that. But the house of lyrics is good.
Speak them.
Wait, I'm actually talking about. Hey, man. Which guy went second? 2nd. Nah, bro. Go record it. Record. 1 second. Bro, what is this? Hey, boss. Family group.
You're gonna confirm. Let's call it to me anymore. I'll say this one. I'll say this one. Guys, back. Yeah? So keep the structure. When I'm saying it, it's like, hold the blades, hold the blades. But about, I literally looked at him after I was like, and I could see this guy was like, I looked at him like, who told you that? Huh? Yeah, I just looked at Hi, Africa! Zid? How do you type this one? How do you do what? Bro, sing it. Sing it. It's something right. Right top. Top down. Sound. What is called sound? Oh yeah, sound. What? Wait, tap it down, tap it down. Let me, wait, I'm okay. We'll put this song in the background, but we'll do it at the end. Write the song down for now. What am I doing? No, it's blue. While I was wearing, like, No. What are you doing? Yes, please down. We're gonna make it bigger. Look how Biggie made the key.
All right, we are underway looking at the race 51, event 22, heat 1 for the junior women's under 19 second sculls. There are 3 heats for this event. The first finisher each heat progresses to the final. And the next fastest 3. This is Emma Nielsen from St. Mary's over the line, securing a spot in the final. This is Bhavani Naidu from St. Stithians, about to finish. Simone Hulbert from PGRC coming in now. And rowing for Buffalo this weekend, Genevieve Stewart.
You want a sour jelly bean?
Who's that?
Oh, Lily's racing now, Bill.
Next up, we're watching for Heat 2, the Junior Women's Under 19 Seconds Sculls. Liam Zangwana from Buffalo in lane 2. Zazie Manzana from St. Stithians, lane 3. Khotso Matabese from Holy Rosary, lane 4. And Tiffany Mbizi from St. Mary's in lane 5.
But I love it.
Team's call, and everyone's trying to look professional, and you're going to keep. You just keep quiet. Not trying to
All right, 3 boats in this race coming down for Heat 2 of the Junior Women's Under 19 Second Sculls. It was a scratch from the St. Stithians rower Zazie. So it's Lily, Khotso, and Tiffany out there. The first place finisher in the heat will progress to the finals, and then the next fastest 3 times of the heats combined. Lilium Ngwana from Buffalo on the inside lane, putting on a strong performance, although I'd say that Tiffany Mbizi from Samari is also looking really strong out there.
Saturday's going to be 32 degrees. So we're going to be hot, sun, we're going to enjoy it. We'll get you winning.
Come on in.
So we are.
So we're in this.
Just a big thank you to all the people helping out. I just want to remind everyone a little bit about the history of this regatta. It is the oldest regatta on the African continent. It is one of the oldest sporting events in South Africa. It's been stopped only for 2 world wars and 1 pandemic. And even under huge pressure, it's happening again, and it's happening because there are some people with some true grit who are making it happen. There are people coming from around the country and the community, and no matter what is thrown in our direction, we will find a solution for it. And I think the big lesson there is your kids are seeing how you handle pressure and how we make things happen, and I think that is the key point of sport.
For sure, Ben. Thank you for that. And that can-do attitude really does come through, and it is something that is contagious, that if we're presented with a challenge, I can overcome it, and I will.
And I just took a great photo, and it was the Bastos couple. And so there they are. So we know Denise, and she's been doing a lot with the officials overall. And then her husband is there. He's makeshift checking all the boats, but his feet are black with mud.
I'm sure.
So we got an anniversary photo of both of them with their feet full of mud. And I think it just speaks volumes to that family. And their one son, Gabes, is out on the water there somewhere. I'll check which race he is. So quite lucky that obviously not only doing it for their own son, but for obviously everybody else.
Yeah, Ben. And looking out at the water now, we're just about to finish the second of the 3 heats for the junior women's under 19 second sculls. St. Mary's, Tiffany Mbizi, putting on a strong performance, looking like she's going to take the win in this and progress to the finals. But Lily in lane 1, representing the Buffalo Club, not giving it up, really trying to hold on.
And it's nice, again, this is the first time we get to see the whole country come together effectively. So it's nice to see Buffalo, here. And again, one of the challenges for the clubs down in the Eastern Cape is the opportunity for competition. So just the fact that we've had all the schools come down or come from around the country just gives everyone a chance, down at the Buffalo. Nice to see, and again, for those people who don't recognize, that's the colors of Buffalo Rowing Club. In lane Y2. And if you wonder, if you've never seen the letters on the numbers of the racing.
Yeah, what's that all about?
This is a very, very, very cool story. So typically, and so as we see the Holy Rosary girl come through, and she's going to pick up the 3rd place in this heat. But the story there, Kaz, is, typically we always had lane numbers, lane 1 through to 6 or lane 1 through to 8. And then the story goes as part of the sort of Masters officials group. And I think the guy was Canadian, and he was quite a junior official. He wasn't someone, with years and years of experience, but he was an air traffic controller. And he was sitting there one day going, why do you guys do it like this? And he came up with the letter system, and what it did, of course, is all the officials at the top trying to figure out which boat is which.
Because you've got six scullers out there, all meant to be in lane 4, and you don't know what heat.
Which one?
So the letter corresponds to heat, or to an event.
Yes, and what is great as well as parents or as officials, when you see races coming down, and if you know, it's just, I'm going to have to remember my alphabet. If you seeing race O come down, you see 1, 2, 3, 4 come down. And then you see, and your kid is in race P. There you go. It's on the control.
Oh my gosh! The penny just dropped because it's actually in the draw. I've been wondering what that letter was and didn't realize that it corresponds to the heat, to the bow numbers even.
So
it's even more planned.
That's it. Even if you're a professional commentator with an American twang, now you can check which race. When it's come down, you go, okay, that was X. Now we're going to Y. And on that, because we love our music, XY.
Roger, XY.
It's an album.
Is it?
Okay, so there's the competition. Can anyone... There is a band that had an album called X and Y or XY. Do you know the band?
Is it one that I would know?
You should.
Is it from the 80s or the 90s? I'm going to guess late 80s.
I think they were around in the 80s. They're still relevant, very relevant at the moment. But I think they're.
Or are we more 90s?
More 90s, probably more 90s.
See, that's where I fell off the train, Ben. That's when my music taste went off anything sort of pop, and I stopped keeping up to date with it.
So the lead singer, he was married. Okay, so they did the song also Magic and Sky Full of Stars.
Oh, Coldplay.
There you go. I think the album was called X and Y.
See, I would never have known that in 1,000 years, but I know the band.
I'm just trying to remember what the name of the other album was after that.
Somebody's phone keeps
ringing.
And don't forget to hydrate, drink some water, have some coffee at the stands. Of course, the Slimsy Sport Hydration Center for the athletes and coaches is available. So thank you to our sponsor, Slimsy Sport, for doing that, looking after our athletes.
Yep, I got to go try one of those just now.
I know. I was actually thinking that we should.
We got to know.
That we should have a little. There should be a delivery to the commentators' table.
I'm sure you came up the same way as I had to have.
Okay.
So we have to try
Chief
everything.
Sampler, yeah, indeed. I think it would be great because, you know, we can't speak to it without experiencing it. So just putting it out there for Slimsy Sport. All right, but coming down, speaking of athletes, coming down the lanes now, we are looking at the third and final heat for the Junior Women's Under-19 Second Sculls. Bogna from St. Stithians in lane 2, Dietlifs from St. Andrews in lane 3, Tuale from DSG lane 4, and Mayer from St. Mary's in lane 5.
Nice stuff. And again, they're coming down from a 2,000 meter. And I'm going to tell some parents and other athletes this, and it's a pity because you can't get on the water, you're going to miss this. So you're going to have to become an official or a master's rower. Benny's, the 4, if you can just come out of that lane, please.
St. Benedict's 4, yeah, please make your way over towards the jetty and get out of lane 1.
So I was going to say to Kaz, the one little, it's not a secret, it's just such a pleasurable thing, but right at the top where you can see, the river actually dog legs round to the left. So dog legs round left and then dog legs round right. In fact, we've got one of the ex-people here. So what is that area called again, Adrian?
She's like, I don't know.
Come on, yes, you can't be a local, but it's got a specific name, but yep, and it's just one of the most beautiful spots because obviously a lot of tension here, a lot of noise. By the time you go past the start, there's just a quiet, tranquil place. You're in the gorge. It is stunning.
What is it? Greek Point? Green Point.
Okay, we've been told it's Green Point officially, and we're going to blame. It doesn't have a stadium, no.
We see the R&B buoys going out, our sponsor R&B. Big buoy coming in. Thanks to Dylan Henn for all his hard work.
Dylan, can we have a flex?
Dylan, give us a flex. Hello, silence, my old friend. I am rowing round the bend.
Who sings that?
Me.
I was going to say, let's leave it to... Simon and Garfunkel, isn't it?
Well, they did the original.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I'm doing the adaptation about going right. You said it goes silent around the bend.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. I see the play.
Oh man, catch up.
Play again. So we've got these the under-19 second scullers out there, and where they're getting to at the moment is the area we call the pylons. Unsurprisingly, because it's the pylons. And again, as a rower, that's a nice sign. You sort of know that you halfway or just beyond and on the way.
Under 19 Cox crews that they need to remember to weigh in within 2 to 1 hour.
And just looking down the lanes at this last heat coming in, that's Laureen Bognak from St. Scythians in the first place position in lane 2. Not far behind, it is Dietlifs from St. Andrews girls. And then tied quite closely together, DSG and St. Mary's. I would say DSG has just a little bit of maybe half a boat length ahead of St. Mary's.
Okay, so I'm just going to jump in there. If you're in charge, or if you're one of the MICs or one of the coaches in charge of a coxed crew, a reminder from the officials, you need to weigh your cox in at least an hour before. So there's a scale, which is just under the RMB and Slimsy Sports sign where the officials are.
Behind
a reminder.
Behind the Kangua, green Kangua South Africa coastal rowing tent.
And I did laugh because the St. Albans moms were coming in this morning and they said, oh, do we have to weigh in before we go upstairs? That's the people from Pretoria.
So it's way in, way out. You see how much money they spent up at the food table and the merch table. Speaking of which, go get yourself some merch. In the clubhouse, some Buffalo 2025 merch.
And just as a heads up, Kaz, where this young sculler is coming through now, you know, come tomorrow with the sprints, this is when you hear the crowd. And it's literally 200 meters odd to go. It is one of the most amazing experiences. So if you're a parent or an athlete new to the Buffalo, tomorrow when the sprints happen, late afternoon finals, it will be something spectacular.
Yeah, the Slimsy Sport Selburne Sprints happening tomorrow. So we take a break from the Buffalo Regatta and we go into the sprints. 500 meters worth of power and tears, sweat.
And
St.
again,
Scythians
we
coming
can see
in.
the Z there, so it's Z, lane 1, and that is St. Scythians, and that's Laureen Bognet. Looking, I mean, that's nice and long rowing.
Beautiful rowing.
Good credit to her coaches. Always nice to see that long, elongated arms, and I know this young St. Andrews girl. So double check. Mrs. Dietlifs coming back after a bit of knee surgery. So nice to see her there. Hopefully her mom and dad are watching on TV. And nice to see the St. Scythians young lady giving her congratulations as we see the other crews coming through.
And the other crews finishing up this heat in the Tangerine Dream boat that is Tato Tuale from DSG in lane 4 and Natalie Mayer from St. Mary's coming in behind her.
Tangerine Dream. And nice to see. So again, if you're not familiar with the colors, so that green and white, that is the Clarendon colors. DSG.
DSG.
Confusing. DSG colors, and on the far side, the red and white of St. Mary's. And coming through almost across the line. There you go. Done.
And Ben, if we look down already by the creek at the inlet, we are looking at heat 1 of 5 heats for the junior men's under 19 second sculls. St. John's, Matthew Berger in lane 1, Jeppy Moleko lane 2. It is, oh sorry, I'm ahead of myself. Thank you for that. All right, let's scratch that. We're starting again. Heat 1, actually not Heat 2. St. Albans, Russell Branch in lane 1. Lane 2, it is Ben Rist from Gray. Lane 3, Matteo Cullinan from St. John's. Lane 4, Marcel Llewellyn from St. Andrews. And in lane 5, it is Jacob Bruce from St. Benedict's. You'll have to speak to, I don't know where the radios are, and different radios, different channels. I'm just a commentator.
Traffic director.
Nice to see.
I'll start. Shoot with your, it was inside. Yes.
For sure.
Yeah, no, I'll go get you.
Nice to see Tabo bringing in his crew here. Dedicated coaches. Rain or shine. Here comes the scullers. This is the junior under 19 second sculls. Closest to us, that is Mr. Branch, and that's Russell Branch in lane 1, and that's great rowing. He's putting on a little bit of a show here just for the end. And again, for any parents maybe new to rowing, you know, he's got his rate up. I'd guess that's 32 to 34 strokes a minute. Nice connection at the front, nice long arms, putting the legs flat. And that is how he is able to take this first heat on the far side, looking just as good as Jacob Bruce on the far lane. Jacob, slightly lower rate, but staying again. Look at those nice, long, elongated arms. Great rowing, picking up the second. In the middle lane, in the St. John's colours. So that's the maroon, gold, and blue.
Matteo Cullinan.
Matteo Cullinan. Always wonder about the history and whether there's any relationship between him and the original Cullinans. And
I don't know, his dad's across the way at Sea Spirit. Conrad, what do you know?
Anyone also wants to understand a little bit about the history of this regatta, take a trip into the pub here and you see a photo of the original cruise, the original trophies, and I think the surname is Fowler, and he was one of the originals, and apparently his grandchild rowed only a few years ago, so it's fascinating to still see it around.
Through the generations.
Yeah. So if you are somehow related and can claim lineage of any sort of rowing history. Now the familiar yellow cap there of...
Who's phone?
Robbie Rick.
What?
That's Ben's special lunch. I'm tidying myself with burnt jelly beans and sandos.
I stole it from one of the girls.
I'm waiting for the delivery, but Dylan's busy sitting apart.
The kids.
You want
You
the
did
kids?
sort that.
How many? Do you want a Coke or something? There was an extra water there.
Is it? No, I think that's me. It's either me or me.
Well, they'll bring us.
Yeah. Do you feel like it's Coke or medium?
No, yeah, I'll just,
I've had like 2 pieces of coffee. Pass me that coffee on the chocolate.
All right, Ben, we are looking for heat number 2 of the 5 heats for the junior men's under 19 second sculls. And now, where I jumped the gun earlier, I get to say the crews that I was announcing earlier. Matthew Berger from St. John's in lane 1. Brian Maleko from Jeppy, lane 2. Seth Dunnington from Gray in lane 3. Matthew Smits and Benedict's lane 4. And McLean K, or K McLean, from St. Andrews in lane 5.
Yeah, that's interesting. So, that says his first name is McLean and his second name is Kay. You wonder, if it entered incorrectly.
It's like Dane Walker always has that as well.
Yes, yeah.
So Walker Dane, otherwise actually known as Dane Walker.
Good route, Mateo.
And again, nice to see on the jetty all our young coaches and some of our old coaches who are lightweights. Mr. Pritchard helping in his sculler there. Beautiful conditions on the water at the moment. Again, the time should be decent. A little bit of a tail there. And again, I'm going to have to ask an expert if the current's going out or in. I'm assuming at some stage it's going out because we always look at the bridge. We see how high the water is, and I think we're close to the top, which means the next thing has got to be going out.
I think it's actually starting to go out.
Yeah.
Looking at the flow, there's some like foam over there.
So we've got a lot of support. We're not sure what's going on. So what's great, I mean, for anyone who's out there as the spectators, we've now got the girls' first doubles going out.
Yeah, that's it.
So these are our best double scullers in the country, the under-19s, and really looking sharp as they sort of touch out. If we could have a wave from the St. Andrews moms. Any wave?
St. Andrews moms? There. Well, that's. Oh, it isn't about.
That's my wife.
That's your wife.
There we go. There we go.
Hi, guys.
They're loving life. They love the coaches. They love their husbands. Life is good. Spring.
Gareth is busy watching the moms.
Yeah.
What are they going to do?
We're going to have to see which parents on that second floor. I can't, they're not wearing, because everyone's avoided the rain, and there's not enough sort of school regalia, so I can't figure out who's there. I know upstairs the St. Albans parents are on the far side, but they'll be so busy talking and...
Well, I see some light blue on that middle tier section at the far side, so I'm going to say that might be Grey.
Grey College, yeah.
Some Grey supporters or
so
possibly Bishops.
Grey or Bishops parents.
I know if we look across the way at Sea Spirit, we'll see some Benedicts and Holy Rosary down below. St. John's, the flag is flying from Sea Spirit across the way. Let's hear it from the St. John's parents. Can you hear us, St. John's parents? St. Benedict's parents, can you hear us? No.
Probably find that no one...
Action live for folks who are not able to be here at the river, at Elba.
And that's actually quite cool. I always loved the stories. So for many years, one of the rows from Holy Rosary was Jean Riemann, and her dad flies up in, I think it's Equatorial Guinea, if I get that wrong. It's one of those countries. And the advent, so I mean, the one thing that COVID did bring was suddenly there was this cheaper version of live streaming. And it was just amazing because now suddenly, like, parents who unfortunately for whatever reason either couldn't come down to regattas or were stuck somewhere else in the world could watch their kids racing. So if you are somewhere around the world in an odd place and watching the live streaming, and you have mine, Kaz, or Rob's WhatsApp,
you can WhatsApp us.
Give us
Do
a
check in.
Yeah, we'll give you a call out.
Yeah, if you're watching online back home. I think we did a call out for that last year because by the time we were, people told us to stop talking so much and stop singing.
Good thing is we don't really care.
Let me check my WhatsApp, Ben.
I was going to say, we might even get your mom at some stage, but is it too early for your mom?
It was, frightfully early for her. It's a, 6-7 hour difference in the States. But she has the link to Eagle Media, streaming us live from the Buffalo River in East London.
And we just had our first one fresh from Botswana.
Fresh.
And that's the Xaviers. So sort of saying hello. I'm just trying to read and talk at the same time.
Hello to the Xaviers.
Hello from Botswana. So far Botswana is the lead. So if we can find anybody else around the world, send us a WhatsApp. I do know why they started in Botswana. In fact, that's quite a cool story. So let me,
okay, Ben, before you just go, there's like a conversation off air. So Kate Godfrey said something about Botswana. What are we talking about?
So this is actually a nice story, and this just talks again about the rowing community, rowing family. So obviously we're not the only country on the continent that does rowing. And so every now and again, there's some cross-pollination. Coaches go places and they try sort of help out. And I don't know the exact dates, but Kate Godfrey went up to Botswana to one of the waterways and got some young girls rowing, or young athletes rowing. One of those athletes decided she really loved the sport and her parents sort of said any chance, she could come to St. Andrews. She came to St. Andrews up in Johannesburg and last year went to under-19 world champs.
Yes, she did.
And has just pushed off just now in one of the doubles. So serendipitously, is that the word?
Serendipitously.
How cool, and that's the story. Someone's given off some time, the seed is planted, and guess what? Now they...
And inspired Miss Xavier to come down here to St. Andrews. She had a good race against Lucy Taylor in the sculls earlier today.
And I think that's a nice race for Saturday. We've been saying from the beginning of the season, I think when we get to SA Champs, that's going to be a humdinger. That girls' sculls race is going to be something else. We know who's the favourite, but again, it's just so nice to see the other girls coming through, getting stronger.
It looks like we are underway for the race that we are awaiting. This is the heat 2 of the 5 heats for the junior men's under-19 second sculls. Matt Burger St. John's in lane 1, Maleko from Jeppe in lane 2, Dunnington from Grey College in lane 3, Smith from St. Benedict's lane 4, and either Kay or McLean from St. Andrews in lane 5.
And it's interesting, we had a little bit of a delay there, but again, beautiful view out towards, and again, for parents, for reference, as you look up the river, the start, I hope I don't get this wrong, but basically is about only 40, 50 meters to where, as I said, a dog legs round to the left from where we're looking. And so there's sort of boat hull start at the top there, the umpire goes behind that. And just beautiful. Typically, even with tougher conditions, that first 500 is relatively sheltered because of that dog leg coming from that side, and obviously wind coming up as sort of hasn't managed its way all the way up. So a beautiful 500. Then you push on to the pylons. An interesting bit of history: this regatta used to only have 4 lanes from the 2,000 meter mark. There used to be a sort of a silted up bay on the right-hand side as we look up the river.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then for about 2 years, there was a back actor in there, pulling out the silt.
So they dredged it?
Dredged it out, okay. And it meant then suddenly we went from 4 lanes to 6 lanes. And thank goodness for that progress, because as the sport has grown, the regatta's got longer and longer. So you just have to work out the maths in your head. If we only had 4 lanes, we probably would have started last week Sunday.
10 days in East London, ladies and gentlemen. We could always go all the way down, though, because then it's, speaking of the dredge, if you turn and you look under the bridge and down towards the sea, it's another shot straight past the yacht club and then out past the break walls. And there's a dredge that sits at the short side of the break wall, and on the whatever side, the side of the bank that we're on, there's a long pier that goes out, and then Orient Beach is just there.
Our ability to speak so much drivel and so many stories, I think it just came up. I just think we came up with a brilliant new racing event. If we took one of the coastal boats and you had to race from the start of the 2000, so you got classic rowing all the way, and then you hit the sea and you race out, and we make it like a marathon. So you got to row 2Ks classic. And then you hit the sea.
And then you add in the element of getting out of your boat, climbing into the coastal boat, and then you go out from there.
I think we've just created the new event. We've created a headache for world rowing.
I think the Godfreys are looking at us like, please be quiet and don't start talking nonsense. But, they actually, speaking of the coastal rowing, in December they were running some coastal rowing beach sprint training camps, and they would start because all of the boats are stored here. And if you look behind the clubhouse, there at the bottom of the stairs, you'll actually see one of the coastal boats sitting there. I think it's a scull. And but they rowed those down, down to Orient Beach. So they would start here, and they would bring those boats down around to Orient Beach to do the practice on the sand and the beach for the beach sprint rowing.
That's PGRC, hey?
Yeah.
And this is a nice one. So if you're looking out onto the water now, a yellow boat with nice bright colors going out, that is PGRC. We don't get to see them so often. It's one of our young clubs down in the Western Cape. And the great thing is they are they are growing and growing. I'm hoping to see them come down to the Buffalo or up to SA Champs at some stage and take away a gold. So nice to see the colors of PGRC.
Ben, I have an important announcement. And if you know the owner of these two vehicles or are the owner of these two vehicles, these vehicles are parked down at the harbor in a place that is causing a big trouble for the harbor master, and he has requested that these please get moved immediately. It's a white Volkswagen. Is it Cape Town plates? Yeah. Cape Town plates CAA 132625. Again, a white Volkswagen CAA 132625 and a silver Toyota. What kind of Toyota? Truck or SUV. Eastern Cape license plates KKX 573. Again, a silver Toyota. License plate KKX 573 Eastern Cape. Both of your vehicles are parked in the harbor and they please need to be moved immediately.
And just on that white Volkswagen, it's a bus, and there's an outside chance it's a rental car, so you might not know the registration number. So if you're in a white Volkswagen bus and you park down the port side, and even if you know the person whose bus it is, please, it's quite serious because we have to ask a lot of favors of our neighbors around, and at the moment we are putting them in an awkward predicament. So please, white Volkswagen bus and a sort of silver Toyota.
Dark silver Eastern Cape plates, that one.
And on the water we have that second heat, and this is, I believe this is lane 4, and this is Matthew Smith. He's in a boat called Greyhound, and that's some great rowing again. Nice to see those long arms. He's keeping that tempo up, which just means he's not having to pick the boat up each time, but rather tapping and keeping the speed going. So great rowing there. In the sort of turquoisey blue grey college, and that's Seth Dunnington. Oh, stay in the boat, son. Great racing. Still on the course, coming down now. Jeppe Mololeko. Possibly the best school in the country. Just kidding.
Oh, Ben, come on. You're welcome to do a shout out to your alma mater.
Nice racing here, and again we see the B2, so we know which heat that is.
Another one who forgot to put on his tri-suit.
Yep, you wonder if that is 16 and 18-year-old boys who just forget to put it on.
Yeah.
Or they're just too big.
I've seen a few of them.
Yeah.
I've seen a few.
Far sides are slightly different, so it's making the difference. You see that turquoisey, full blue tri-suit, which is grey college. And then what we've got there with, again, the turquoisey colour, that is St Andrews. And the only way you tell the difference is obviously the darker pants, and then you look for the St Andrews cross on the blades.
Ben, already coming down now and approaching the finish. The home stretch is Heat 3 of the Junior Men's Under-19 Second Sculls. Liam Frankham from St Albans in lane 1. Aidan Jones from Kes, lane 2. Janssen van Rensburg from Jeppe in lane 3. Luke Radcliffe from Bishop's lane 4. And Gareth Nielsen from Grey in lane 5.
And this has been a nice sort of story for this season, is how well Kes have done. So Kes have done a massive step up over the last 2 seasons, and I think that is credit to their structures, to their systems, and then also what we call the Boris Becker effect. And that basically is, last year we had young Mr. Marquitos come down and win the boys under 19 sculls, and I just think that has a massive effect on all the younger kids when they see someone wearing their colours that goes to their school come down and win one of the premier events, and we've just seen them then grow from strength to strength. Great junior section coming through, the under 16s from last season now into first state that who were in the final of boat race, and again just old school values coming back. A lot of respect to see how well King Edward School is doing. And we see our young kid Scully coming through here. That's Aidan Jones, so in C2, and again, nice long arms, connection onto the legs. And I'd love to know how sore the arms are, because again, as I said, a little bit slippery on the handles. And then one of our premier sculling schools in the country, St Albans. And this is Liam Frankham.
But remember, digital zoom, when you bump the camera, it's very sensitive. You've got to be very
Yeah, and nice and
lock it in
smooth.
rather, and then just pull back
Not hammering the
slowly on
catch,
camera
just
until you
picking
get
it
out
up with
of
his
digital zoom
legs,
and then-
pulling it through. Nice race. On the far side, black and white. That is Janssen van Rensburg
Slowly going, the more you're going to lose,
from Jeppy.
so when you get it in there, hold it once, even there.
I think I need a drink when this is
And he's counting the strokes until he hears the beep.
Because it was so wet, my phone went on the pudding.
But again, just another one of the hundreds of kids brave enough to go up to the top of the 2,000 meter mark on the R&B Buffalo Regatta course and row down. Again, just to remind ourselves with colors, this bright sort of turquoisey color, that is Bishop's.
Great.
Great. I keep on, this is the other blue is grey. Bishop's. Damn it.
You
So-
know what? I say that because I've made that mistake 1,000 times myself.
Goth.
So I have driven it into my. The bright turquoise solid is gray high, and then the Bishop's has sort of a lighter blue.
You just would have thought they would have worn grey.
Huh?
You would have thought they would have worn grey. Yeah, it would have helped us out.
Yeah. But no.
I don't know of any schools or universities, even overseas, who wear grey, which is interesting. I suppose it's like a non-colour, so it,
Well, St. Albans has gray, don't they?
Yeah, grey,
and
but
blue,
like a
but
silver
it's
blue,
more.
And again, parents, and especially if you are in the clubhouse, you know, take a little, go to the bottom floor, go have a look at the pub, and just go see some of the photos up on the wall. I can't remember the exact date, but I mean, the thought that people who, it's almost predating cars in this area, you know, are standing there with the trophies that we will hand out on Saturday. Just amazing history of the regatta.
Speaking of cars, just once again, the owner of a dark gray or silver Toyota, Eastern Cape license plate KKX573, and a white, it looks like a bus, a VW bus, license plates from Cape Town, CAA 132625. You're parked down in the harbor, and those vehicles need to be moved immediately. Thank you.
So the fourth heat, so that's D, race D of the men's under 19 second sculls. Lane 1, we're going to have some Benedicts dos Santos. Lane 2, St. Albans Miller. Lane 3, Ronda Bosch, Riddell. Lane 4, UWC Henry. And lane 6, Jeppy Strachan.
Yeah. I know, and Ben. Okay, I've just got the president of Rosa opposite me right now. Yeah. So we've got Arnie apparently throwing their toy.
And in these 5 heats of the second sculls for the junior men's under 19, it is the 6 fastest times from all heats combined, progressing to the finals for Saturday. So it's not about who wins the heat, it's about the times, racing the clock.
down now. It's been such a long. 57? 57, yeah. Still coming. Okay.
They left at 13 to 25. They've only been going 3 minutes.
So he was coming. Let me know in 3 minutes. What?
They started 3 minutes ago.
Okay.
That helps you.
You know, it's peaceful at the one time. I enjoy the line more.
That's how you want it.
Never peaceful here.
I can give you this.
It's fun for a day. But I knew I needed to get here because there was so much shit short time. So there's a lot of new things that we're doing. Yeah. So it's going to be TV. One of the affliction are the power crazy security guards.
Gee, sounds that way.
Yeah. What have we got at the moment?
We're on 57. Coming, so their second skulls, the boys on my team. That's Garrett's head. Say lane, looks like probably lane 2, but it's hard to see who it is. That sounds about right.
Having a look up the course as the guys approach the creek, the inlet. It looks like Tate Miller from St. Albans might be out setting the pace for this heat.
The colors just blend in right now.
And Jordan Dos Santos also putting in a good showing from St. Benedict's in lane 1. Chair, just a chair.
You must tell me. So I will do whatever's in my power to try and make it easier.
If it was in people's power, it would be running. It would be better than what it is. So.
We're doing what we can.
Okay, now I can probably see who that is. I'm guessing. Yeah.
So Tate Miller from St. Albans setting the pace for this heat. And just behind him on the inside lane, lane 1, Dos Santos from St. Benedict's. And then off the pace from those guys, it is Riddell from Rondebosch, Henry from UWC, and Strachan from Jeppy in lane 5. Those guys all three in a line. Again, it is the 6 fastest times for these 5 heats for the junior men's under 19 second sculls that will progress to the finals for Saturday.
So it's suddenly very humid. I feel like
I see they've already got the last heat on. So that's, I can see that's already.
yeah, they're coming.
Yeah, about 5 minutes. So really is a that's pretty good.
If there are any spare chairs around, I would love to have a chair. My feet are screaming at me. If there is one. If I see Dylan, I'll ask him, but I haven't seen him for a while. That poor guy's running his bum off. Aiden too.
He is, but I don't think he's probably pulled out so he can help do it. I'm going to still do it very
And the heat leaders are on their way home now. Tate Miller. Nice long strokes. He smells the finish line. Braiding up just a little bit. Dos Santos just on the inside lane from St. Benedict's. These guys have dusted this heat. That's Dos Santos from St. Benedict's over the line. These guys hoping that they've put in a fast enough time. And the 3 final boats in this heat. And coming down the course already, the 5th and final heat of the junior men's under 19 second sculls. Aidan Clements from Buffalo in lane 1. Vlad Kors from St. John's lane 2. Africa Adalima from St. Albans lane 3. Samuel Clark Bishops in lane 4. And Gabriel Bastos from St. Benedict's in lane 5. Fire, fire on the mountain. Any deadheads in the crowd? Fire on the mountain.
I don't even know what a deadhead is. Oh!
The Grateful Dead.
I love it.
Thank you. Lane 4 scratched. Lane 2. And lane 4. And lane 1 is NCO.
Is this going?
Okay, just to clarify now, we have 2 boats in this final heat. That's Africa Adalima from lane 3 and Gabriel Bastos from St. Benedict's in lane 5. 2 guys, and they are side by side along with the umpire boat.
And Gabriel Bastos, his parents celebrating their 26th wedding anniversary. So congratulations to them. Gabriel will take the victory for them, maybe not. Let's wait and see. But Gabriel is doing nicely. He's in the blue Braveheart boat. And he is going to have a lot of fun. Him and Africa looking out across each other. But I think Gabriel Bastos has already put a bit of the squeeze. Thing about having the boat there, because there's a bit of a tactical advantage. Like if the boat goes around you, you know you're really at the back of the field. But the boat is right there, so you know you're in the hot seats. And they're going for the fastest time, so it is up to them to absolutely nail it.
Oh, here, for us. Those chairs are for us. Thank you. On some cake. Please. Okay. Thank you so much.
My arse is hurting. I'm cramping in my quadriceps. Got it.
Just give me a minute. My feet, my dogs are hurting.
And Gabriel Bastos has got open water. He's nailing that stroke. getting good connection and drive. Africa de Lima just hanging on. They are going to be going for the fastest times. But Gabriel Bastos is going for this. He's getting good distance and he's going for a fastest time. Let's see how it turns out.
Dude, you're winning. I never lose. No, I'm good. I boxed it. I'm so low. At long last. There you go. It's hiding down there. Have you seen the bat cave? Yeah. She's still swearing at me.
I know, they just gave us chairs now. It's the first time we've sat down since
Like
5.
a few like little spots here and there, but since
Yeah.
like 6 o'clock this morning.
So in fact, since 4 a.m., I sat down in the car driving.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Rob, there's some exciting stuff happening now because we are going into the Coxes have been summoned. The Coxes have been summoned.
Summon the
So
Coxes.
that means some bigger boats are loading.
They're loading, and we actually saw some of the Coxes going for their weigh-in.
Yep, they're behind the Kangua tent.
Correct, that's a bit of an art in itself. And so I understood, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but the weigh-in needs to be no later than 1 hour before the race and no earlier than 2 hours before the race. Is that about right?
I'm going to say yes because it sounds like you know what you're talking about.
It sounds like I know what I'm talking about. I
Yeah.
spoke to the POJ. He confirmed that to me. If I'm wrong, blame Kaz.
Getting the nod. No, I do not blame me.
Yeah.
I will not accept that. All right, but anyway, so speaking of the Coxes, here's what's coming next. We have 2 heats for the junior men's under 19 second Coxed fours. So we've got St. John's Carnelli in lane 1, the Mashonga crew from Bishops in lane 2, the Planting crew from Bishops in lane 3, Chindawi from St. Benedict's in lane 4, and the Weaver crew from St. Stithians in lane 5.
And looking at these young men, we recognize Luke Duffin, his brother Nick Duffin from St. Stithians. Good, strong rowing pedigree. And then St. Benedict's, Chindawi. I recognize Charlton Chung. Charlton is a very intelligent young man. I think he got more distinctions than everyone put together. Did a great job. So he's a very sharp individual. And
Wait, he got distinctions?
yeah, so
On matric distinctions?
no, he got. He's in matric now. But
So just like academic
yeah,
mentions,
so his
okay.
academic mentions. Basically, he won everything. So really interesting to see.
Alrighty.
Strong individual.
Jordan Dos Santos at the top.
Correct, and Charlton Chung is only surpassed by one individual, and that's Jordan Dos Santos, who was in the Skulls a few races ago. So this is always good to let rowing parents know that it's okay to be a good rower and still have academics behind you.
Bro, do not run to
If you believe in the team, if you believe in the structure, then good things happen.
You know, if someone's lower, we have each other to lean on.
No matter what, we'll have each other's backs for the rest of our lives.
We'll progress to the final along with the next fastest two.
Oh, awesome.
Look at this, so good.
Rob, they're finally underway, these guys, the first heat. Sorry, I had to stop talking because I put the arm of my glasses into my eyeball as I was trying to see what was coming down again. A reminder, it's been a while. The junior men's under 19 second coxed fours on their way down the course. We've got St. John's Carnelli crew in lane 1, Bishop's Mushonga crew in lane 2, Bishop's Planting crew lane 3, Chindawi from St. Benedict's in lane 4, and Weaver from St. Scythians in lane 5.
I don't see all the ones.
And just to reiterate what Ben put out there earlier is for the folks watching at home on the YouTube, on the Eagle Media Stream on YouTube channel. How's it from us? Send us a WhatsApp if you've got our numbers, and we'll give you a shout out. So the Parves family watching from Johannesburg and supporting Kez.
Fitch there? Bang, no, it's still here.
Whose phone is that? So
We use
there
it to
is,
buy a
there
bit of
is
lunch
one.
or burgers for some mates.
They've made like a brick section.
Yes.
You're going to stand on that's flat, so that has the line on it.
Yeah.
There should be room for
Oh, wait a minute, I see a message.
No, thank you. No, thanks. No, thank you. Nope, no, thanks.
He'll be there. That power lasts for 3 days, but at least then he can be there and get the start. And then if we need to just change.
Hey, I want to. So speaking of the shout outs, for one of a rower, Keegan Reynolds, and he's watching the live streaming saying, "Are you in the commentary box?" Keegan, I am. How's it, man?
I just want to have a look. Even if I go on for a time, they come back and drop me off. I just want to check.
I'll see.
Thank you. And just send me a WhatsApp.
And the crews are pushing hard. The two Bishop's crews, St. Stithians, St. Benedict's a little bit off the boil. I spoke too quickly about Charlton Chung and all his academic achievements, and it's put additional pressure on him. So I apologize to him and his family, but they are just a little bit off the boil. Still some strong athletes in there. Ezra Ramji, his sister Morgan Ramji rose for Holy Rosary. She was in the sculls earlier in the 2K. So they're still in the boat, but one of the boats might be missing. I only see 4 boats on the water. And I think there's only one Bishop's boat in here. That could have been it, so it's probably Bishop's Planting, their first boat.
Is it lane 1?
Lane 1 did not stop. Oh no, Bishop's.
No, that's Carnelli.
Bishop's Mushonga.
Lane 2? That's an NCO or a no-show.
And what was it? Oh, joking.
Okay, so they're out.
No, but they were in lane 1, so they're racing in lane 1.
Oh, so they are. So Bishop's Mushonga is there? No, they're not there. You're confusing me.
So we see the St. John's crew. They're in the lane closest to us, but it is the St. Stithians crew right at the top. Luke Weaver, Luke Duffin, Caleb Mberry, Kambaran and Jayton Mudley. They are controlling this nicely. Bishop's in the mix. Their second crew unfortunately had a steering issue, so they are out. St. John's still hanging on there. St. Benedict's crew coming back, trying to stay in the running, but it's really hard. Remember, first 2 and the next fastest 2 to the A final.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you. We're accepting food donations.
Oh. No.
Yeah, no lunch was delivered here.
So you should have had lunch. I should have had lunch.
And St. Stithians are picking it up. We've got Bishops coming through. We can hear a lot of shouting coming from Sea Spirit. St. John's are coming third.
Something. A wrap's nice. Yeah, that'd be awesome. Thank you.
And St. Stithians opening up really nicely, nice and controlled. Bishops are going to come in second position. There are a few blades being thrown. They're getting tired now. And they're just trying to keep St. John's away. St. John's have been charging, trying to bring back to Bishops. But it is going to be St. Stithians.
They've made contact. Bow ball to stern.
Yeah, and
That's St. John's in the third place in the position in the heat.
Bishops over the moon. Look at that, fighting hard against St. John's.
I think St. John's posted a good time now, Rob. It looks like they stand a decent chance of getting into the final. We'll see how the next heat comes down.
And the St. Benedict's crew coming through. And Ezra Ramji, Morgan's brother, and Charlton Chung in the engine room of the boat. Very well done to the St. Benedict's team.
Already underway is the second heat for the junior men's under 19 second coxed fours. St. Andrews K crew in lane 1, the Devoran crew from Bishops in lane 2, Edwards from Kes lane 3, Lewis from Selborne in lane 4, and the Wang crew from St. Benedict's in lane 5. Rob, what are your thoughts on this one?
So having a look here, we just want to see how strong these boys are. Remember, it's a second coxed.
The fours.
Cox fours, yeah.
Cox fours. And we're just having a look at some of these athletes that we've got here. I think from the Selborne crew, we're going to keep an eye out on Lewis. You got Collicott and Forsyth in there. Schwegman, what a name. Love Schwegman. Caden Faree's the Cox there for Selborne. You got Rafael Carrara in the St. Andrews boat. We saw him earlier.
Carrara, he cooked it earlier.
Yeah, he did well.
Cooking.
Tard Conacher, best first name we've seen today. Very relevant. Akhuluma Mazui.
Tide.
Terezo Lesese and McLean K is the stroke there.
But isn't there, so there was Tide, but there was a name, we were joking about the river, and Reed. No, not Reed. What was it? Oh. I have a porous memory. What's happening here?
And this is the second Bishop's boat. Earlier, I think they were having some steering issues, so they're just going to...
This must be the Mashonga crew.
Yeah, they're going to zigzag their way to the finish here. So unfortunately, they weren't in the previous heat. But the Kes crew, Tahir Edwards, we always see him in Germiston. Very kind individual, always saying hello to everyone.
Gareth. This evening.
And the Kes crew are taking this race and moving in.
Thank you.
And the Bishop's crew don't care. They're throwing it
They're
down.
just going for broke.
They may have no steering, but they've certainly got power, a little bit of connection.
A whole lot of flurry and pizzazz. Yeah, guys. Way to go, Bishops.
Very good rowing.
Yeah,
Five Bishops
don't
there.
row into the bridge.
All cock and ball.
And the crew's coming through. Kes and Selborne. We were speaking about the Selborne crew. Schwegman, Forsyth, Collicott are controlling the boat there. Joe Lewis. Is it Joe Lewis or Low Lewis? Io Lewis. Anyway, Selborne.
What's his first name?
He's got the best first name today, Io Lewis. That's what we've been looking for.
Io.
That's a great name, Io.
IOU.
Yeah, so Lewis, the Selborne crew, doing really nicely, pushing up against Kes. They got Tahir Edwards, good leader of that boat. Listening to Solomon Manana.
Mañana.
Mañana.
What about today?
Mañana.
Mañana. So, Rob, if my mom is watching, I'm going to apologize to her right now. But, so the name Schwegman, it's been bugging me what it reminds me of. In America, there's a brand of bread. There's Wonder Bread. There's Schwabel's bread. And the Schwabel's, no other label will do. So Schwegman, no other rower will do.
Oh,
I'm
that's
sorry.
awesome.
I'm so sorry.
You got to trademark that quickly.
You know what? People say they'll see me somewhere in Johannesburg or even at the airport coming down here, and they'll say, "But I recognize your voice." And then I just say, "I'm going to apologize to you now for anything I'm going to say between Thursday and Saturday." It's all right. Schwabel. No other label will do.
And the Tahir Edwards crew from Kes absolutely rocking this boat category. It's the fours, it's the Cox fours, and they're coming through nice and controlled. And Tahir's been moved, I think, so he's not the stroke in this boat. There might have been a reshuffle, but look at the hard charging Io Lewis from Selborne.
You beast.
Yeah, so Selborne doing really well in this category. Third place, still a little bit open. You got Bishop's Devoren. They are nudging it along.
So remember the tight finish with St. John's in the heat before.
And Bishops are going, St. Benedict's are fighting it out with St. Andrews.
Bishop's trying to get that fast enough time to get into the finals. And here comes Gray and St. Benedict's. Gray.
And the St. Benedict's crew, I recognize Colby Lundberg.
Who is that?
They've thrown him in there, doing a top job.
Bishops, my apologies.
It looks like Declan Smith. Very well done to them, beating
St. Andrews.
St.
Andrews. Someone kick me out. Kick me out now. Heat 2. Heat 2. 2 heats. I don't. Okay, straight line, Kazi. And lining up next, when Ben was here, he saw some of these doubles on their way off the jetty and going up the river. So we are going to be moving on to heat 1 of 2 heats, the junior women's under 19 first doubles. And some serious powerhouses in this category. Okay, looking across the lane, starting in lane 1, it is St. Mary's, the Kingwell crew, DSG Murray crew in lane 2, Xavier from St. Andrews in lane 3, and in lane 4, St. Scythian's Taylor. We've got the Willis crew from Clarendon in lane 5, and Courtney Webb from Holy Rosary in lane 6. She's not just Webb, she's Courtney Webb. The Webb crew from Holy Rosary.
And we've just found a phone. It is St. Stithian's phone, I think. There's a picture of Nick Judelson on the phone.
Tongues out.
Yeah, so if anybody's lost their phone, it's a Samsung. There's a picture of Nick Judelson on the phone.
Yeah.
And it's got a sticker on it. If you tell us what the sticker is on the phone, you might get it back.
There's a Life 360 coming up on it. Somebody's trying to find it.
I bet you it's Nick Judelson's phone, because that's him right in the center. And it's a cool, funky phone like Nick. So, you know, it could be his.
Right. Speaking of which, so we have the cell phone at the commentators table along with an ABSA premium debit card. So if you're missing your ABSA card, we've got it. And we're counting down the hours till we go out trying to test for your PIN. But we do have the ABSA debit card and a cell phone that have been turned into the commentators table.
And I think the next race is going to be an absolute humdinger for the pure fact that we saw a lot of these athletes earlier in the sculls. Lucy Taylor taking out Chrissy Xavier in the heat earlier. And that is going to be fantastic because you've got Kenya Simpson with Lucy and Jade Bernand with Chrissy Xavier. So St. Stithian and St. Andrews are going to be quite a team. The second race behind them, you've got Nicole Ledley, Angela Ilgner. But in this race, you've got the Elizabeth Kingwell and Kanya Zulu St. Mary's crew. So there's going to be some good racing. The second St. Andrews boat, Gabby Manson, Amber Potgieter in the second heat. And don't forget Van der Brecken, Schipalana, St. Stithians. So, full house of some of our top athletes. The Holy Rosary Cruise. You've got Webb Courtney and Kotso Matabese in one boat. And the other sister, Hannah Webb, Robin Faherty, in the second heat.
Webb
so they've split
Courtney.
the sisters.
Webb Courtney. Courtney Webb.
Courtney Webb and Hannah Webb. So Courtney is rowing with Kotso, Hannah is rowing with Robin.
Are they in the same age category?
Courtney is the captain of Holy Rosary, and she's the older sister of Hannah Webb.
So Courtney's in matric, and Hannah, what grade?
And Hannah is, I think, in grade 10. I think.
If you want to know, Rob knows
I
all
know
these
their
things.
grandparents,
Ask the guy.
Melanie Webb.
What?
And
Stop it.
John Webb will come and tell me straight away if I got that wrong. They don't like me getting
They're going to
details
smack
of
you
their kids
around a
wrong.
little bit.
But anyway, Courtney's the captain of Holy Rosary, and I think you've got quite a few captains here because I was expecting Nicole Ledley to be captain, but I think it could be Angela Ilgner. I may have that wrong, but we do have a lot of the leaders of the clubs in these heats. Heat 1 and 2.
Except for the boys' schools.
Yeah, and that's gonna heat it up on the side here because you're gonna have all the athletes shouting not only for some of the best rowers but their captains.
No worries, let me know when we get
We're still waiting to hear a song where they actually sing something because it's all been like.
This is like dance club stuff. It's killing me. Sweet Caroline.
See, this is very dangerous because there's no chorus. So I'm used to like get a chorus, get through the chorus, and you can relax. Yeah, it's like.
Did you get your pinger? Not yet. It's pinger.
Oh, they're coming.
Endeavor to get your pinger.
Sometimes I get the fever.
And the race is underway, and you know it because St Andrews are leaning over the ledge there. They are trying to get a sneak peek to see if Chrissy Xavier and Jade Bernand are nudging the pace, and I think that's exactly what they're doing. They've got Lucy Taylor, Kenya Simpson just on the inside, but already those two are driving it, and they created that sort of flock of bird effect. Everybody else just hanging on for dear life. DSG, Rachel Murray, Emily Palmer, just a little bit off the pace, but they're still in the mix. And St. Mary's Kingwell doing really good there in lane 1.
Can you just elaborate on the flock of what did you say? The flock of birds effect?
Yeah, it's a V shape.
Oh, the chevron.
The chevron effect.
Oh, I was very confused there.
It's like
'Cause I thought we were going to do 80s bands and hairstyles, flock of seagulls and stuff.
You see, I was going to say flock of seagulls, but I think that could confuse people.
But they don't sit in a chevron. I've never seen seagulls fly in that formation
they
at
don't.
all. Just the geese, Canada geese. They do that. It's not Canadian geese, it's Canada geese.
Remember, the first two are through, and the next fastest two to the finals. St Andrews Xavier, St Stithians Taylor. Those boats are going for those first two places. They want to go straight through to the finals. I think they're going to put a lot of pressure to the halfway mark. Then they're just going to tap it off and just save a little bit of the energy for the weekend that's ahead. I was speaking to some of the athletes earlier. Luna Riccardi, Maddie Hill, to be precise. They've got one race today, but they've said they've got 12 races over the weekend. So there's going to be a lot of action for these athletes. Energy conservation is a priority.
Yeah, right, so you can explain it.
We're being treated to another rainstorm again. So visibility up the river is going to be disappearing soon. So St. Andrews Xavier crew coming in the first place position in the heat. And trailing right behind them, it is the St. Cynthians Taylor crew, Lucy Taylor, Kenya Simpson. All they need to do is finish the finish line first, and those two guaranteed a spot in the final. Just 2 heats for this event, the junior women's under 19 first doubles. And the St. Mary's Kingwell crew doing a really good job. Bringing it home in lane 1.
And that is great rowing. Chrissy Xavier, Jade Bernand, really well controlled, and they are going for a fast time because they want to be well positioned for the finals. You don't want one of the outside lanes, which might be not as beneficial. And then we get third St. Mary's crew.
Sorry, Kaz.
We see DSG making their way in. Holy Rosary.
DSG, Rachel and Emily coming through nicely ahead of the Holy Rosary crew. So Courtney and Kotzel coming through to take the final place in this heat.
The second heat, I believe, is already underway, Rob. And coming down the course in Heat 2 of this, the Junior Women's Under 19 first doubles, DSG, lane 1, the Smith crew, Van der Brecken from St. Stithians in lane 2, the Ledley crew from St. Mary's in lane 3, Cahill, PGRC, lane 4, Manson from St. Andrews in lane 5, and Webb, as in Hannah Webb, from Holy Rosary in lane 6.
And the rain has started to come in earnest, and this could affect the second heat just because it seems to have picked up a little bit, and that could slow things down significantly. But you are going to have 1 and 2 from Heat 2. I'm interested to see Lila Cahill and Simone Hulbert from PGRC. They able to stay with St. Mary's. Nicole Ledley, Angela Ilgner.
Short hay is coming. On the move. Billy's on the move. Jorge. 33. 33 and a turd. And a turd.
Maybe it's free to air music.
Yeah, perhaps.
Rob, we got another shout out.
This time from Holy Rosary, we've got Ray and Eleanor Ramji.
The Ramji!
The Ramjis, the parents of Ezra Ramji from St. Benedict's and Morgan Ramji from Holy Rosary. They say hello, and so we say hello back. Thanks for watching.
The Ramjis? Tuning in on Eagle Media, streaming live all the action here in the Buffalo River.
Ray Ramji, a rower in his own right because he's joined the Ravens Masters crew.
You don't say.
I do say, and he be rowing there now. And we've been trying to get him to come do Buffalo as well. But
Ray, next year you're going to be down here rowing.
Yeah,
you hear me?
Yeah, but Ray and Eleanor do so much for rowing, always helping out to the marshalling. So really the backbone of rowing in South Africa.
Hey, there are words to this song.
Yeah, but you can't.
Not many.
You don't know what the word is. It's like,
Hey, yeah.
You want a head, I want a pay.
Oh, no. Papa G.
Here they come, Rob. I think that they are probably approaching the inlet, the creek, the crick.
And it looks
the place where the wind blows
the
strong.
place where the wind blows strong, and it looks like it is St. Mary's Ledley and St. Andrew's Manson. So Gabby Manson and Potgieter. They're going hard, but look on the inside. St. Stithians, Van der Brecken, Chipalana. They are taking this to St. Mary's right alongside them. And Holy Rosary, Hannah Webb, Robin Fatty, number 1 team, trying to hold on to St. Andrews. Gabby Manson, Amber Potgieter.
Fresh or batch? Fresh.
Refresh. Sometimes straight from the page and not the masterpiece. I learned that the hard way.
And St. Mary's Ledley leading this race. St. Stithians Van der Brecken just off their bow, and on their stroke side, St. Andrew's Manson. PGRC Cahill just a little bit off the boil together with Holy Rosary Webb. And on the inside, let's not forget the DSG team. There's Caitlin Smith and Marla Venant. Remember, 1 and 2 are through, and the next Foster's 2 to the A final. A lot of the exciting stuff's going to be happening with everybody after the first 2 across the line. And look at that, St. Andrews, Gabby Manson, Amber Potgieter.
I'm a looking and I'm a liking.
And they've made an absolutely sterling charge on the St. Stithians crew. Van der Brecken.
Because we always love a good race, Rob.
And Holy Rosary, out of nowhere, have started to claw their way back. They didn't want to race with GSG and PGRC, so they are slowly trying to bridge their way back. There's still a bit of distance left for them, but they've got to push.
They weren't doing wraps,
And that's all coming through from the St. Andrews Manson crew. They've lifted the rate and they are fighting their way back in. They want to go straight through the finals with 1 and 2. St. Stithians Van der Brecken may have to settle to see if they get through with the next fastest. Holy Rosary are going for it. They've increased the rate. Hannah Webb, Robin Fatty are picking it up, and they are fighting for their position in the final. They are trying to get it from here, and there's still work to be done. but it is Manson from St. Andrews that have been pushing Ledley St. Mary's right to the finish. Those two are going through to the finals, and third place, it's going to be St. Stephen's Van der Brecken. They are going for the fastest time, and Holy Rosary Webb, they are pushing those two boats. Oh, and there's a crab, and that's caused, but somehow, what an excellent recovery. We always call him Sebastian the Crab, jumps out of nowhere, grabbed a blade, and yet they recovered very elegantly. And Holy Rosary Webb, very good, strong finish. They absolutely went for it. Picked it up with 200, maybe 300 meters to go. And DSG Smith, very well done to these young ladies. Very well done. That's DSG Smith and PGRC Cahill Hulbert. They are going to finish off this race. And so it's been quite exciting in this race at the moment. It's heat one of the two heats, junior men's under 19 first doubles. We've had Rondebosch, Sean Ford, Ruan Nair go from lane 4 to lane 1, almost hitting Jeppy from the angle that we saw.
Taking a long way home.
Long way home, but they've recovered. And they've moved across to lane 1, and they've settled there just for a bit. But it is Jeppy Bjerks, St. Albans Muller, and then St. Albans Adelima. I'm curious if it's the same athletes, because Africa de Lima was in a sculls race not too long ago with Gabriel Bastos. And the Rondebosch crew are getting a chaperone in from the marshals, just trying to keep them in lane 1 because they're slowly moving landside, which is not really conducive to good rowing.
Rocks and such. Oh, there we go.
And if you can see, the umpires just coaxing them to stay in the lanes because they are sort of going at a bit of an angle.
So is this so that we've got Olaf Muller and George Cox out there now? So they've already run two heats of the sculls, and now they're back in the double.
Yeah.
They're just coming back for more punishment.
They're back in, and they are controlling this race quite nicely. They are looking just to their left, and they've got the St. Albans Muller crew. St. Albans Adelima are on lane 5. Remember, Rondebosch went from lane 4. They now are in lane 1 and moving back across to lane 3. So certainly got their money's worth.
Look at
the ladies and gentlemen.
these guys here, these people.
So these are the two St. Albans crews. Olaf Muller, George Cox. Africa de Lima, Tate Miller. It's the first two, and they are going to have a gentleman's agreement and just cruise through this race to the finals. There've been a lot of racing already from Olaf Muller and George Cox, having done the sculls twice. And behind them, coming in hard, that's going to be Jeppy Bjerks, and it's going to be the Rondebosch Ford crew trying to get in the next fastest time through to the finals. And as you say, there's a gentleman's agreement that falls away when you get to 250 meters to the finish.
They're just doing a burst.
Because they are opening up.
Peacocking.
There's a little bit of peacocking. Let's see if they get across the finish line and do a bit of
Olaf and George, look at the two of you go.
Let's see if they do an aerial and a strike. Could do it.
Yeah.
And, they don't do the strike. Look at that, though. Elegant rowing.
He's shaking his head. He knows we're talking to him.
Yeah, very well done. Jeppy Bjerks coming through. That's Carl and Rourke Richardson from Jeppy.
They're in a tangerine dream.
Tangerine Dream. And Sean Ford, Renault from Rondebosch. And they do a bit of a strike there, bit of fashionable peacocking.
You can just drop those here, and if somebody's like, you can claim.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Do you guys need pastry brought for us?
Yeah.
Are you doing drinks for the officials too, or anything like waters? Do you guys want waters or anything, folks?
I think if there are some waters, that'd be superb.
How many waters would you like? One, two. Can I bring 10?
10, perfect.
Yeah.
Sparkling or straight?
I think still for everybody. Still. Yeah. Thank you so much.
That's the 7. That's the 7.
Can I still for 30 seconds?
Thank you so much.
One second. One second.
5 boats on the way. No, I just missed it. There's your time with not. It's Richard Delbridge.
People have been greeting me, and I'm like, I can't remember who you are.
Yeah.
My context. Don't know.
And the teams coming down, we're looking at Rondebosch Arnold, lane 2, lane 3, Selborne Duplessis, lane 4, St. Albans Aiden, lane 5, St. Albans Branch.
Are they all out there? One, two, I see 3 boats.
4's on the far left.
Is it on the inside?
So we've got the Rondebosch crew. They've moved across to lane 1 and they're struggling to stay in the lanes. So very similar to the previous race. But right in the center, those 3 boats are controlling it nicely. Selborne Duplessis still in the running, but it's St. Albans Aiden, St. Albans Branch.
Here, got your lunch for you.
Thank you so much. You're a keeper.
Close enough, right? There is a
And Russell Branch, Liam Frankham from St. Albans, putting in a few hard, tough strokes there, bridging away from Selborne. But St. Albans, Aiden, and
Not De Villiers, is he right?
I don't. It's what?
It might be.
I think it's De Villiers, although he didn't race early in the sculls, but those 2.
Maybe he only scratched from the skulls and he was saving it all for this event.
Could be, but we've got St. Albans Branch, St. Albans Aiden, and then Selborne Duplessis. That's the order at the moment.
That's outside lane. Is that Branch crew? Kind of the Aiden crew. Now we saw earlier that we know that Matt Aiden likes to just wait and then suddenly pours it on, rates up and just cooks it.
Yeah,
So he
I
likes to
think
saute at the finish. He sort of like the low
Yeah.
simmer and then the hot saute at the last bit.
I think he's also going to control it. He knows he just needs that second position.
Yep.
And so, whoever wants to drive the pace, let them go and just
No rookie strategies here.
Yeah, just protect that position, consolidate. And this is where he opens it up. He puts on the squeeze.
Yep.
And he knows he just needs maybe 10, 15 power strokes, keep the gap. But the Selborne crew are having none of it. They're going for it. And they're going to push them. They're going to get a little bit more energy out of that Matthew Aiden crew.
Is that Julian De Villiers? Can you see? You know what he looks like?
No. Yeah. So that's St. Albans 1 and 2, and then Selborne, 3rd place.
Struggling, taking some strain.
And Adam Arnold, Connor Wyatt from Rondebosch coming through to close off this heat.
One of the sour jelly bacon.
Better call out those. Yeah.
meter mark because we've got heat 1 of 4 heats for the junior men's under 15 quads. They are loading. So again, this is a halfway closer to us to the finish line from the 1,000 meter mark this race. The next 4 heats, which means that the first place finisher of each heat progresses to the final along with the next fastest 2.
And certainly the one to look out for in lane 3, St. Stithians, Waldeck Cooks. They've got a proper crew there, Waldeck Cooks, Dylan Laburn, Hugo Price Hughes, Grant Roberts, Cox by Guillermo Ben. Thank you.
Thanks very much. There's the waters, people. Can you hook me up with one?
There's something quite special about rowing in South Africa. We're up against it, but yet we managed to compete with the rest of the world. I love that.
When you think of Ubuntu, people saying like you are because of something else. You know, we all have a part to play, no matter how small you think it is. I think that is the epitome of rowing. Without other people, you'll never go anywhere.
I love it. I've been a part of the story for a long, long time.
Tiago's best quality is his way he manages people and the way he puts belief not only in his athletes but coaches as well.
Aspirations is Olympic gold. I will not shy away from saying that. I want to win gold. I'm a very competitive coach. However, what I do understand is we need to rebuild. We need to start somewhere, and that's where we are. We're at the starting phase. But every time I go out there, I am surprised by the traction we're gaining.
Always loved the idea of a team and the idea of people pushing themselves and challenging themselves for something greater than themselves. And within rowing, you're allowed to give a lot of yourself for other people to benefit. Then for you to immerse yourself in something big, you know. And I think rowing allows you to do that in so many ways.
On time, so athletes do please need to report for their scheduled times so that nobody misses a race. Hi, Karen. How are you?
That'll be down on the jetty.
Down on the jetty?
So looking out at the moment, St. Stithians, Waldeck Cooks.
Just an announcement to the coaches and athletes.
Called it and they delivered yet again. They are controlling the pace. Sachs, Higgins, Thurman just on their bow side. And then Gray and St. Benedict's on their bow side. And then Gray and St. Benedict's. Leave it up to anybody else. Vantage. Instead they're going to take the win here. But Sachs are looking behind.
Looking great.
Higgins Thurman looks very good. They look like a very strong crew. They're looking over their shoulders and they are picking it up. And Sachs are taking it to them. And look at St. Stithians, they're responding. Those two boats are a class above the rest.
We hear the sax.
Hey there.
Who's this?
Hey there.
Who's this?
Selburn.
And then Selborn, Tito coming through to take the
start line. It looks like we're getting ready for Heat 2. Again, there are 4 heats, which means the first place finish from each heat progresses to the final, the next fastest 2. So in Heat 2, we're looking at the Peterson crew from Selborne in lane 1, Ramdani from St. Stithians in lane 2, the House crew from St. John's in lane 3, Brook crew from St. Andrews in lane 4, and Arnott crew from Rondebosch in lane 5. Once again, another call out. We do have a cell phone that's been turned into the commentators table. If you are missing your cell phone, please do come up and check. There is a picture of the of the 8 from St. Stithians, the boys, the first 8 from St. Stithians boys, and we also have an ABSA Premium debit card that's been turned in as well.
And it's a matric boy.
And we do think it is a matric guy from St. Stithians, so we've got your phone at the commentators table.
I believe there's a coffee delivery coming. What's going on?
Husband.
Say yes! Look at this! You guys!
Check, what a good husband. Good husband.
Hey, these are big points. I'd love one. Thanks.
It was nice. No, it was good.
You want sugar? Is there a little bit? Yeah, I'll take one.
No, it was a little bit.
Thank you.
Shocking you.
What?
Big respect to sporting apart.
Grazie.
And the team's underway.
We have enough energy. Let's go!
We've got Selborne, lane 1, Peterson, no thank you. St. Stithians, Ramdani, lane 2, lane 3, St. John's House, St. Andrew's College, Brook in lane 4, and lane 5, Rondebosch, Arnaud.
Yeah, hey, you guys are in a bit of a rough time, man.
St. John's House doing a good job there. They've got St. Andrews on their stroke side, St. Stithians on their bow side.
Your cell phone.
Hello, how are you?
Very lucky.
Thank you. What color is your cell phone? What?
Is it Nick's?
Are you? Is it Nick's phone?
Is it? I think it's Nick's phone.
Remember, like,
Is it whose phone is it?
You guys have sugar and stirrers?
Yeah, you guys.
More sugar here.
One is fine. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you.
Very much.
I'll go behind you.
You're a star. I think we're good for now.
We're running on time officially.
I know, it's always officially on time.
And it's gonna get. Kate says it's gonna get closer.
it can get closer,
Yeah.
Which is fine because they don't really care, but we can't stay down there.
The coffee guy says, no, it's closing at 4 because that's when the last race is. People are going to be at like 6 tonight.
And we're keeping an eye on St. Andrew's College, lane 4. St. Andrews have been holding on to St. John's, and now they've made a little bit of a bridge right next to them. I think they are going for it. They want to make sure they get the first, and they don't want to settle for the next fastest. And they're putting St. John's under a lot of pressure. We've been looking forward to seeing St. Andrews show the power that they've got, and they are properly putting the St. John's crew under pressure.
And that Ramdani crew also from St. Stithians not giving up. They're hunting down St. John's.
St. John's crew looking out the boat. St. Andrews looking out the boat. They're going for that first position. St. Andrews will be going hard to try bridge back to St. John's.
I can see a lot of steering going on in that St. John's boat. They're moving around that lane an awful lot, and it looks like to me that St. Andrews probably has a canvas, if not half a boat length. It's going to be a tight finish.
And St. Andrews came here. They didn't come here to settle. They are pushing. St. John's are under pressure. St. John's are fighting back. It's coming across the last few strokes across the line.
That's a canvas
St. Andrews are
between
lunging. It's a beep beep finish. I wouldn't want to call that too close.
St. Andrews.
And St. Stithians coming through.
The Ramdani crew.
Kat, have you seen the angle? Come look here.
Is it more?
It's hectic. But I just want to show you the angle. It's hectic. I think it was the other way around.
There it is.
Right, as soon as they do it. Like favours. So whenever they're going side by side,
I think St. Andrews. I still think they had a canvas ahead, so I didn't.
Heat 3 on its way down now of the junior men's under 15 quads. Kez Elvin crew in lane 1. Jacobs from St. John's in lane 2. Mukubalo from Selborne in lane 3. It's the Boyson crew from Rondebosch in lane 4 and Cruz crew from St. Andrews in lane 5.
Where are we now on regatta time?
So it's 2:07.
It's 2:07.
And it's 3:04 on my watch. So we're 3 minutes.
Made up a little bit.
So do me a favour, say to everybody it is regatta time plus 45 minutes. And then in 15 minutes we'll say regatta
Good,
time
plus 30.
30. Yes.
Okay.
Plus 45 minutes. Okay.
Rob, there's a nice race shaping up here for this group in this Heat 3. Kez is roaring down the course.
And Kez are doing really well. There's a little bit of an angle with that boat. They are trying to keep the steering nice and controlled. The St. John's crew are very close to them. But look at Rondebosch. Rondebosch are picking it up. They've got the yellow blades. They're flashing that. They are pushing. And we think they've got it, but it is APC Kez are pushing. Already Kate says it's half a length. She thinks it's 3/4 of a length. That's as good to see from
Rondebosch and
Rondebosch.
Kez really pouring it on now.
Yeah, Kez have straightened out and they are pushing hard, but it is going to be Rondebosch. And they're coming through. And that is too difficult from our angle. So Rondebosch Kez in the top pointy seats, then St. John's, then Selborne, and finally St. Andrews College. And we've got Heat 4, so the last of the heats.
In Heat 4, we are looking at the Nomonyama crew from Selborne in lane 2, Zeng crew from St. Benedict's in lane 3, Fandam from Kez lane 4, and Gaba from Grey in lane 5. Gaba.
Okay, they're pulling up more time, so they're cracking. They're really cracking.
So we're very impressed with the umpires. They've got one additional umpire boat on the water. So we are currently regatta time plus 45 minutes. And we are expecting to catch up to be on time, probably within an hour and a half. So we need all coaches to make sure that their athletes are working on regatta plus 45 and we are going to start catching up time. Please be aware you don't want to miss your races. And no surprise there, that's a St. Benedict's big guns, that's Mark Zeng. And they are pushing away from the Kez crew. Kez got the two Jessies, Liam Fandam, Luke Barros, and Waldman, Jesse Waldman, Jesse Reed, Anza Mulaudzi, the Cox. And the St. Benedict's crew moving very nicely, confidently. They've got it under control.
Is that Gordon Dodge out there?
And the team doing very well. The blue and red of St. Benedict's. They've got open water with the Kez team just behind them. So they are going to go through to the finals. And Kez is going to hold on for next fastest time. Very controlled, solid rowing from the St. Benedict's boys. And Grey are throwing everything at this, but there is a little bit of activity in those blades. They're fighting each other and they are moving. And on the inside, you've got the hard charging Selborne, Nomonyama. They are pushing. If Grey makes a mistake now, they're going to open the door for Selborne to come through, and somehow Grey holding on. It's not pretty, but it's effective. And they make it across the line. And that is going to be one tired crew. A lot of action.
Catch. You want to commentate?
I'm good. You're doing a great job. There's nothing happening.
Coaches and athletes go to the hydration station for Slimsy Sport and get yourself hydrated.
Yeah, so the three sponsors this year are R&B, Buffalo
I was on Mint.
That makes you worry me sometimes, bro. Nate, you don't need your teeth, bro. You don't. This man. As I'm saying, sometimes you worry me, bro. Like, honestly, you really worry me sometimes, bro. When you really want to use your teeth on the duct tape now, bro. This thing is not even holding the thing, bro. Sometimes you switch off, bro. I don't know what's happening with you. Is life shouting at you there, bro? Why are you so control? Are you tired or what? Huh? You want a dose? I can tell, but you are still control. Did you have hunting gold yet? Ramatallah, this one is busy having up. We're back. Nate is busy having hunters gold here. Yeah, he's control. These wanna tear off the duct tape using his teeth.
All right, Rob. There's some exciting stuff happening in the finish tower, but what's more exciting is the racing that's happening out on the river. We are looking at Heat 1 coming down to the junior men's. Under 19 first, Coxed fours. Houston Bird from Gray in lane 1. Herring from St. Andrews in lane 2. The Rollins crew from St. Stithians in lane 3. Skipper from Selborne in lane 4. Jones from Kes lane 5. And the Scott crew from Rondebosch in lane 6. There are only 2 heats in this event, so that means the first 2 finishers in each of the 2 heats progresses to the finals, and the next fastest 2 out of the 2 heats combined will complete the full final on Saturday. Rob, we're looking at the big guys coming down now.
I swear we've heard this
Which
song
one is
about
it?
7 times.
I know, I hate this song. We sung one time. Great Houston.
Yeah, Great Houston.
Oh, I know who's there.
I don't know who somebody has saying.
And now I know why Nick Judelson wasn't getting his phone. It's because he's on the water, and he's currently in the St. Stithians Rollins crew. They've got Rollins, DeFoss, Judelson, Kapler, Jack Dodge, and the Cox there.
Hi.
And they are controlling this race. Just to their left, they've got the St. Andrews Herring crew, Selborne Skippers, Kes Jones just to their right.
Okay. Okay, did you what's happening?
Rondebosch Scott, still not out of it. They are on the far right in lane 6.
Okay. That's
Remember, first 2 through to the finals, and the next fastest 2.
Okay. All right. So the web okay.
And this is a proper masterclass in fours, Cox Fours racing by St. Stithians.
I will speak to Kate when I see her. Okay.
They are connecting, nice, keeping the rest of the crews at bay. St. Andrews making a move. They're trying to get back. Kes as well.
Sorry?
St. Andrews are the only ones able to get back to St. Stithians. St. Andrews doing really well here, putting pressure on Kes. Kes has got a lot of work to do, Rondebosch as well. They are going to have to settle for the fastest times, and here comes Kes. Kes are revving it up. Masterclass by St. Stithians. They're showboating across the line, squeezing those legs. Second place still open. St. Andrews coming in really, really hard. And I think it's St. Andrews taking it from Kes. And Rondebosch coming in. They're going to have to try get a fast finish time. And Selborne Skippers. Grey Houston Bird, lane 1.
And coming down the course now is the second heat of the junior men's under 19 first Coxed fours. Hudson from Bishops in lane 1, Duckett crew from Rondebosch in lane 2, the Burger crew from St. John's in lane 3, Texera, St. Benedict's in lane 4, and Lake crew from Jeppy in lane 5.
This is going to be a superb race. You've got Ethan Lake from Jeppy. He's a stroke there, going to be going as hard as you can on the outside. Keep an eye on the St. John's crew. They've got the Cronier twins in there, Billy and Willem. They bring in a lot of power. They pulled out Willem out of the Skulls repechage earlier just to keep him dry and strong for this race.
Right, but speaking of the Cronier brothers, I think Billy has gone into the Coxless 4, if I'm not mistaken.
It's always great having Croniers in your team. You can mix and match.
Both are Bowsiders, it's helpful.
But let's not forget some of the big guns that you've got here. You've got Bishop's Hudson, you've got Rondebosch Duckett, but then you've got the team that have got to be the favourites, St. Benedict's Texera, Michael Texera, James McDonald, Matthew Jassen, Jessen Bluchnote, and the Cox Rhett Zillen.
Rob, it's one of my favorite things to see when we're at Buffalo, when the planes are taking off and they're flying just over the river, and you just feel like you're getting that flyby, like they should do the colors, the green and red and blue and black.
Kaz,
yellow.
You know why I love coming to Buffalo? It's mainly the sunsets, because they're the most beautiful sunsets in all of the country, because it's the only place where you see the sun that ripples all the way down the river, and it looks like
That's
it
right.
sets it on fire.
And
It's
then we can't
unbelievable.
actually see as commentators.
Yeah, and you can't see and then you complain how beautiful it is. But that is beautiful, and I'm confident the weather gods will be kind to us, and they will part and they will show us that beautiful sunset that we've been promised and we expect.
Yeah, we're waiting for the sunshine. While we wait for the second heat of the junior men's under 19, Coxed Fours, Heat 2, final heat, coming down.
And all those boats are fairly close to each other. They're in contention. And this is where it's really hard, because everybody has hopes and dreams, and those can be crushed quite quickly in the 500 meter mark. You know, you're racing with some of the best crews in the country. You think you've got it under control, and then reality sets in and it feels a lot like hot lava. Remember, there's a lot of racing coming from these teams. Tomorrow they got the Selborne Sprints, then they got the finals on Saturday. So they are going to try and control it as much as they can. But these are the number one boats from all the schools, and it is open for everyone. I think it's going to be a bit of a waiting game. They are going to slowly put a bit of squeeze. You don't want to expend too much energy, because you've got to save a little bit for the rest of the races that are coming.
Pace yourself, pace yourself. I see some 8s moving up the river now. Kate Godfrey, if you're in the area, could you please report to the finish tower? Thank you.
And having a look at this race, I'm very impressed with Ronde Bosch Ducat. They are taking the race to everyone. They've started to push through, and they've gone before the 500, before the kilometer mark. And they've said, let's go for it. I mean, what do we have to lose? They've started to push, and I think they've pushed ahead of St. John's and St. Benedict's. They are going to assess, you know, the threat, and you've got really good coxes there, because you've got Retzelen, you've got Menzi Sokela, you've got Letabo Montangana, you've got Max Peterson. They're going to keep an eye out and see exactly what Ronde Bosch are doing. They're not going to let them go too far, but you've got to be brave. Usually at the 1,000 meter mark, best to be sensible.
Someone, yeah, make a move and see what happens.
And the only ones that have controlled that are St. John's and St. Benedict's. Ronde Bosch went, they made a bit of a move, and all of a sudden, St. John's and St. Benedict's just squeeze their legs down and start to put pressure on Ronde Bosch. They're saying, you come to our house, we're just going to move away from you ever so gently, and they're going to keep it going. I don't think anybody's really shown all their cards, just how much power they've got. They've got about 750 meters to go. There's still a lot of action.
Kate Godfrey, if you could report to the finish tower, please. Kate Godfrey.
And this is where it starts to get exciting, because you've got to commit.
Yep.
You got to commit at some stage. You can't let anybody else come and attack you. They're going to slowly start to squeeze. They're going to squeeze, put a bit more power, and start to move away. It's all been controlled by the Cox. They're telling them exactly what to do.
I can see the finish judges and timers starting to get a bit worried. It looks like it's going to be a tight finish.
And they've opened up the door to Jeppy Lake. Jeppy Lake are in lane 1. They've opened it up for them. Ethan Lake was in the boat, Rathbone, Pereira, Carrera, Montangana, and they've allowed them back into this race. Ronde Bosch going to pay for that early surge, but it's now. Jeppy, St. John's, they are pushing, but, St. Benedict's, St. John's, Jeppy are going really, really hard. And St. Benedict's and St. John's, they are squeezing down, they are moving away. They're coming down to the last 250. Jeppy have been going too hard, trying to bridge back to the team. That's going to be really hard. And now the big guns come. And the big guns come in the form of the yellow boat of St. Benedict's.
Okay, I'll message him after this.
Masterclass squeezing down. St. John's still holding on. But Jeppy are right there. And that is very close racing. right until the end. Rondebosch coming in 4th. And the Bishop's crew taking 5th.
Find out
All right, let me just message.
if when it
So based on the speed of those boats, I think the first 2 certainly, and maybe the 3rd will make it to the finals.
Came through because of the.
And if you ever wanted a do-over, you've got it, because race 67, they are getting another crack at the cherry. They are going for the first and the next fastest 2 times through to the finals. So this is a rerun, bit of Groundhog Day. So Kes Alvin, lane 1, lane 2, St. John's Jacobs, lane 3, Selborne, Makubalo, lane 4, Rondebosch Boyson, and St. Andrews College, Cruise, lane 5. And Rondebosch St. John's, Rondebosch Boyson. They've got Boyson, Rademeyer, Lum, Dobler and Suter from Rondebosch St. John's. Jacobs, Want, Moyo, Kikaya and Van der Jaar. Rondebosch doing quite nicely. I think they've got a little bit of a jump on the St. John's crew. You still got St. Andrews College out there in lane 5. And Selborne still hanging in there. But it looks like Rondebosch are putting the squeeze on everyone. St. John's coming in 2nd, but it looks like Rondebosch are controlling it.
Which one is this?
67, it's a rerun.
Oh, is it a rerun?
Luckily, it's not a skull.
So Rondebosch coming in, the flash of the yellow blades, their yellow caps, very composed, very controlled. They are coming in strong. St. John's trying to make it back. Remember, it's the first and the next fastest 2 times to the final. So Rondebosch are going to be smiling. They are through, and now St. John's has got to put out a strong time and wait and see. And let's see what happens with St. Andrews together with Selborne. Remember, it's only the next fastest 2.
I don't think so. I think Pearson went run because then they win.
And that's a very close finish between St. Andrews and Selborne.
do. So it's Billy. Liam Dubanoff is out. It'll be Mikhail at stroke, and then Kurnia does not stroke the boat. So it'll be Sadovnik stroking, Kurnia in for Dubanoff. And I can tell you that. So Rob, we now are switching gears again from the coxed fours to the coxless fours for the junior men under 19 firsts. And we've got 2 heats for that. So that means the first 2 finishers from each of the 2 heats will progress to the finals, and the next fastest 2 from the 2 heats combined. And a question from someone's grandma in America. Where was Billy Kurnia in that one? So, Mom, he's going to be in this race starting now. Hi, Mom.
Thanks for the update. Hi, Mom Kurnia.
Bear. Julie Bear.
Hello, Mom Julie Bear. We're saying big hello from Buffalo. Now, having a look here, we're going to just focus our attention on Jack Breslin, Matthew Morrell, John van der Watt, and Seth Garwell from Bishops. Some great news from Matthew Morrell is that him and his dad were at Head of the Charles last year.
Okay.
And not only did Bishops go and do the Head of the Charles Regatta.
Regatta.
But then Mark Morrell did a great job because he went and did the men's regatta, the sculls.
Yes.
And then on the Sunday, he managed to get an entry for him and his son, Matthew, into the dad-son's Head of the Charles race.
Score.
And they got a shout out to the whole of South Africa. So thanks for representing. Nice to see you out there, and I'm glad you're still speaking to each other after that race.
Fantastic. Are we at Regatta 50? I was just going to ask, are we at Regatta plus 30 now?
At our men's races, because we've just brought up another 5 minutes each. So when we get here, we'll tell them Regatta plus 30.
And they've lined up everybody, so...
Yes, so exactly. And so we'll have another marshal as well to get people lined up. So we just need to, and then we'll give it a bit, and then we'll do another one more Regatta plus 20.
Cool.
Yes!
Just bring them closer.
So just to let everybody know, we are starting to get the crews out onto the water a little bit earlier, and we are going to start feeding them down at a slightly quicker pace. We are expecting the next 2 races to be back to regatta time plus 30 minutes, and then eventually regatta plus 15 minutes, not too long thereafter. So we will need all the coaches, all the athletes to be on point. You need to be ready to go on time. You don't want to miss a race. So make sure you've got all the teams ready, you've got all your equipment sorted, and you're ready to row. We should take like hardcore like drugs. And Kat, if I did it in anybody, it would be you. I'd say, just snarf this.
Just stick out your tongue and see what happens.
I'll say, I don't do drugs, but if I did, I would do drugs. Right? This is the chorus. Who banana, who that banana.
Who that banana? You that orange.
To all of you watching on Eagle Media, if you can hear us in the background, we're just dancing. Our apologies. All right, it looks like there's a lot of movement out on that course as they approach the creek, the inlet, the windy section, the 1250.
So the last time you do get a...
This is a good race, Rob. What do you see when you're looking in the binoculars? Who's out in the lead? Because it's looking like they've just dusted one or two crews, but 3 crews in the middle seem to be plowing down the course.
Yeah, so the Bishops Breslin crew are just struggling with a little bit of the initial pace, might be just biding their time, but I think a lot of the damage is coming from the St. Benedict's de Wuji, St. John's Duvenacher crew. Sax Carsten still not out of it, but it's St. Benedict's de Wuji and St. John's Sadovnik, because we've just swapped it out and we've put in a Krinia there.
He's in for...
And now we've got the marshals introducing themselves. There's been a little bit of some of the boats just not interfering, but just changing course, so the marshals are keeping them apart. And this is St. John's to the right.
They heard you.
They hear me.
So St. John's are pushing. They've put in a lot of power. They are trying to move away from the St. Benedict's crew. And there's a lot of power differential, and those boats are moving across St. Benedict's, almost moving into the lane of Sax Carstens. And the marshal has told them to move out the way. And it's a Sax crew who've moved from their lane. They're struggling to control the trajectory. St. Benedict's is being squashed on both sides. Sax to the left, St. John's to the right. Got to be careful.
Rowers just leaving the jetty.
Sax.
Please make sure that you're staying out of lane 1. We do have a race coming down. Please stick close to the bank. Thank you.
Remember, the first 2 are through to the finals, and the next fastest 2. So far, St. John Sadovnik doing a
Running away
job
with this first seat position, yeah.
And then you've got the Dawuji crew. They are controlling it, containing it. Sax have got a lot of power, not that much accuracy. So we've got to wait and see. If they can stay in this lane, they're going to put a lot of pressure on the St. Benedict's crew. And St. John's leaving those big oars. They are going. And this is what's happening to St. Benedict's. They're getting a little bit squeezed in the lanes there. St. John's is ahead. They're moving a little bit across the lanes. St. Benedict's is holding. And now there's been a big charge on the inside. Sax crew, Carsons, are putting St. Benedict's under a lot of pressure. It's St. John's are going to take it. Second place is still open. St. Benedict's have got an inch. They've got 2 inches. Certainly they've got to hold it. I think St. Benedict's might just take it. I'm looking at my timers. They're not looking at me. They don't want to commit fully. Anyone? And the timers will not commit.
I had to bust out the camera and take a video. Sorry for that.
That was so close. St. Benedict's were getting a little bit squished in the middle there. Bishop's coming across the line, and then followed by Gray.
What are these guys doing, Gray? All right, so that takes care of heat 1 of the 2 heats. The first 2 finishers from each heat progressing to the finals. Next fastest 2, yet to be seen.
And we've got the Van der Pfeiffer boys in the Kes boat, lane 5.
Van der Pfeiffer twins.
The Van der Pfeiffer twins, lots of twins everywhere.
Yeah.
And the Jarvis
twins
boys,
everywhere.
Jarvis, St. Andrews.
Not so many girls twins.
James
it's
Jarvis,
just
Christopher Jarvis.
the guys. St. Stithians kicking yoga, looking really strong out there, keeping pace right next to them with the Van der Pfeiffer crew from Kes. And the St. Andrews Fletcher crew on the inside lane.
Who is that? that? Why are there... Oh, Selburne and Sachs.
Selburne and Sachs crews dropping off the pace just a little bit.
I'm saying...
But remember, they're going 1 and 2, trying to get you to the finals, and they are just going to keep an eye on that St. Andrews Fletcher crew. But they got the Jarvis boys there, James and Christopher. Sachs Shellhauser. Sachs Shellhauser. The next race is already underway. Junior men's under 16 Cox quads.
I haven't even finished this coffee.
There are going to be teats, 11 boats across the 2 races. And there are going to be some names that you recognize. A lot of racing for these young men.
Are there names like Pablo Garcia Diaz?
We're looking for Pablo Garcia Diaz. We don't see him, but we do see Kirschbaumer. We like that name.
Kirschbaumer, yeah.
Ikanisile Klaas from Buffalo. Anganati Wapi.
Bless you.
And that's an onomatopoeic name.
Onomatopoeia. That is a word that sounds like what it means.
Yeah, Noah Kukonyogo. That's a good name. I think Anganati Wapi. But we're going to keep an eye on these teams. Lokwana from Namato. Good to have them here. And the St. Albans crew, Masupie. No surprise there, Luca Muller in the 3-seat, Calvin Damon. Demba McGeevy. That is a good, strong crew. Micah Mabuchu, the Cox. They are putting a showcase here. The first 2 are through at the moment. Jeppy Nell, very close. I think those 2 boats are the ones to keep an eye on. How's your mom?
She's busy chatting. 16 quads, eh?
So we're keeping an eye on the Rondebosch crew. They got Jonathan Delbridge there in the 3-seat. His older brother, going to fresh from nationals from last year. But we've got Jeppy Nell
from August.
JP Nell doing a good job there, but they are just behind St. Albans. Mosupia are trying to claw their way back in, but I think they've marked the attack. JP have got this under control. They're going for 1 and 2. They'll let Rondebosch fight it off for a fast finishing position. But it's a St. Albans crew. Nice and elegant, nice and controlled. Good connection, good drive.
They're not wasting any energy now. They are just holding on to it and taking it home.
And the JP Nell crew, look at that. Bit of showboating from JP. They're almost gliding across the finish line. Look at that.
Beautiful rowing, though. Easy as you like.
Easy as Sunday morning. Like afternoon
I'm
delight.
going to sing. You know I'm going to sing.
And JP, look at that. A bit of
Where's
showboating
Rika?
from the men in black and white. Rondebosch going to have to settle for a fast finishing time. They got a good chance. They raced well.
Easy like Sunday morning.
Buffalo, Anganati Wapi coming through with a good, strong finish from those young men.
Heidi Smiller. What is this? Moreau.
And then Namato Ntlokwana.
What is this? Ben Bernard is back.
Then you finished.
Yes, Callus. It's Callus.
Are you okay? No. You need help? I think it's okay. Like bringing justice. Sorry.
This is a Callis crew from St. Albans.
Wait, no, that's
Is it what?
Namato.
Namato, my bad. Lotquana from Namato.
And I'm looking forward to the next race, Junior Men's Under 16 Cox Squads. We've got the St. Benedict's Ramsarup crew. Jordan Ramsarup, Matei Mutluwane, Connor Skuman, Damien Taylor in the bow seat. His sisters both rose in their own right. And Joshua Fenter, the Cox there. We'll keep an eye out for them.
They are.
And the St. Benedict's crew, Jordan Ramsarup, well-paced race so far, just a little bit ahead of the Kems Gomes crew. Remember, 1 and 2 through to the finals. Let's keep an eye on St. Albans Georgiades. After that great race from St. Albans Mosupia in the previous heat, they could be the ones to try and nab a sneaky fastest finished through to the finals. You're right. Oh, seriously? Like, is that normal?
With what?
And as I was saying at Kaz, that's St. Albans, Jajati's crew, slowly making their way back. They've gone past Kez, and they are going for that second spot. The Ramsar St. Benedict's crew are holding the position, but Kez are the ones just falling off the boil there. Still a bit of race left in this. But remember, only 1 and 2 are assured a position in the finals.
Yeah, that's right, Rob. Again, they're not racing not just racing for a spot in the final, but also, what am I saying? Not racing for the win of the heat necessarily.
Correct.
But also, speed is important. Get those fast times.
Yeah, and the Jeppy White crew, Grey Ashen crew, just not in the same race at the moment. St. Benedict's and St. Albans, they're going for 1 and 2, and they're going to leave it up to Kez to suffer for the weight on regatta results. .co.za to see if they make it through to the finals. Oh, a little bit of show from the St. Benedict's crew. That's Grace under fire, but St. Albans are having none of that. They've started to accelerate. They want to take out St. Benedict's. But those two crews are going to take 1 and 2.
It's the rainbow.
But look at that show of acceleration by St. Benedict's. Matei Mutluwane, Jordan Ramsar squeezing those legs down. Remember, they got big JP White coming through. Nice and strong.
All of them in different clothes. Who's that? Is that Namat? It's T. T2. Yeah, that's Namat. Just make sure when it goes like in 12, it's your name.
And our grey younger guns, Jared Ashen, Carl Talakino, Blake LaRue, Stuart Leibscher, Liam Petzers, the Cox there, bringing in those young guns from Grey. Good finish. Well done to those.
Race coming down. St. Benedict's double. Head over to the bank side, please.
And that's Colby Lundberg, Declan Smith. Young firepower from St. Benedict's. They're going to move out of the lanes now.
An exciting race coming down now, Rob. We have 2 heats for the junior men's under 19 second eights. So a great race on here with St. John's Carnelli crew in lane 2. We've got the Bishop's crew of Duplessis in lane 3, the Lewis crew from Selborne in lane 4, and St. Scythian's Weaver crew in lane 5.
And the Bishop's crew are absolutely taking this race out. Vigo Duplessis, he's a stroke there. Joshua Mullman's a Cox. They are pushing the pace there in lane 2. Selborne Lewis, bit off the boil, but St. Stithian's Weaver still hanging in there. They've got a great finish. Keep an eye on them.
A lot of firepower in a young man named Kumkani Sipmala from Selborne in lane 4. I know he's a rugby player, really fast going out for the back line there, but he was one of our coastal rowers as well.
And Bishops, nice and elegant, nice and controlled. They're making a bit of an attack here. They are just popping those blades, making a move. St. Stithians only wants to respond. St. John's have got to do something a little bit more, but it's all happening now from the center. Bishops are going, and they are going straight. They want to take 1 and 2 with St. Stithians, and it may happen if it ends like this. St. John's trying to bridge back. They've got a lot of power, a lot of momentum, but have they left it too late? Because Bishops and St. Stithians are going to take the 1 and 2 positions. So they're straight through to the finals, and the next fastest 2. So maybe St. John's.
And there's Selborne coming in. The Cox from Selborne really taking the guys through their paces.
And a big shot coming out from the Bishops boys. Thrilled with that result. Doing very well. I see the Bishops dads running around all over the place.
It's genetics, right?
Yeah, they've said it's genetics. We think it's a little bit of fortitude.
The second heat of the junior men's under 19 second eights. 3 boats in that race. We have the Bishops Devoren crew in lane 2, the Jones crew from Kes lane 3, and Dos Santos from St. Benedict's in lane 4. Again, the first 2 finishers from each of the heats go to the final, and the next fastest 2. Who will it be?
And looking out on the crew at the moment, Heat 2, junior men's under 19 second, eights. It's Bishops, Devoren, lane 2, lane 3, Kez Jones, lane 4, St. Benedict's, DeSantos. And the DeSantos Kez crew just keeping an eye on each other. They've moved away from the Bishops crew, struggling with that pace, but they just eyeing each other side by side. And they are moving quite nicely. So it's the Kez Jones, St. Benedict's, DeSantos crews, lane 3 and 4 respectively. So these two crews are going to go straight through to the finals. So I don't think they're going to tax themselves too much. There might be a little bit of bravado towards the end, but I think they are going to control it.
Yes, indeed. So we'll just see. I mean, there were 7 boats here. Only one of them won't make it through to the final.
What was it?
Garrett, stop moving your trousers around.
Yeah, apparently so.
16. It was probably in somebody's bag and just fell out. Probably wasn't so. Oh.
And the unspoken gentleman's agreement between Kez and St. Benedict's is still holding. They are going through to the finals. Are bragging rights an issue between these men? We'll find out soon enough.
A handshake and a nod was all it took.
There's a bit of a wink going on there, but there's always somebody in the boat who gets a little bit excited. But I think they are going to save themselves. And Kez are the first to go. They start to accelerate. And St. Benedict's are going to respond. They're not going to do too much. I think they're putting in 10 power strokes. And they're holding.
Look at the flourish of the feather that they've got.
Bit of a bucket rig there.
Funniest bucket rig ever.
That's a very strange bucket rig. And so Kez coming through. Very strange setup with the boat.
But it seems to be working for them.
Seems to be working. St. Benedict's are going to take second place. And Bishops third.
Wait, seeing as you are involved now, right? Please, can you get one of my fingers back?
What did you?
Fingers back.
Where are they? What are they?
So the one was at the 1,000, the other one was at the 2,000. It's a transmitter. And then you go and test it from there.
On top there.
Already coming down the course now, Rob, we have heat 1 of 2 heats for the junior women's 19 coxed 4s. It is St. Mary's Ninan in lane 2, the Chikwatamba crew from St. Stithians in lane 3, Sebapalo from St. Andrews in lane 4, and the Fisher crew from St. Mary's in lane 5.
I can feel my voice starting.
There are 2 heats in this race.
Which means the
first
top 2
2
finishers.
And the next 2 fastest to the finish. And the Bishop's crew coming through in the 8s.
Pablo Garcia Diaz.
A few of the young guns in there. And looking out on the water at the moment, it's only 1 and 2, and the next fastest 2 to the A finals. You've got St. Mary's, and you've got St. Andrews. So St. Mary's Nina and St. Andrews Sebapalo, St. Stithians Chikwatamba just off the boil. Right at the rear, you got the St. Mary's Fisher crew. They're out in lane 5, and they are just out of the race at the moment. And the races are going to be coming down thick and fast. We are going to be making up time. And we've got St. Mary's Ninan and St. Andrew's Seba Palo. Remember, we've got Henri Moore, Megan Lum, Kendall Taylor. And the cocks there, young Tandi Chabalala. And St. Stithians are picking it up. They saw the St. Andrew's crew go ahead and they've decided to go from far out. St. Mary's Ninan are under pressure as well. They were nearly in the lead by quite some time, but St. Andrews, Seba Paulo have reacted to the attack from Chikwatamba. Those three boats are pushing. They're going hard. Remember, 1 and 2 to the finals, and the next fastest, St. Mary's, have done just enough. St. Andrews have held off the threat from St. Stithians. Very good racing, nice and tight. Good effort from those young athletes. The St. Mary's Fisher crew concluding this heat.
A lot.
Trusting the process and loving what you're doing is vital in preparation.
Got to go on camp for months on end. There's huge sacrifice in all in.
We just show up every day, put in the work.
So Heat 2 Junior Women's Under 19 Cox Quads. You've got St Andrews Maimonas, lane 2, lane 3 St Mary's Shaw, lane 4 Holy Rosary Webb, lane 5 Clarendon Willis. And it looks like the St Mary's Shaw crew. They've got Van Logerenberg, Mtombeni, McGregor, Motsukunyane is the Cox there. And they seem to be controlling this race. And the rest of the crews holding on, keeping an eye on each other. Still a bit of racing to be done.
Ben making it all happen out there. Ben,
are you going to get into a boat? When? Huh? You're going to get into a boat?
I think Ben's going to go to the bar.
Where did you put your boat? Where did you put your boat?
Just that.
Raul, I'm looking down the river as they pass the inlet. It looks like the Shaw crew from St Mary's is putting on a strong performance there.
So on the rest of the teams are hanging in there. I think Clarendon Willis doing really well out there in lane 5.
What you talking about, Willis?
Willis, that's Holly, Stacey, Sarah Grace, Amyoli. Lane 5. But you've still got Holy Rosary Webb, St Andrews Maimonas. They're coming up to the 1,000 meter mark. St Mary's have made a move. They are going to take the first position. They've made that statement clear. Second, still open to the rest of the crews. You've got the Sisters Webb, Robin Faherty, Kotso Matabese, and the Super Under 15 Cox, Dakota De Santos. She's in there. If anybody can whip those horses back into position, it's her. There's still a bit of racing to be done. And they've got to connect and drive, but it looks like the charges from the lane 5 are Clarendon, Willis.
I'm gonna St Andrews.
St Andrews also got a young Cox there, Samantha Clark. Originally from Holy Rosary, but we've let her go to St Andrews. So St Mary's are pushing. They are going through to take the first position here. Second position still a little bit open, but Clarendon have shown a clear statement of intent. They are pushing. Holy Rosary have got to do a lot more to catch. If anybody can do it, it could be the Sisters Webb, Robin Faherty, Kotso Matabese have got to dig deep. Anastasia Maimonas from St Andrews still hanging in there, but it looks like Clarendon have started to move away from the Holy Rosary crew.
What do you want me to do? You're watching me.
St Mary's Shaw coming through to take the win. Nice controlled effort. Took it out from the early part of the race. Clarendon Willis are going to take second position. Holy Rosary coming in for third. They are going to have to settle for the next fastest time to the finals. So they've got they can.
Clarendon securing their spot in the final. And Holy Rosary hoping they've posted a fast enough time.
And St Andrews Maimonas coming through to take the last position in the heats.
That's the name of the playlist. But you'd have to put it on, download it, but you put it on shuffle. Hours of music, if they'll let you. If they let you.
Hours of music. Now it's the boys.
All right, Rob, we're changing gears again. Back to the guys. It is the junior men's under 19 first quads, and there are 2 heats of this. So once again, with 2 heats, that means the first 2 finishers of each of the heats proceeds to the finals, and the next fastest 2 from the 2 heats combined. In lane 2, we see the Taylor crew from Kes, the Aiden crew from St. Albans in lane 3, Duplessis, Selborne lane 4, and Mavila from Buffalo in lane 5.
And if
False start.
And I'd imagine Kes, Taylor, St. Albans, Aiden are going to be the teams to beat in this event, because look who we've got in the St. Albans crew. You've got Maddie Aiden, Julian de Villiers, Olaf Muller, George Cox, and Mika Mabuchu, the Coxer. That is a good, strong team.
I'm just saying that Olaf Muller and George Cox have been put through their paces today.
They've done probably the most
2 heats
racing.
of the sculls. They've done a double together, and now they're into the quad. So these oaks have done a whole lot of mileage.
They just will not lie down. They keep getting back up and punching. And so the St. Albans crew.
Maybe they know, what's his name? The Terminator.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I get knocked down, but I get up again.
That's not it.
That's not Arnold Schwarzenegger.
I know that's not Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I know that's not.
That's
okay.
Chumbawamba.
Chumbawamba.
But keep an eye out on the Kes Taylor crew.
That's Luke Taylor, Alex Christie, Andre van der Zee, Cristiano Claro, and Lunati Lucy on in Cox. I get knocked down, but I get up again.
They just throw some curveballs thrown down. Apart from that other one, that's another story.
Curry.
And Kaz, we called it before we saw it, St. Albans, Aiden. They are in the lead and they are controlling this race. Kes Taylor not able to stay with them, but they are in a second position. Selborne Buffalo struggling. And based on the experience these gentlemen have had from the number of races they've done today, they just keep getting better and better.
I'm not going to start quoting song lyrics again. But they are looking amazing out there. We've come to expect that standard from the St. Albans crew. Looking ahead to the next heat, Heat 2 of the 2 heats for the junior men's under 19 first quads. Jeppy and Bata crew will be in lane 2. Dos Santos from St. Benedict's in lane 3. The Ford crew from Ronnebosch in lane 4, and Adalima from St. Albans in lane 5, Rob.
That's also going to be some fun racing. Good to see the Jeppy and Bata crew, the Ronnebosch Ford crew, mixing it up with St. Benedict's de Santos and Albans Adalima. And St. Albans are treating this like a bit of a training excursion. That's great sculling technique, nice and connected. They see the finish line and just gently tap away. Kes hanging in. And that is elegant rowing from those young men, nice and controlled. They are saving themselves. Lots more rowing coming this week. This is going to be a brave race because you've got St. Mary's, Imogen, Milana. They seem to be holding a good, solid pace. The Riccardi Rosary Boat and St. Andrew's Moor staying with them.
Did you train? Are you
C, but a whole alphabet to get through to Q.
So I'm not sure if you can't hear or you're struggling.
So just to let everybody know, we are on regatta time plus 30. We are slowly catching up. All the teams are moving very nicely on the water, and we are going to start feeding them down. And we should be back on time, hopefully by the end of the regatta. So let's stay on top of that. And we can only do it together.
Well, Benny's lent us a whole load of.
And the St. Andrew's Moor team have started to make a move here. They just waited, got to the creek, and then started to squeeze a little bit on those legs. St. Mary's, Gunning and Russ got a bit of work to do. Riccardi and Maddie Hill, lane 2, are the best crew in the water at the moment. No, there's a little bit of bias there, don't worry about that. They're doing a great job, but they've got to go for the fastest time. They are racing by themselves. They're not worried about 1 and 2. They are worried about the fastest time. They are racing crews in the next race. And so they've got to stay in the boat together, speak together, and throw as much power as they can to get a fast time. But it is a very impressive race from Moore and Cupido. And somehow they came past Gunning and Russ. Good strong race there by St. Andrews. St. Mary's are going to come and take second place. And a hard charging Holy Rosary. They've got to pick it up from here. And they are going for the fastest time. And they've got to throw everything at it and hope the timing gods in the next race will be favorable to them. Yeah. Great work from Luna Riccardi, Maddie Hill, pushing down, a few more strokes left. They gave it everything. They're trying to get a good, solid time, and they make it across. And in a race of their own, it is the Clarendon and Holy Rosary crew. Holy Rosary crew, Zoe De Santos, Lichle Moyo, have just gone ahead of DSG, and there's DSG, Callow, Sard. They're still out in lane 1. And we're starting to feed the races down quick and fast. So our athletes are under additional pressure to get off the course quickly. DeSantos Mayo coming through for Holy Rosary. And then the Clarendon Cruise, Clarendon Ningi and DSG Callow.
Heat 2 is already coming towards us at quite a clip, Rob. So Heat 2 for the junior women's under 16 doubles. Again, the first two finishers progressing to the finals and the rest vying for the second two spots out of time. The Davidson crew from St. Andrews in lane 1. Sean Naidu from St. Mary's in lane 2. Smith crew from St. Stithians in lane 3. De Klerk from PGRC lane 4. Lane 5, St. Mary's Kuali. And Ramji crew from Holy Rosary in lane 6. We know the Ramjees are watching at home.
We know the Ramjees are there, and we know Morgan's going to be giving it horns. But so far, Clarendon coming through.
The Ramjees. They're in Joburg.
I think they're in Joburg. They're here. No.
Yeah, but they're the new. It's like the 15th time we've heard this song.
So Clarendon making through, DSG coming through.
There are 3 races on the course.
So we have got 3 races on the course. The marshals are catching up time. The DSG crew are throwing everything at it. They've got to stay in the boat. A lot of movement there. And it's got to be controlled, otherwise somebody's going to be swimming. But they are leaning back.
Putting all that back into it. Way to go, girls.
That is full body extension. That is proper effort from the DSG
Flag
crew.
is up. The other flag is up.
And the team's on the water at the moment. You've got the St. Stithians. That's the Smith Waldeck Cooks crew. There's a bit of zigzagging there, and they've come ahead of the St. Mary's Shah Naidu crew. Never a dull day. A little bit of zigzagging on the course.
What's going on? St. Mary's is going on tour.
And then on the inside lane, keep an eye out on Cadence Davidson, Camille Govender. They are there. They are staying within the lanes. A lot of boats going out. It's getting quite exciting now. But look at that. Waldeck Cook, Smith. They are pushing, and they've changed a few lanes, but it's effective, and they are moving well. But St. Andrews, nice and controlled, nice and tidy. That's Cadence Davidson, Camille Govender. That's very impressive from those young ladies. You've got St. Stithians throwing everything at it. A lot more power there, but they've got to keep it together.
Definitely an exciting finish loading here.
And as I called it, St. Andrews,
That's
Davidson.
St. Andrews definitely moving in the faster boat coming in.
Those young ladies have been getting great connection out of the boat. Good movement.
Nice
young
work.
and sprightly, and they're going to take the win. And then a slide to the finish line. That's a baseball finish if we've ever seen one from
Stop
the St.
rowing
Stithians
before
crew.
the finish.
St. Mary's, Shah
St.
Naidu,
Mary's.
Taylor Princeton.
We've got Holy Rosary.
Holy Rosary, that's Morgan
Ramji.
Ramji, Hope Sitole. They are coming to the end. They are getting connection, they're getting drive, and they're going for a fast time.
And out on the course in the center lane, lane 4, Lana de Klerk, Lily Dawson from PGRC.
37 minutes behind. Don't tell them.
And the Kuali crew from St. Mary's.
We're getting up. We'll maybe give it another race and then Regatta plus 20. So when this boys double comes down, tell everybody it's Regatta plus 20.
So the races are coming thick and fast. We've seen 3 races on the course at the same time.
It's a preview of what's to come tomorrow.
It
Race
is.
after race after race after race.
It is very exciting. We don't have enough time to dawdle.
No
We are-
dawdling. Do not tarry.
We are people of action.
How can I lose it?
We got St. Albans, Jojadis, Heat 1,
Jojadis, yes.
Buffalo Class, St. Albans, Muller. Is it possible Luca Muller, Calvin Damon on another race? That is exceptional. St. Benedict's Taylor, Damien Taylor, Matei Mutluane. Lane 5, Yassine White on Wabam Tulu from Jeppy. And then Gray, Liam Petzer, Daniel Bayers, lane 6.
Wow. Slimsy. The Slimsy. Our wishes come true.
Complete dehydration drink with no kilojoules. Accredited.
What is no kilojoules mean?
Meaning no added fat.
So I could just
Accredited by weightless.
Ah, so I need.
So then you know that it's good.
Okay, we're going to do an online test. Thank you.
Speaking of all the excitement happening tomorrow at the Slimsy Sport Selborne Sprints, we've just had a delivery of some Slimsy Sport drink here, Rob.
And I'm going to say
We've
it
got
now.
Narchi flavor.
Narchi is my favorite flavor.
My favorite
in all the
flavor.
world.
All right, I gotta put the microphone down to open it up.
I'm now going to have a little sip.
Wait for me.
Okay, I'll wait. I didn't commit. I'm waiting.
We're gonna do this together. We're gonna take a swig together.
So Slimsy Narchi flavor. Remember, 0 calories and approved by Wayless. In 3.
I see. There's the way less thing.
2.
Living
1.
light.
Commit.
Let's go.
Okay, thank you very much.
I feel ready.
That is remarkably refreshing. I may be drinking some of that for my race.
I got some. It's nice and tart. This. I don't like a sweet drink. So
I
this is
enjoy
nice.
a little bit of tart now and again.
You. So Slimsy Sport. We've got Narchi flavor over here, and then there's also I saw a red one. What was that flavor? Where'd it go?
That one we're going to try in a little bit. I thought it was raspberry.
Was it raspberry? What flavor was the red? Mixed berry. Kate ran away with it.
Sodium potassium content, which is significant, which shows that it's actually replenishing
Your
things that you need
electrolytes,
to
your
lose.
salts,
Your
right?
electrolytes
That's
are
what
there.
you need after.
No added sugar, no preservatives, no guilt.
No guilt. Guilt-free.
Because sometimes I feel guilty.
Because you like a little tart.
Because I enjoy me a bit of tart, and then I feel the guilt building up. But the Narchi flavor is excellent. Just to let all our athletes know, we are slowly catching up time. We are moving a little bit closer each race. So there's a responsibility on each of our athletes, on each of our coaches, to make sure the boats and the athletes any more Regatta plus 30, because we are moving to Regatta plus 20. So please make sure the athletes are on the water. Certainly don't want anybody missing any races.
Yeah, let's actually do a time check. So the time is now 4:48 in the afternoon, and on the water we are looking at race number 83. It's not what? Okay, all right. So are we? So what's coming down now? Okay. All right, so we're on a pause though, but it should be race 83. Just when we thought you're catching. Okay. I had to go find my composure, Rob.
You shouldn't have to go find your mom.
And we're back.
We're back. Dancing.
We're so close to being back on, but we're never.
No, they're not starting race 83, so.
All the people left. Wap and Boogie. Boogaloo.
Yeah, so once again, a thank you to our sponsors, to RMB, and their partnership with Rowing South Africa. And also a huge thank you to Slimzy, our hydration partner here at the Buffalo and Selborne Sprints, keeping our coaches and athletes hydrated. We've tried the Narchi flavor. Next up is mixed berry. Maybe, if it comes back.
I don't know what other flavors there are.
And Kaz, we've just had breaking news.
Breaking news. I like breaking
The
news.
Ramjees are not here, but will be arriving tomorrow from Johannesburg. So that's good to know. We know the kids go faster when the parents on the side of the river.
We'd just like to believe that as parents, though, I think. All right, so from the officials, we have clarification what's happening out on the water between race 83, 84. And there are a couple of heats in this event. It's the junior men's under 16 doubles. There are 4 heats. The first heat, there were several boats, all but one were late to the start. And so they have been sent back down. And the one boat that made it on time is going to be moved into the heat, or sorry, into race 84, into the E heat. That's heat 2.
So is that Benedict's Taylor? Yes.
Okay. So we have St. Benedict's Taylor coming down alongside the gentleman in race 84. St. Albans Miller in lane 1. St. Benedict's Ramsrup lane 2. The Bell crew from Sachs lane 3. Chlakani from Jeppy in lane 4. Talicino from Gray in lane 5. And then, of course, as I said, we've got the Taylor crew from St. Benedict's also in this race, I assume in lane 6. With all rights and privileges of having been in the heat previous.
Intact.
How to explain that, I don't know, but anyway, that's what it is. I'm going with it.
Drink your Slimsy.
Drink your Slimsy. Slimsy Sport. Keeping us hydrated at the commentators' table.
Oh, I see.
So,
There's scholars. No,
pairs, doubles. All right, so you've got St. Benedict's gone to here, and everybody else carded. Ejection. Yeah, they were late to the start. All of them got kicked out. So they're all going to be doing the road shade.
Oh.
They were all too
Did
late.
you tell everybody this?
Yeah, I just explained it. I wasn't totally harsh, but that's fine.
And just to let everybody know, we're now officially on Regatta plus 20, which means you've got to make sure that you're ready, because we have had some boats not there at the right time and they are being ejected.
They've been disqualified and sent down on the outside lane. So do not be late to your race.
And looking on the water at the moment.
Have we called everybody?
Yes.
St. Albans, Ramsrup, you got
Bell, Lacani, Talicino, and Taylor. Oh, don't go through. Oh.
Well, again.
Oh.
Saved.
Nice.
Saved.
by the prop.
So this is heat 2, and we do have the St. Benedict's Taylor, so the Damon Taylor, Matemo Tluwane in this race.
It's a 7-boat race.
It's a 7? That's
Should be.
impossible. 3, 4, 5, 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know. It should be a 7-boat race.
Yeah, well, they put in, did
There's
the
only
tanker
5.
into that one?
I'm sorry, 6-boat race. 6-boat race.
And
I lied,
Robbie
I
Rick,
lied, I
right
lied.
yet again.
It's the Slimsy Sport. I'm seeing things.
But those Sachs boys, wow. Look at Josh Bell, Sven Latterkan. That is an impressive display of human flesh. Those boys are strong, they are long, they are connecting, they are moving that boat. That Sachs crew are strong. On the inside lane, you've got St. Albans, Miller, Ethan Miller, Rafael Martins, and then you've got Jordan Ramsrup, Connor Skuman from St. Benedict's, but they are under pressure from Damien Taylor, Matemo Tluwane. So good display from Sachs, nice, strong and powerful. They are through. Then you've got the St. Albans crew, St. Benedict's crew are holding, but I think it is going to be Jordan Ramsrup, Connor Skuman. They are going to be beating Damien Taylor and Matemo Tluwane. Good rowing from those young athletes.
It says heat 3 now behind them.
It should be.
And
that's a
I
rough
don't know. I
shame.
think this is still. Or is this?
No, it's got a 7.
What?
They D3.
What's it? St. Albans?
That's Lukumola.
Yeah, that's Buffalo?
And we're looking at the boats on the water at the moment. This could be the disqualified boats from the previous heat. They're still having a row. They're still going to open it up. But they may not be timed. Then D2, so anybody with D on their bow other than the Taylor crew from St. Benedict's have been pulled from the races. That is unfortunate, but you've got to break some eggs to make an omelette. And what a fine omelette this will be, Kaz.
What do you put in your omelets, Rob? How do you like your omelet?
Mushrooms, but onions.
Chives and cheese.
Chives and cheese.
What
No,
kind
that's
of
Kate.
cheese?
Mozzarella.
Mozzarella.
Mozzarella cheese. Gotta be.
Who's this now?
And that's a D1 crew, Jajadis and Baweni. All disqualified coming through.
Is that St. Albans?
They've learned a valuable lesson and they're coming through, getting ready for the next races that lie before them.
D1 for DQ. All right, so we should be looking at heat number 3 then of event 67, the junior men's under 16 doubles. Diolafira from St. Albans in lane 1, Fredrickson from Sachs lane 2, Tyndall from St. John's lane 3, Berland from Gray in lane 4, and St. Benedict's Lundberg crew in lane 5.
3 for 5.
I'm just being hopeful. Yeah, but that mess up with 8384 set us right back to an hour. Yes. Sorry? You want to call your phone?
So someone has misplaced an iPhone 13. If you find an iPhone 13, could you please bring it to the commentator's tower? Thank you. An iPhone 13, please bring it to the commentator's tower. And we think it might be by the far building. Maybe in the change rooms. Thank you, an iPhone 13. If you could please return it to the commentator tower. Thank you.
I'm sure it was accidental.
Oh, is that it? Is that your phone?
And we've just found the iPhone 13. There's a handshake, a beer of exchange, and that is what we call a great community, growing at its
Yay.
finest.
Thank you to
We
St.
got the
Albans.
phone, we found the phone, reunited.
Mr. Cox. Thank you.
Reunited, and it feels so good.
Reunited and it feels so good. Peaches and herb.
And the water is
Sorry,
getting
Mom.
really impressive. There's still hope for, do you think we'll get that sunset we were asking for?
I don't think so, Rob. The sun will go down, but we won't see it.
Grey High. Remember, so Grey is here, it's Grey High.
Grey High.
It's not Grey College.
Is it? Yeah, it's Grey High.
It's a massive.
It's a thing.
Yeah. We do a lot of work for Grey at their school, and they love.
Yeah, Grey High's PE. That's these guys.
Yeah.
They're the
If
rowers.
you do say Grey, just don't say the college.
I think guys say Grey High.
Grey PE. Yes, Grey PE.
Got it.
Quebec.
Or just grey.
Grey.
Just Grey, yeah. Just to let you guys know.
The guys in
Thank
blue
you.
are grey.
I think I knew that. I think I've said Grey High. That's probably.
And we're looking there out at the top. That is JP White coming through.
We think.
They were disqualified from the D race. D stands for disqualify. Because
Ouch.
there were 5 boats
Yes.
kicked out of that race.
You're breaking my
Other than
heart.
the St. Benedict's Taylor crew were the only ones at the start and were allowed to race.
So coaches, just please do make sure that you are getting your kids and your boats out onto the water on time. Do not take it for granted that everything is running late, because the officials really are trying to speed things up, get the races off and running down quickly. So do not assume that they will be running at the same lateness throughout.
Next race is on, eh?
But we're still waiting for Heat 3. So it should be Heat 3 on their way down now.
And we can see Heat 3 out there at the moment. St. Albans, De Oliveira, Sachs Frederickson, St. John's Tyndall, Grey,
High,
Berland, and St. Benedict's Lundberg.
Hi.
Great.
Hi.
Yeah, this is just, you can see what's going to happen tomorrow with Sullivan Sprints. It just goes nutters. The commentating just loses all professionalism, as if there ever was any.
I'm very impressed with the Sachs crew. Sachs Frederickson, they had Sachs Bell in the previous race doing a sterling job. Now we've got Sachs Frederickson. They're in lane 2, holding a good solid pace. St. John's Tunnel, the only one going with them, Grey High and St. Benedict's College. Just a little bit off the pace there. Grey Berlin, St. Benedict's Lundberg. St. Albans, De Oliveira, still a bit of skin in the game, but still a lot of racing left. But so far, this is looking like Sachs are taking it out strong.
If you're not using that chair, may I borrow it?
Yes, go ahead, go ahead.
Do you need to help us squat, Katie? No, I need to. And if I do it anywhere
And so looking out at the moment, Colby Lundberg, Declan Smith, St. Benedict's. Declan Smith, good rugby player, making his way into the bow seat of the boat with Colby Lundberg. Colby's mother is a Ravens Masters rower, and her husband, St. Benedict's Old Boy. So keeping it in the family.
But speaking of rugby, it's funny you say that. I was actually thinking earlier that the name Luke Berland from Grey High sounds like a rugby player's name, Luke Berland.
If you
And
have
Colby
a surname like
Lundberg also.
Berland, you get a free entry into the rugby team.
I think so.
Intimidation factor, got to be.
Never having laid eyes on the poor guy.
Where's Eddie at now? Where's your Ed Kate?
And the Sachs Fredrickson and I'm going to say Aldoniotti crew, lane 2. They are holding strong. St. John's Tyndall, Sandile Guamanda, just off them, and it's those two boats that are making. We're looking at St. Albans, lane 1, still hanging in there, but I think they're coming up to the creek.
They're past the creek, man.
They're past
coming.
the creek. And the Sachs crew, just a little bit ahead of St. John's, just a little bit ahead of St. Albans. It's those 3 crews.
I think the race is on between St. Albans and St. John's in this heat.
St. Benedict's Lundberg out there in the dark water of lane 5. They're not that far away, and they may actually be lined up quite nicely with De Oliveira from St. Albans. But you can't settle for anything other than first place in this heat.
No, I see they're dropping back. St. Albans is.
So Sachs have showed A lot of patience, a lot of control, a lot of power in this race. They're coming through nice and strong. Second place, got to be St. John's. They're holding there. But those boats are zigzagging a bit. Sachs
Watch out for Benny's.
have struggled to stay in that lane. I think there might be some errant boys there. But they are controlling it, and now St. Benedict's,
They're on the move.
Colby Lundberg and Declan Smith are trying to claw their way back to the St. John's team. They've got to go as hard as they can from here if they want to have a chance. Sachs coming through. And St. John's are closing the door for St. Benedict's.
Who's in the wrong lane?
So Sachs started off lane 2, ending off somewhere in the middle.
St. John's now switching to lane 2.
St. John's still holding on, but the Sachs crew, very good job from those young men. Second, St. John's. That's St. John's Tyndall. Third, St. Benedict's Lundberg. But that's actually Declan Smith in the stroke seat. So let's say St. Benedict Smith.
And the Dio Lefera crew from St. Albans in lane 1. And Grey High lane 4 out in lane 7. Dramatic pause. And behind these guys, Heat 4 is on its way down for the junior men's under 16 doubles. St. Benedict's Fenter in lane 1, Mosopyoe from St. Albans lane 2, Rista from Selborne lane 3, Merriweather Bishops lane 4, and Alshanay from Grey in lane 5.
And Grey High must just be careful as they cross the finish line. Grey High is going off at a bit of an angle. Just be careful behind you, gentlemen.
Can't tell he's going which direction. 1, 2, lane 2. Mosopyoe?
Yeah, we'll give you.
Yeah. Dembe and Ria and then behind, is that Selborne? Or?
Great, great.
I think there's got to be scratches. There aren't enough boats. 1, 2, 3. I see 4 boats.
Bishop's Merriweather.
I see
Bishop's
Grey.
are not there.
Bishop's not there. So is that Selborne and chasing St. Albans?
Yes.
St. Albans, Mosopyoe crew in lane 2, leading this next heat. And just off the boil behind them, the Rista crew from Selborne.
The St. Benedict's Fenter crew, lane 1, and Ashen Grey, lane 5. They're in 3rd and 4th positions. I think the Bishop's Merriweather crew are out of this race.
St. Albans making it look easy right here.
Good racing there, St. Albans Mosopyoe. And then the Selborne Risto crew. And behind them, the St. Benedict's crew, slowly making their way back to Grey. And Grey stopped. They're having a bit of an issue at the moment. And they're having a bit of a discussion, but Grey doesn't look entirely satisfied. But the St. Benedict's crew throwing everything they've got at it. Joshua Fenter, Connor Clement. Very well done from those young men. The St. Benedict's making it. Careful behind you, gentlemen.
Gray is rowing.
Are they what? What happened to them? Is that what are the D boats? Yeah, because that didn't. We thought they were going to. It was a full house. It wasn't.
Yeah, no, there was a
4 heats.
We're coming back to the 1,000 meter mark now for the under 15s. 4 heats of the junior men's under 15 doubles starting now, right with race 87, event 77. Heat 1. Selborn, Nomonyama in lane 1, and Redemeyer from Ronnebosch lane 2, Zhang from St. Benedict's lane 3, Higgins Thurman from Sachs lane 4, Oyenekwu from Jeppy lane 5, and Ryder from Gray in lane 6.
And it looks like Selborn and Nomanyama are not in lane 1 where they ought to be. We're having a look at the start. Jeppy on Oyenekwu put in so much power, they went absolutely skew. Took them a few strokes to straighten out, but they've got nice and tidy now, and Jeppy are making a push towards Sachs.
Why are you feeling me up?
Getting tart.
Because there are 4 heats in this event, each of the first finisher in each heat will progress to the final. The next fastest 2 from all.
If you believe in the team, if you believe in the structure, then good things happen.
You know, if someone's lower, we have each other to lean on.
No matter what, we'll have each other's backs for the rest of our lives.
But the St. Benedict's crew are doing enough just to stay away from everyone. Sachs, Ronnebosch and Jeppy know they've got to go as hard as they can to get the next fastest times. St. Benedict's through to the finals. Surely they can't make any mistakes from here. So they are going through, they're controlling this race, their effort very well. And it's second position. That is still open to the teams on the water. The Sachs are looking nice and comfortable. They've got Jeppy on their right, Ronnebosch on their left, but they're still racing in here. Kaz are coming up to the 250 meter mark, and then it's whoever wants it the most.
Yeah, Rob, definitely. And it looks like Ronnebosch is really throwing it down, but Jeppy seems to have a strong pace, a strong cadence going there, but Sachs really trying to Ronnebosch really trying to grab hold of that and pass them. If they can get that speed going, they might just be able to pull it off. Whether they waited too long, we shall see.
And Mark Zeng, Kai Rawson are going to take it for St. Benedict's. Second position, Ronnebosch just have a little bit of a technical. They fall off the boil. Sachs are pushing, but look, it's a hard charging Jeppy. They are at the top. Jeppy on Oyenekwu. They are going really hard. St. Benedict's are going to take the fastest time. Jeppy are going really hard. Sachs are responding. Sachs find something more. They're both leaning. Those boats are going side by side. They are pushing as hard as they can. Jeppy seems close. So does Sachs.
Oyenekwu really laying it down.
And Ronnebosch taking an incredible race there. It's a beep beep finish. We're going to have to see
beep beep finish.
What the beep, beep. Finish line tower tells us.
I don't know what I was talking about. Because I think I was talking nonsense.
And Gray, lane 6, coming through to conclude Heat 1.
But just behind Gray, we can see Heat Heat 2 on its way down. Doble from Rondebosch, lane 1. Liva from Buffalo, lane 2. Rana from St. John's in lane 3. Nyoni from St. Albans in lane 4. The Pike Crew from Sachs in lane 5. And Makina from St. Benedict's in lane 6.
And then St. Albans and Nyoni crew, Nyoni and Pearton. They've done well. They've got St. Benedict's on their right-hand side, Makinia. But look on the left, you've got lanes 1 and 2. And that is Rondebosch and St. Stithians. Is that right? No, Rondebosch and Buffalo. The Buffalo team. That's what's thrown us off there. St. Albans and Nyoni are doing well. Then it's St. Benedict's, Buffalo and Rondebosch. Rondebosch closest to us with the flashing yellow blades. Buffalo, you've got Liba Mbotoli and St. Benedict's. It's still open.
Come on.
And it's a shouting of the crew. It's very impressive to see this Buffalo crew. They are fighting their way for Rondebosch. St. Albans are going to take it. St. Benedict's are holding really strong. That looks like Makinia Hypno. They've got it. Buffalo are fighting. They're getting shouted in by the crews. St. Stithians are going to take it. Second is still open. Rondebosch is coming out. They had a bit of an angle.
Rondebosch, just keep an eye on what's behind you.
Got it. They seem to have it. And that is very tricky.
Watch your angle, Rondebosch. Just watch behind.
Buffalo, an incredible race there from those young men.
St. John's Rana crew finishing off this heat. Yeah, you're on that one. Are you showing piglets?
Under 50s.
Malabacha, Balo, Fisher, Ferreira,
Heat 3, Rob, of the junior men's under 15 doubles, the 1,000 meter mark. They've started. We have Sachs, Espy in lane 1. Makubalo from Selborne in lane 2. Malabacha from St. Stithians in lane 3. Fisher from Gray in lane 4. Rob. St. Benedict's is in lane 5. It's one of your favorite names.
It's Pereira de Encarnação and Panayoti Savidis.
And in lane 6, it's St. Stithians, Ramdani.
But the boats in lane 1 and 2, Sachs and Selborne, seem to have entangled themselves. It's a bit of a pick up sticks there at the moment with those blades. The marshals are trying to resolve it. They are putting out flags and they are releasing those boats. They haven't stopped the race. They've allowed it to continue. Remember, it's about fairness in the race. St. Benedict's doing quite nicely out there together with the Grey crew. And a lot of firepower coming from the St. Benedict's crew. Pereira de Encarnação and Savidis. They are pushing a lot of power. They're looking out to their left, looking at James Fisher, Matthew Pretorius. They've realized the threat's coming from them, and they are just squeezing the boat away from them. Third place, you've got the St. Stithians Malabacha crew and Ramdani. But the excitement is coming from the Sachs, Espy and Selborne Makubalu crew, who seem to be just connecting into each other. They just can't straighten out. And the flag has been shown. They are trying to stay in the race.
They were played really nicely, Kate. Your Buffalo guys, that double. Oh, where they live. Those pictures are coaches? Yeah.
I mean, look, I've been up in there a lot. It's still, yeah. And they're so nice. Thank you so much.
And the St. Benny's crew are opening up. They are going to get a rousing shout in from their supporters coming right past them at the Sea Spirit. So that's St. Benedict's, Pereira d'Encarnação and Panayoti Savidis. Good rowing from those two young men. Good, strong, powerful strokes. And then Gray, Fisher, Pretorius are going to be taking second and hoping for one of the fastest times to the finals. And behind them, the two St. Cythians crews fighting it out for bragging rights at home and maybe a fast finish time. And very well done to those young men. Malebacha, St. Cythians, and then Ramdani, St. Cythians. But those two boats who are still in the race, that's the Sax and Selborne crews. They've had a magnet because they've been colliding with each other all the way down the course. And I think it is just very difficult. I think this is
It's a rowing attraction.
Their third interaction.
Trying to get these young men over the line because behind them one more heat to go of the junior men's under 15 doubles. Surtees from Rondebosch in lane 1. Ready crew from St. Cythians in lane 2. Youngadine from Selborne in lane 3. Latachan lane 5.
That's good.
Aba.
And I'm American. Wow. It's hard to get the click on the microphone now, I have to say. Garcia Diaz.
And the two magnetized boats, Sax, Selborne, are making their way to the finish. They've come up to 250 meters.
It's a, wait a minute, wait for it. It's a romance.
It is a romance.
A romance.
And look, yet again, the boats are coming together. They're pushing hard, and the Selborne crew just cannot hold that straight line. And that is a proper romance. A lot of attraction. Very well done to Sax, Selborne. Oh, and Sax just holds it on the line. Very well done to those teams. Welcome to Buffalo.
Gareth doesn't like my jokes.
Pablo
Garcia Diaz. That's Rob's. Just like
Until Denise gets, I'll send you a message. Yeah. All right, 5.
Hey, what am I doing?
Start time.
Thanks, ladies. See you. Cheers, cheers. Thanks for everything.
Heat 4 for the junior men's under 15 doubles on their way down. Rhonda Bosch lane 1, St. Stithians lane 2, Selburn lane 3, St. Benedict's lane 4, Gray in lane 5.
But it only looks like 3 votes. 4 votes.
All right, it looks like Selborne didn't make it out into the lanes for this event. So Rhonda Bosch, St. Stithians, St. Benedict's, and Gray. The Rhonda Bosch crew in lane 1 seem to have this well in hand. Hoping to cross the line first would assure them a spot in the final. A little bit of lane changes going on though. Rhonda Bosch heading on the inside lanes. St. Benedict's hard charging, and if Rhonda Bosch keeps spending all of their capital going across the lanes, St. Benedict's might just pass them. Oh, caught a big crab, Rhonda Bosch. Oh, no. Keep going, guys. Keep going, Rhonda Bosch. You can do this. Pull it together, guys. Come on, Rhonda Bosch. That opened the door for St. Benedict's to come in first. Rhonda Bosch picking it up, trying to regain their speed. Well done, Rhonda Bosch. Second place in the heat. We'll see if they've done enough to grab the time, qualifying for the finals. And there's Gray coming in over the line and followed by some Scythians.
Is that a disqualified late vote on the far side? Is that Selburn?
I think so, yeah.
I don't know if they're disqualified or if they...
Disqualified, one there, behind it.
Oh, I see.
And this, we look at their bar number, you'll know which race that is.
The 16-8s. Have we not, are there not, did we see under 16-8s races?
And that is the St.
That is St. Stephen's Ready crew. Guillermo Ben, I think he's one of the coxers. So nice to see him in the junior men's under 15 doubles.
Rob, good to have you back. You're just in time to announce the lineup for the next event, for which there are 2 heats for the junior men's under 16 coxed fours.
And starting off lane 1, Bishop's Brink. Lane 2, St. Albans, Garcia Diaz. First name Pablo. Then lane 3, Kirschbaumer, Rondebosch. Lane 4, Diego Ramos, St. Benedict's. Look out for that team. And then Aidan Douglas, Gray, lane 5. So there's 2 heats here. Keep an eye on the St. John's crew in heat 2. That's the St. John's Herman crew. But in this race,
That's Selborne, okay?
and that's K3, Gangadine Selborne coming across the line.
So they were just in the wrong lane. That's Selborne from the previous. And who's the?
They K3.
K6.
Number fallen off. Oh, I know it's here.
K4, K6.
But who was K6? Well, they were late entry.
Hello, Khana.
Was it a late entry?
Hello. Good and you. Your legs looking good.
Good. Yeah, thank you. I'm recovering. Thank you very much.
And that? Who's
Great
that
to have
here?
you. Thank you very much.
You're right. Much better than you.
How many races you signed up? 37. You hold the record. I said, can't be amusing a race, 2 races ago.
That's R5.
I5. That's
Sax Pike.
Sax Pike. So they are way out of it.
Trusting the process and loving what you're doing is vital in preparation.
Got to go on camp for months on end. There's huge sacrifice in all in.
We just show up every day, put in the work.
Buffalo, if you can just move over towards the bank and get out of lane 1.
They waited for them to not rain anymore and they disqualified everybody and there's a linking that was there to the routine. They moved them to the next so they disqualified. The results runs late, they can say the Regatta time of 45 minutes, meaning an hour late, hurry up, tell everybody.
So that big, that boat, you got a time for that?
So currently on the water, Bishop Sprink, lane 1, lane 2, St. Albans, Garcia, Diaz, Rondebosch, Kirschbaumer, lane 3, lane 4, St. Benix, Ramos, Gray, Douglas. I don't see Gray. So the St. Benedict's crew, Ramos, seem to be doing quite nicely. They got Rondebosch, Kirschbaumer just on their bow side. St. Albans, Garcia Diaz seems to be hanging it just a little bit off the pace, but Bishop's Brink feeling the heat now. And Rondebosch, Kirschbaumer, it's good to see Jonathan Delbridge in there. Daniel Magnell, Jethro Schroeder, and Mr. Williamson in the bow seat, in the cock seat. And Mr. Kirschbaumer, Rondebosch, in charge of the stroke. But I think the St. Benedict's crew, with the powerful, strong Michele, the mighty Michele Robeck, and Eric Liu, Cristiano Nokia, Diego Ramos in the stroke seat, and Rafael Dos Santos as the cocks, they are certainly going to be the race at the moment and are going to control it as much as they can. And the St. Benedict's crew are just focusing on connection, drive, and staying just ahead of the Rondebosch crew. They don't seem to be under too much pressure at the moment. Remember, 1 and 2 through to the finals, and the next fastest 2. Whoa. Is he here? Is he coming out? No, he's going to. And the Benny's crew with Diego Ramos, stroke seat, controlling this. And they are absolutely showing what fine quality rowing is. Their stroke rate is really low. They might take a few powerful bursts just to stay ahead of Rondebosch, but they are not going to break too much of a sweat here. They are controlling it, putting a bit of a squeeze, and just staying away from Rondebosch. But the St. Benedict's crew are going to be coming through. And Rondebosch putting in a surge. They may take a victory. And third place going to St. Albans. And the Bishop's Brink crew coming through, lane 1. And they're going to finish, and they're going to finish strong. And as we called it, or as I called it, it's going to be And interesting finals tomorrow because the St. John's Herman crew have got open water. They are controlling the power. Their stroke rate is a little bit higher. They're ahead of the Bishop's crew. Bishops with Adam Carter, Edward Pochita, the mighty Ben Redfern, Roman Waltman, Yazid Lalkin. Remember, 1 and 2 through to the finals, so we are going to see St. John's, we are going to see Bishops. And then Rondebosch coming through in third place at the moment with Jeppy Nosen, lane 2. And the St. John's crew, it's going to be a great showdown tomorrow between St. Benedict's from Heat 1, St. John's from Heat 2. Bit of a high stroke rate for St. John's. And Bishop's coming through to take second position. And third place, Rondebosch, being pushed by Jeppy. Looks like Rondebosch have got enough just to stay ahead of them. But Jeppy have not given up. They are pushing, squeezing, trying to get everything out of the boat that they can. Good, strong finish from Jeppy. But Rondebosch are going to do just enough to hold on. And Heat 1, race number 85. There are 2 heats. Junior women's under 19. First Cox Quads. You've got Clarendon Willis, lane 2, lane 3, St. Andrews Xavier. Lane 4, Holy Rosary Webb. And lane 5, St. Mary's McGregor. And no surprise, it's a St. Andrews Xavier crew. Chrissy Xavier, so that's Chrissy, Jade, Gabby, Amber, and Kanaka, who's the cox there. Nice and controlled, long, strong, powerful. But the St. Mary's McGregor crew are pushing. I think the St. Mary's Ilgner crew to come later, that's going to be a great race because you've got DSG Murray, St. Mary's Ilgner, St. Sidon's Taylor, and St. Andrews Sebapalo. But so far, this race is all St. Andrews. The St. Mary's and Clarendon crews still in, Holy Rosary still needing to push to stay in contention. St. Andrews coming in through. They've opened up this race. They've controlled it from the front. They are just going to ensure they get 1 and 2. Remember, it's the next fastest 2 to the A finals. And there is going to be a B finals as well. But St. Andrews coming through nice and controlled. Chrissy Xavier. That is a well-drilled team. They're going to do enough to make sure they get through to the finals. Save themselves for a lot of racing that's coming up tomorrow and Saturday. St. Mary's doing the same, controlling, making sure they get to the finals. And behind them, the fighting is going on because you've got Clarendon Willis, Holy Rosary Webb. They've got to push a lot harder because they've got to try get the fastest 2s to the finals. They've got to hold on for a good race. But St. Andrews, superb race from them. St. Mary's as well. Clarendon coming in hard and fast, accelerating. Holy Rosary as well, trying to connect, drive the legs down. So that's Clarendon. And then Holy Rosary Webb coming through and hoping for a fast time.
Trusting the process and loving what you're doing is vital in preparation.
Got to go on camp for months on end. There's huge sacrificing all in.
We just show up every day, put in the work.